All right. Man. Thanks to Gigi, because my alarm didn't go off, so I was taking a nap. But testing, one, two, three. And for this one, before we get started, does anyone before we get started, does anyone want to get out? This is a Captain America warning. You're only going to get this one time. After that, there will be no more warnings. Okay, and like this has gone on long enough, I think. I was listening to Marcus talking about 1.0. And also, I don't know if Edward has released his video. I don't know. Well, let's get this thing one motherfucking straight, right? I talk to 1.0s all the time, right? In fact, my Telegram, which is private, which is Edward's Telegram, has four, count them, four 1.0 people that were actually there. Four. I ask them all the time about 1.0 because I want to know what went before. I remember Black Men Vent before when they came back in their iteration, not only on Facebook but also YouTube. For about 3 years, they try to reprise their stuff that they had from 1.0. Sergeant Willie Pete is still here from 1.0. One of the first content creators on 1.0. I have Judge and a couple of others that were part of 1.0 that tell me what had gone on before. And none of what they talk about is what you motherfuckers say 1.0 is. None of it. Zero. Okay. Now I am fine with not evaluating something I really haven't seen because people say that 1.0 was all this, all that. It was pure. It was built to be this. And none of that was ever mentioned about 1.0 from the content creators. Sergeant Willie Pete never mentioned what 1.0 was about, how it was built, or anything like that. Never. And he's still here. He's still here. He talks about other things. So I'm not quite sure exactly what you guys are talking about. I'm zero. And there's one thing I listened to Marcus last night, and he talked about the Manosphere and what they want, where we're not going to allow. Let's put it this way, okay? You guys can say anything you want. You guys can be anything you want. When I first got here, there was basically nothing here. There was very little here. It was very tiny. In fact, it was so tiny that I didn't know I bumped into it until somebody told me about it. And what I'm not going to do, and this is the Marcus, no disrespect to Marcus, right? You can say anything you want, but you are not going to tell me about some space that I helped build. Now, normally I don't say anything about me helping build this space, okay? Because I was recruited into the space by Obsidian and Valdez, okay? And also O'Shea. They recruited me into this space. They named this space. The space was not called the Black Manosphere before they got here. And we retroactively fit Manosphere on what we call 1.0 or Gen X. So whatever you guys decide to deem it. And since I got here, everybody brings it up. Hey, where's your recordings? Where's your records? What did you say? It all got destroyed. Well, where are the people at? Well, YouTube all kind of ran them off. The women flagged them and they bounced and never came back. Well, how come they never came back? Are they still alive? How come they don't come back and reprise their information? Well, now I know what it is, okay? And I don't blame them for not coming back. I exactly know what it is because I'm a content creator, okay? If you get run off like that, especially if those guys were young, probably in their 20s and 30s, they got jobs, they got families, and they got attacked. They're not coming back to get doxxed or get attacked because they do have sensitive jobs. And a lot of these guys who were in 1.0, they probably listen from the clouds because they got things to risk, okay? There's things at risk. I understand that. I'm in a position where At the most, what can they do to me? Okay, they can't call my employer. Can't do that because I'm not in a position for them to call my employer. So I say things that are unpopular. Really the only reason that I have an avatar or stuff like that is because I still work in the pro-black sector. And I know the pro-black sector is a matriarchy. I was just at an event a couple of weeks ago where I was in there with a lot of bougie, higher class, pro-black people that make a whole lot of money. Mostly female, but have been around for a long time, make a whole lot of money, been in well connected with a lot of people, well known with a lot of people. Okay. People have published, people are well connected with other folks, well connected folks, make a whole lot of money, mostly women. So when I say that black nationalists, pro-black sector, if we want to call this, is a matriarchy. I know it because I'm in that motherfucker. Okay, I do not talk about shit I don't know about. Most of the stuff in here I do not talk about shit that I don't know about. When I came to this sector, guess what? Okay, they were still talking. That's like Tommy Sotomayor, just like Sergeant Willie P, just like Soul and Black. There's a few others that were still here. And black men vent when they came back. They still talk the same shit. They didn't talk this egalitarian, elevated stuff. They didn't. None of the stuff that I talk about, they talked about. You know why? Because nobody, just damn near nobody black on YouTube talks about the stuff that I talk about. And especially nobody talks about it in the way I talk about it, including women. Because guess what? They're not Gnostics. They're not Gnostics. Even when I have a women's panel, okay, when I have a women's channel, okay, my channel is not to go at women. I have expressly told that not only to the women but also to the men. I said I'm here when I go to my women's channel. I'm there to help them, regardless of who they date, how they act, whatever it is. My channel, my women's channel is there so they can understand themselves. If you don't believe me, keep it 100. Go ask Sister George and Concrete Rose. When I'm on that channel, okay, I'm here to help them. And that was the Deer by uh, Crystal Kerosene, who I don't know, but I was engaged to a woman just like her. Okay, she sounds almost exactly like the chick. In fact, she grew up like almost down the street from my fiance. My fiance just has to be older. Sounds just like her ass. My fiance is a lot better looking, but sounds just like her ass. That's why I know her so well. But it was a dare that she said that I could not teach women and hold them accountable. And I actually did both. Now, I could do it. I could actually teach black women and hold them accountable, but guess what? Because I've been mentored by a black woman that does exactly that. And she's been doing it for 40 years. So I know all the tricks that she knows. I could do it. I could take off my hat, bring in my stuff and start teaching black women if I really want to. Because guess what? Most of that stuff that Kevin was doing, that's what it was based on my BGS for women. Can you speak to them? Can you teach them and hold them accountable? I can. Well, guess what? None of that shit was here when I got here. Because y'all motherfuckers didn't know how to do it. Y'all didn't know how to do that shit. So I'm tired of this 1.0 versus 2.0. Let's get this. Let's just go ahead and get it get this stuff out of the air, right? Let's just go ahead and put the cards on the table. This is black pill shit today, okay? This is black pill shit today. Yeah, I was around. 1.0 was down around 3 years. I give it credit because it was bold enough to start. Okay, just like Apollo, was it Apollo 13, the one that blew up, or with Apollo 11, the one that went up and blew up? Okay, that's the one that blew up. It failed. Okay, but the thing is, after that, it became easier because they learned from the mistakes. Okay, 1.0, they got run off the block. They got run off the block. Now, if you dispute that, I'll drop the link in about 10 minutes, and we can talk about it. Y'all motherfuckers got run off the block. I don't want to hear it. I always ask, what happened to 1.0? How come they're not around? Well, YouTube was doxing them, and the women was this, that, and that, and they left, right? So they started Gen X. Okay, what happened to Gen X? Well, whatever happened, they got hacked or something. Nobody saved shit, but they got hacked. All this stuff disappeared. It happens. I have no problem with that. Okay, it was a valiant attempt, but do not compare 1.0 with 2.0. There is no comparison. Period. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you put out there. There is no comparison between 1.0 and the space that I helped build. Zero. Zero. Okay? It's not even close. Okay? 1.0 never even got off the ground. They made noise, but they never got off the ground. 2.0 actually went escape velocity. Okay? Escape velocity. That's what I put up that video. Escape velocity. It's global. That's why it can't be stopped no matter what we do, okay? The stuff is already gone. It's already out there. We can't take it back if we wanted. If you destroyed the black manosphere today, it would not make that big a difference because what's out there is already gone. It's already out there. It's already escape velocity. Okay, Kevin saw to that. Can you guys hear me? No, I'm not an OG, man. I'm an OG in that comparison, but then, I give credit to the three guys that put the neck on the line. I give credit to Obsidian. I give credit to Valdez, the Angry Man. I give credit to O'Shea. Okay, they named it. They put their stamp on it. Hey, I know all I do is put my shekels into the pot. Okay, and I don't mind. Okay, I had no, like I said, I'm like Spock. I ain't got no ego to bruise. Okay, this compared to what my crew did before this, before I came here, the 14 years before this is small. Okay, so I took what we did for the continent of Africa. I'm not, if I did it, I would say who it is, and people on the continent know who my crew is. Okay, they do. Because there's people in Ghana, and there's people in Ghana, other places that know who my crew is even today. Okay. If I said who they were, people would know. I've said my partner's name, they would know who we were. People in Great Britain know who the fuck we are. Okay, today. If I said my partner's name, they would know who we are. We did this shit way before um, I got here. That's how come I knew when I got here, you could take a small entity on the internet with a voice, with the right information. You could take it from piddling or primary and unknown to something where it can make global impact. Okay, I know it because I've done it before. Regardless of what the fuck you say, 1.0 did not make global impact. It didn't. That's the problem with 1.0. They think that did you do something special? Yeah, because you found a mic. Okay, you used an entity like YouTube to make to make a dent, to make a name, to to provide an opening. Okay, where guys knew that you could come here, you could say something. You could come here and you could be yourself. You could be unapologetically black male on this space because could never do that before. Every other space that I've ever been in, there was always opposition. I was always by myself because I'm not going to yield to it. I've been in the meetings. I've been in the pro-black meetings where I had my coattail pulled because you can't offend the sisters. Okay, I know what that's like. That's why I came here. Got tired of hearing that shit. Can't offend the sisters. I want to come someplace where I can be myself, where I can speak my shit, okay? Where I can speak my truth is Dr. Yana Van Zandt. Shout out to her because she's the one who helped me come up with sign language. I've told that story many a time. She's the one who helped me come up with sign language. She might not admit it, but she might because she uses it all the time. I was talking this stuff. I used to get rejects on Facebook from 1.0. Okay, they were trying to find themselves on whatchamacallit, on Blog Talk. Used to get rejects. The thing is, there is no comparison between 1.0 and 2.0. There isn't. I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize for that. There isn't. The vacuum that the vacuum that Kevin left alone, there is no comparison. There isn't. What we do in academia alone, there isn't a comparison. What we do in politics alone, and I talk to these guys all the time. People say, well, it's not effective because you don't talk to these people, the people that are in places to make decisions. Okay? The people are in places to actually make decisions for the people, so that academics, professors can actually speak up and talk and center black men in their classes because they couldn't do that shit before. They couldn't do that shit before. Because people, black men said they got run off the block. The white boys didn't run off the block. The white boys didn't. The white boys, like the MGTOWs, they still over there. They can't. They get canceled. They come right back. Their stuff is still up. They didn't get canceled. How come we did? 2.0, not 1.0 lasted 1, 2, maybe 3 years. Okay, this is damn near year 10 for no, this is year 8 for me. It's damn near year 10 for 2.0. Or the nations that you call it. But the thing is, there is no comparison. So, and I'm because Don Calypso, who's part of the Telegram, Don, what the fuck they talking about, man? They said 1.0 was all this. Okay, give me the history of it. He tells me about Gen X. He tells me about the blog talks. He tells me about the players. He tells me about the battles between Soul and Black and Sergeant Willie Pete and a couple of others. Statuette One, who I have heard. She was part of the crew. Statuette One was our Kendra D back then. She was part of the what they call quote unquote Black Manosphere. You heard me first time. I've actually gone on her show. Okay, she was in opposition to 1.0. Okay, okay. I came in the midst of her and her crew. Not only checked them but schooled them and taught them some shit. She invited me on her show twice with her girls. Not only did I check her girls, I actually start teaching them because I've been learning this shit for fucking 30 years by people that do this shit for a long time. You guys just got here. I was in my 20s. Because I had a woman, had a kid, and had a chick, and had in-laws. I need to figure out. I had just got out of a engagement with a social climber, with a what I call a 92 climber. But hopefully she's still alive. I hadn't heard from her in a while, but she's someplace in Orange County. She's an IT specialist. Okay, I had to understand these chicks. They drove me to go from being a Christian to a Gnostic, to a black Gnostic, because Christianity was not enough. I couldn't understand these people. I couldn't understand the people around me. And what I got out of the Christian church does not give me the answers. That's like my switch. That's why the black Gnostic has been there since 1994. Had a crisis, like Carolyn Mace calls the dark night of the soul. Okay, I need to figure some shit out. And I called on to my higher power. You need to show me who you are because the shit that you're showing me right now does not make sense. So I need that main line. I need that uncut stuff. Okay. That's why you got the Gnostic. And I've been studying this stuff for damn near 30 years. That's why I know. That's why I can give you the books. I've been sitting at the feet of these people for a very long time. That's why I know. That's why I know politics and what it works. And half the time you guys are doing. I mean, I have no problem with relationships. I have no problem with boy girl stuff. What we doing is politics. What we doing is a political movement. I was just listening to the thing on neoliberalism, right? And Frederick Hayek. How he started it, basically in the 40s. His movement, he tried to get his movement uh, going in the 40s. It didn't take hold until after the dollar crashed, the Bretton Woods system crashed right in the 70s to take hold in the 80s under Ronald Reagan. Took him 40 years for a political move. One guy, one group of people. Took him 40 years. I'm listening to the guys that came up with the Chat GPT, the large language model AI. Took that guy 40 years. Okay. He had to bounce from one university to the next to find one spot that would accept him. And nobody thought that shit would work. Nobody thought that shit would work until the 70s. Not until the 70s, till damn near the 2000s, okay? The 21st century. Nobody thought his shit would work. Nobody thought his shit would work until Google, and Google needed an answer. It took him 30 fucking years, okay? Don't tell me what a small group of people cannot do. In fact, that's what the that's what the that's what the special NPR was saying about Heydrich, okay? Hayek and the road to serfdom, right? His shit was poo-pooed upon because he was coming out of Roosevelt, coming out of the crash. Neoliberalism wasn't what they wanted to hear. Okay, took that dude 40 years, one man, one group of people. Okay, until they finally got their chance. And that neoliberalism has basically ruled the planet for the last 40 years. Okay, that kind of thought, that kind of political order has ruled the planet for 40 years. Don't tell me what one group of people cannot do. Even without money. He had no fucking money. He had no political support. Don't tell me what they can't do. The thing is, what I get sick of is that you've already seen it. I don't have to prove anything. You've seen it. People that have been here at 2014, prior to the 2.0 getting here, as far as the Manosphere and naming it, okay, there, nobody believed it. I could tell you, nobody believed it. What Edward's saying, the reason that black women weren't at the fucking table because they didn't fucking respect you enough to even talk to you. They wouldn't even talk to you. They dox you, but they wouldn't even talk to you. They wouldn't, and I wasn't George Hitchens. What was his name? What's the guy's name? They always talk about him. Um, Jesus Christ. I'm drawing a blank on homeboy's name. The one that Ronald Reagan. In fact, Ronald Reagan sounds just like him when he talked. Okay. God, what was the guy's name? The Jewish guy's name out of Chicago. It'll come to me. So what I'm saying is, you know, I I don't beat my chest, man. I don't toot my own horn very often. In fact, very seldom. But trust and believe, half the stuff I'm saying, it took you guys what 3 years to catch up to. And I know when I'm saying it, you're not gonna catch up. I know when I'm saying it, I'm talking about the gold standard of geopolitics. Y'all ain't gonna catch up to this shit. When I talked about that the next order is probably going to be what I call global techno Marxism. Okay, y'all don't understand this shit. You got people like Gigi that understands it. When I say techno Marxism, he can break it down. He can understand it, but y'all don't understand. I know y'all don't understand this stuff. It's not your stilo. It's not your wheelhouse. It's mine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Technology did, but thing is, guess what, DC? Guess what? Guess what, DC? It was limited by its technology. Is it our fault? I was around. My partner stuff that we did even before Blog Talk. Okay, before Blog Talk, my partner was one of the first people to actually use Blog Talk in 2003 when it first got booted up. Okay, he was on other stuff. Okay, I wasn't in this arena, but we was using the stuff. Okay, Tariq Nasheed still has the stuff. Where's yours? The thing is, Even at that, you guys weren't talking the same stuff I'm talking. DC, you want to come up and bat around this stuff? Number one, I ain't heard none of this shit. None of the stuff I come up with. None of you guys come up with. Okay, zero. Even today, half the stuff I come up with, none of you guys come up with. You still don't. You still don't. That's why they recruited me. Yeah, there is no comparison between 1.0 and 2.0. It's like comparison, like comparing the rotary phone to the smartphone. Are they related? Yeah, but there's no comparison to them. None. Stop trying to say 1.0 is superior because it's not. Is your dial-up phone that they took out, where you had to put in switches and stuff like that compared to the smartphone that has cellular networks? No. There's no comparison to them. What did I say? 30 minutes? Big Kev, put your ears on. I said 30 minutes. I'll drop the link. But I want to get my shit off first because guess what? Y'all didn't say that shit you know, to keep it 100 last night. I'm gonna get my shit off first because I'm not gonna get silenced tonight because trust and believe I'm gonna beat my chest. Okay, half the stuff today that I still come up with, y'all didn't. Nobody digs this stuff out. Nobody. Stuff that that PhDs are scared to touch. Nobody digs this shit out. Nobody goes over Frazier's book. Nobody goes over Clark's book, Dark Ghetto. Nobody goes over the Monahan Report because all your Negroes are scared. Nobody will tell the fucking truth about stuff. Nobody. Nobody. Half some stuff I can't even say on here. And you tell me that 1.0 was basically college students were talking about this back then? Bullshit. Bullshit. If you really said that, show me the receipts. Don't tell me what you think or what you heard or what you might have heard. Show me the fucking receipts. Nobody can. Where are your receipts? I asked for receipts. Okay, we said this, we said that. Show me the goddamn receipts. Where'd you say it? Because I don't believe it. Because the academics weren't even saying this shit. How are you gonna say it? The academics aren't saying this shit, right? Some stuff just came out. Like like a whole sector of chicks talk that shit about black men and how black men abandon them and shit like that, especially on the continent. Daughters of the Trade came out. Shout out to SYSBM because they're the one that found the book. I put that motherfucker right up and ran a whole bunch of chicks off the block with one book. Okay, some chicks that are in this sector, dudes had to pull me off of them to keep me from wrecking their careers. Okay, Cynthia G, if she can bless Obsidian and she can bless O'Shea for saving her ass. Okay, because she's getting ready to get run off the block. They saved her ass. I saw them do it. They did it for like a year and a half because they wanted to make money. But they pulled her ass out of the fire because she had taken hits. She was getting ready to go down. So the rest of this shit, I don't want to hear. There is no comparison between 1.0, which is fledgling, and the more mature model, which is 2.0. None. None. And trust and believe, me and a couple others had to pull 2.0 out of the fire, okay? Because we were taking water. We took water too. We took hits and we survived it. We not only came back, we ran them chicks off the fucking block. Okay, they sit way over there and on the outskirts in the corner with the chucking. Okay, they don't come over here no more. They don't come over here no more because they know they can't touch it. The white boys are stealing my shit as fast as I can bring it out. I'm listening to them. People sending me shit. Hey, somebody just repeated what you just said. Because the white boys, look at Rolo, man. Rolo's trying to use Kevin's stuff because he hadn't studied me or studied Kevin long enough to actually know the ins and outs of what we talk about. He's trying to use the shit without knowing what it is. Okay. He's trying to use evil cycle. Okay. Evil cycle for politics. That shit doesn't work. High value man is a 92 octane guy. That was Kevin's model for not for high value man. My 92 octane guys. I was looking at my notes. Okay, those are the high value men that Kevin talks about. That's where he got it from. He took that concept. Because he asked me about it. He took that concept. He matched it with his business sense. He put the two together. Those are high value men. And want to turn guys that had degrees, guys that had money, guys that made six figures into those guys. If you match those two things together, you actually turn those guys that are fledgling into these guys. You got high value men. That's where it came from. That's what the classification of people, of males and females. Okay, that's my model. That's why I don't talk about entertainers, okay? Entertainers are something else. Notice he never talks about entertainers being high value men. They're entertainers. They're off to some places. The athletes and singers and those kind of folks that have wealth and fame, there's something else. Even the Kardashians are entertainers, okay? They're a different breed. That's why he never talked about it. It's the octane model, folks. It's not a mystery. Yeah. And Kevin first started taking his show was starting to blow up. One of these shows, yeah, I was on them. Yeah, I could have been on a lot of. If I had asked, I'd have been on more of them. He was paying homage. That's all it is. It wasn't I never asked for it. I just wanted him to do his shit. Well, Rolo is a blogger. Rolo is not was not really an in front camera guy. He's a writer. Okay, he's a writer. He talks like a writer. Rolo's a blogger. That's why I first discovered the Manosphere by doing by comparing the dating sites, online dating sites, and really what got me interested is that OK Cupid was actually doing what they call them. They were actually doing surveys. Okay, surveys on their people. If you take the survey for OK Cupid, it's like maybe 1,300 questions. If you take all of them, right? One by one, right? They actually use those. They actually match it, but also they use those services actually sell not information, but sell blocks of people, sell what people like, okay, to politicians. That's their main source of money. Dating is just one of those the offshoots. The main source of money is actually the information that they gather. And Rolo actually predicted, rightfully so, SMV model. Okay, he actually took his 20 years of experience and actually said he came up with a model, which actually turned out to be right. The data came in. Oh, that Rolo, you're actually right about that. That's why I started following Rolo and Dow Rock and a few others. That was 2012. Okay, and then 2013, I bumped into MGTOW and uh, uh, and I started producing content because they needed content creators because MGTOW was so small in 20 I think it was 2014. Okay, and then white boys will be white boys, and I want to talk about black men and their problems. That's why I came over in 2015 to the Black Manosphere, and lo and behold, you come over here. I think there's going to be a whole whole group of people. Guess what? There wasn't. It was not. Oh, Obsidian was still on Blog Talk. Okay, most folks are still on Blog Talk. Even though the whatchamacallit, Google Hangouts were there. Google Hangouts were very, very rare. Okay, trust and believe. I was over on MGTOW. The Hangouts were very rare. Oh, I'm the one that really started the panelists because I said let people up, let them talk instead of this one or two people. Okay, hey, fuck it. How many will it hold? Okay, and that was my thank you to my listeners. That's where it started. That's where it got popular, and then they put money into it. Red pill is the manosphere. I don't know where you get that shit from. I don't know what part of the manosphere are you from. Because ever since I've been here, they talked about the red pill is the manosphere. Okay, a lot of people, a lot of creators got flagged off, and a lot of creators came back. Okay, a lot of creators in here got flagged off. Valdez lost his channel twice. O'Shea, not O'Shea. O'Shea protected his channel, but Obsidian lost his channel 3 times. I don't want to hear that shit. Hell, Roger, this here. Roger lost his channel twice. I don't want to hear getting flagged off. What part of the manosphere are you from? See, Boogie's still around. See Boogie's over there. In fact, see Boogie and Rom just had a conference, maybe in DC, a seminar in DC, maybe what, a couple of months ago. See Boogie's still around. I just don't talk to him. I said, you don't accuse black men of doing something heinous, and I stick around with you. Okay, you did that. That's a violation to me. There's certain people that do certain things that they're not welcome back. Okay, okay. Uh, Talking ill to about a black man that could get him locked up or something like that. I don't ride with that. Okay, so I see Boogie can't come back for me. Okay, there's some people that are actually ex that cannot come back. Okay, I will not talk to you. I will not be on a panel with you. You're not invited to the cookout. Okay, uh, I may spit on you if you're on fire, but there's certain people that cannot come back, and he's one of them. I don't hear. They're not here. I don't care. They're still here. I talk to those guys. I don't know who you're talking to. I talk to these guys constantly. In fact, Edward still ticked about this stuff because Edward was helping people. Edward was there. Okay, I know Edward was there because Edward was on a couple of blog talk calls. Okay, Edward was there. Don Calypso I know was there, and people talk about Don Calypso being there. In fact, one of my mentors that was my other stuff on my other channel. If you guys know him as Bianca, that's Baba Bianca. Me and Baba Bianca have been friends since 2003. Okay, he's out of St. Louis. Okay, he used to laugh at you guys. Okay, he would laugh about how silly you guys were. He would come back and say, "These guys don't know their hair from their asshole." That's what he used to say about y'all. And I always said, "Why do you go over there?" He said he go over there to laugh at you. That's what he used to say. But the thing is, now I'm gonna get my rant off first. Okay, I don't care about your fucking limitations. You guys, wow, 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 wow. Okay, okay. I don't care about your limitations. Okay. Jelly Bean Bryant does not say he's superior to Kobe. He doesn't. Even though Kobe's 2.0. He doesn't say he's superior. Kobe's a better player. Of course he's a better player. He had more advantages, but guess what? He's a better player. You can't get past that. Potential, maybe. Who knows? Is potential there? Potential there for everybody. But the thing is, does the job get done? Dale Curry is not even close to where the player his son is. Not even close. Not even close. It doesn't matter what goes on the field. Archie Manning, Archie Manning, good player, great player. Never went to a Super Bowl. He had 2 sons that won Super Bowls. Okay, Archie Manning's not a better player than his sons are. They're not supposed to be. You're saying 1 point is better than 2 pointer? It's bullshit. It's not supposed to be. That's why I'm getting tired of the rift. Shut the fuck up. Take your win. I get letters constantly from people all over. Just had a talk with one of the PhDs. His name is getting around. Why? Because of this space. It's piercing academia. Didn't pierce academia when I first got here. Academia actually shitted on you guys. Okay, they did. White boys, academia, the women in social media, uh, women in property media, they all shitted on y'all. Come on, stop. Is it your fault? No. Were you around long enough? No. And I'm not saying that you couldn't have done it. Things you didn't. You didn't. They're still talking about, man, they want to do documentaries on Kevin. Okay? They do. Because the impact that he had. Timing, talent, message, it all came together in one form, okay? In one space for 2 years. It changed the way things are done. It is what it is. The way this space actually runs on information. Medium Man uses Medium Man's using the same shit I've been doing for 5 years. He's rehashing the same stuff that I uncovered years ago. Okay, nobody was doing that shit when I got here. Using basically the same technology, the same shit you guys are doing. Right? It's not that hard. Anyhow, if I've gone for 40 minutes, I'll drop the link. The rest of that shit I don't want to hear, man. There ain't no comparison between 1.0 and 2.0. None. None. There is no comparison. None. One didn't make it. Didn't make it out of its infancy. 2.0 is global. What's up?
What's up, BGS?
Hey, what's up, True?
Sister, yeah, man. Well, lately I just wanted to say I've been excited about the crops I've been growing.
Okay,
You
well,
know,
but that's not this is not that talk today, sir.
well, yeah, absolutely. I did just come up here to ask about you know, first it was about if you could just explain the difference between your version of I guess I suppose believing in God, and you said Gnosticism. You always say Gnosticism.
Okay. Gnosticism, God. Okay, one of the Christian God is Yahweh. Okay,
Hmm.
and the Christian God Yahweh is, as we understand it, is relatively new in the evolution of what we call God. Right? Okay, relatively new. Good book is go back and read is the original evolution of religion by Albert Churchward, where it actually goes through the different phases. Okay. Gnosticism, the branch that I use of Gnosticism is based on Memphite theology, which is goes back to Memphis, which is about 20,000 years ago, right? In fact, if you look at your particle physics and stuff like that, they still use the God particle is based on Memphite theology. Okay, the triumvirate is based on Memphite theology. If you look at your eight particles, right, positive and negative, right, they're based on a tomb, which is Adam, and the seven other created gods. Exactly, almost the same branch. Okay, the God particle is the tomb is what's his name? Ptah. Ptah is the God particle. So they took the model of the God particle, which is Ptah, and they made the other the other model of the other particles, the eight particles, right? This is why you had eight, have eight electrons, okay, around an atom, okay. That is the model that they use. They've been using this model for years, okay. It is what it is. So what Black Gnosticism is, Gnosticism believes that there is no so-called figure you call God, right? God is the entity, intelligence in the universe, and it spreads throughout all of humanity, right? Um, in a sense, and so what is it? Catholic Masonry, Taoism, what's it? Shintoism, uh, Kabbalahism, what is it? Sunni Muslim, are all what we call Gnostic, higher order thinkers inside each religious sect. Okay, the Jesuits were Gnostics, were the Gnostics of their time before the Masons. The Masons actually are an off branch of the Templars
Yeah.
out of the Catholic
Nice.
Church, and then they became they converted to um, what we call Protestant Christian coming out of Germany. Okay, but that's Gnosticism. So Black Gnosticism is a mixture of uh, of Memphite theology at its base, a little bit of Kabbalism and Masonry, higher order Masons. So if you go back and you look at the theological um, society, Theosophical Society. Okay, a lot of the black. If you mix the Egyptian wisdom with that, you pretty much get Black Gnosticism. That's fairly what it is. So these are high order. Uh, used to be secret sects. Okay, a long time ago. But thing is, since this information came out, you just blended the two together. But Gnosticism and Gnosticism, there really is no difference between it. And Gnosticism believes there is no difference between people and their God. They just give it another name, give it another practice or another what is it called? Another canon. But they're all the same. That's what Gnosticism believes. That's what I believe.
So does that comprise of an all power being like a spirit or some kind of?
The thing is, nobody knows what it is. Okay, if you go back to the origin, in fact, the people in physics believe the same thing. The origin, we're basically the spirit. The universe is the spirit, right? We're a tiny little reflection of what the universe actually is. Most of the universe is actually dark, of whatever it came before, and we're the child of that. And that's your noon, right? Your noon, Ptah made a separation, and out of that separation and that division, if you can actually see it in atoms and magnets and stuff like that, that polarity caused what we call here, we're the thing that sits in between that polarity, okay? What we call reality, what we call light, uh, what we call the real world, okay? The real universe. We're the thing that sits between those two polarities. If you really look at it, that's and of course I was actually on with cousin Tita in Rom last night. We actually talked about the some entities, right? And he's actually talked about the quantum computers. If you look at the quantum computer, right? Okay,
Mhm.
quantum computer does not work like silicon, right? Because the information does not sit on a bit; it sits in the field around the quantum computer, which is way more powerful, which is what the universe actually does. But anyway,
Hmm.
but that's not what we're here for today.
Okay, yeah, and then I had a then my
Yeah,
next.
that's not what we're here for today, boss. Unless it's related to the topic.
Yeah,
You got to
yeah,
pick
yeah.
another day.
I'm off that. I had
No, no,
another
no,
question.
no, no. Unless it's related to the topic, you have to pick another day. Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
exactly.
You whoever's talking is breaking up.
it wasn't religion. It was what were you saying the black men were scared of before? That's just what my question was. The other one.
Scared.
Um,
Oh, I'm talking about
You
the
just
people that. Okay,
oh,
you're really breaking up, boss. If you're trying to say something, because it sounds like you're on.
Can I
You know,
be heard?
you can be heard.
Are we gonna have a discussion, BGS? Can we
Are
can
you
we have an honest discussion, please,
are you
sir?
going? If you let me talk, we sure can.
When have I never let you talk, BGS?
You always interrupt me, but it's okay.
what's going on?
BGS, come on now.
You do.
This is
You
me. This is me.
you're doing it now. But go ahead.
Okay. So here's what I want to say, because
Hmm.
I think that, you know, this conversation is long overdue.
Okay.
Um, the truth is, and I have reiterated this numerous of times. I think you know exactly how I look at the situation. Okay.
Hmm.
Um 1.0 existed
Hmm.
prior to 2.0.
Hmm.
That's a fact.
Okay.
That is not something that's basically understood in this space. That's number one. That was the only thing that really had me actually worried about when people basically brought up 2.0 as basically being the founders of this particular space. Pillars, making it popular, facts.
Okay, let me
I
ask you
cannot
this.
I cannot take that away from 2.0. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this. Okay, if I may interject and ask you a question, is that okay?
Yes, sir.
I don't.
Go ahead.
Okay. Was there still a space when 1.0 collapsed?
Yes.
It was. Okay.
Yes,
What
it was.
what was that space?
It was called the Black Men's Collective. I think it was by Soul and Black. There was a list of brothers. Like I said, I had an account with GenerationX.net.
Mm-hmm.
That was the original space that basically, when this particular YouTube started getting hit very hard, there was an event that happened that
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to talk about here because it seems to always get people always in trouble. There's some brothers that would never come back because of that actual event. And if anybody is in the know, they know what I'm talking about. That took place. That was a tragedy that happened. A situation as far as media is concerned that shine light on the space in a bad light.
So was the
And a
space
lot of
was the space still active when in 2014, 2015?
yes,
Okay. Was it
yes,
known by people?
yes, it was still
It was.
known. Yeah,
Okay.
Sergeant Willie Pete, Captain Solo, Junebug Obama, Pink Elephant, Soul and Black, Cavalry. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, there Pink Elephant, there's a lot of guys
Mm-hmm.
that was still doing content. It's true. It wasn't they were not big content creators as far as the way content is now. And the reason why I said the technology limited the space, because that's a fact.
Okay.
When it first started, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about some of the people that I knew that created content that was from Black Voices, Yahoo Messenger. I didn't come through MGTOW. I didn't come through the white space. Okay.
Okay.
I always came through the black space.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that I got attached to when I was in college. So dealing with that particular aspect, seeing how popular Yahoo Messenger got, there were chat rooms that did general discussions about black people, right? And then there
Mm-hmm.
would be these go back and forth between black men and black women. You know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
who's to
Well,
blame?
well,
Okay, go ahead.
those were going on well before the 1.0 was even in there. Okay, because I was part of those. Okay, so
right, but
so
what I'm saying is some of the content creators that ended up in this space is what I mean.
okay, like who?
That ended up Research Q Classy is one of them.
Okay, he's
Captain
one.
Solo, SWP is
Never.
another one.
SWP I know about. Captain Solo I don't. I
Captain
never heard him.
Solo is his road dog. That's like
I
one of his
never
road.
heard anything that he did.
Calypso know him. Don Calypso know who I'm
Calypso does
talking
know.
about.
I said I
I
never heard anything that he did. There's no record of
and
it.
and I understand that, BGS,
Mhm.
but just because there's no record of it doesn't mean that it didn't exist. Would you
I'm not.
would
Well,
you at least admit that, sir?
everybody acknowledges that there was a space before. Well, that's why we call it 2.0, right?
Exactly. That's all.
Hold on,
Okay. That's
hold
it.
on, hold on. Everybody admits that. There's no problem with
Everybody
that.
does not admit that,
Yes, they
BGS.
do.
That is not true.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't admit it?
There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that do not admit that
Like
this
who?
particular space.
I haven't heard of everybody that I
I
talked
read
to.
it. I
Admits
read
it
it.
was 1.0.
I read to do the actual call outs on my particular channel, but I don't want to do that here.
You can
But
do it here.
okay, so you don't hear people say that basically the three founders of the space is Obsidian, O'Shea, and Angry Man.
Of who? They actually gave it a name. Y'all didn't give it a name, Black Manosphere.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that there
Okay.
was an actual space before that was actually named the space.
We that's why we call it 2.0 instead of 1.0.
I get it. All I'm saying is that there was things that preceded them before they actually got here, because you
Yes.
guys came. Hold on. Let me just say this, okay?
Okay.
You guys, if I'm not being obtuse here, came from MGTOW,
Mm-hmm.
Voices for Men, all these white spaces, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying there were guys that were already originated here in this space. GenX.net been defunct by the time you guys basically created a channel here.
Yeah, you've said that, okay? Many times we accept that, okay?
Okay.
We accept that.
But
What part of it that you mentioned that we haven't already accepted?
But It's the acknowledgement. That's it. But as far as the influence and things of that nature, 2.0, true. I have a lot of problems with 2.0. That's a personal thing. I would not begrudge that on the space because there are a lot of new people here. As far as the influence, you're right. The influence, it has taken off due to the way the actual tech part of it is the technology, because at that particular time, as you know, on YouTube from like 2005 to like 2009, they were very limited as far as the streaming and the videos that you could do. You know, at the very beginning, you know, there was only 10-minute snippets that you could do as far as videos were concerned.
Yeah.
And you know, that doesn't lean to especially when you're dealing with a niche audience, it doesn't lean too much interaction unless you have that interest being on wholesale, right? Waiting on, bated breath as far as when people drop their content. However, when the panels started to come across, when you started to open up the Coliseum, and BGS, I'm gonna give you credit for that. When you open up the Coliseums, that opened up a whole lot of people open up to this particular space because you got to see the back and forth in real time.
What?
Right?
Well, okay. Thing is, tell your 1.0 guys, give me my props, okay? Give me mine, okay? Instead of trying to shit on me all the time. Give me mine.
Who's doing that though, BGS?
Soul and Black. You got
they shit on you though.
Yes.
I never heard Soul and Black do that.
Oh, all the time. We just had a back and forth on Rumble about this stuff. Okay.
Oh, on Rumble. Okay, I'm not on Rumble, so I wouldn't know.
He's done it before. It's not the first time. Oh, we 1.0. I don't respect you. I don't respect the shit that you've done because I respect Valdez, but I don't respect you. You what have you done?
Really?
We did it first and we did it better. And okay, fine, man. Well, you go over there.
Yeah, well, that's a different argument. I won't really get into that. I mean, he's not here to speak for himself, but as far as when I speak on it, that's really where I'm coming from with it. It's not who's better and who's not. All that is subjective to the people that are listening. A lot of the people that are listening.
Marcus just did it last night. Did 1.0 was pure and 1.0 we did it better. 1.0.
That's not what I heard when he was talking. It sounds like he was trying to kind of rebrand what the origin what he thinks is the original meaning of the actual space. I don't want to speak for him either. I mean, Marcus basically said what he said during the program yesterday. But as far as I heard,
come up.
Yeah, as far as I heard, that's what it sounded like. He was basically kind of giving a refresh on what the so-called space was before the advent of 2.0. Now you got to understand that, with the positives come the negatives too, just like it was when it first basically was created or the space developed itself. There were weaknesses. There were some major weaknesses with 1.0. That's fully acknowledged. No doubt about it. Same thing with 2.0. And same thing with any other content creator that comes out. It has to get better as basically space matures. The space has matured, BGS. And it has gotten a lot better because you got a lot of people that are now included into the space that wasn't included at first.
Yes. So why this argument all this?
Can you hear me?
We got you. Because me and Ed we just talked about this morning. Like, what the fuck are you guys still talking about this for? Okay,
it's not me though. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you say 1.0 and you talk about all the guys that talk about this, I am one of those guys that talk about this, but I don't talk about it from that standpoint. I don't talk about it from that. I don't orient myself in that way.
Do you speak for everybody? Do you speak for everybody?
Absolutely not.
Well, then we're not talking about you. We're not talking about you.
Okay, all right.
Okay, but go ahead.
No, we're not DC because that's actually why I want to come here. I'm glad you are up here because you were actually in 1.0 and outside of what BGS is talking about with Soul and Black, because that's some new stuff where you got dudes. Look, Soul and Black actually brought me in this space. Let me say that first. But you got some new folks that is interesting. It's like they want to come back, but they don't. Because they don't know if they're going to pop off because they've seen other dudes come back and not pop back off. There's been dudes that have been trying to come back. They come from 1.0 that they had as much as 30,000 subscribers at that time. And for whatever reason, their channel got deleted. That they haven't even been able to really capture like 400 subscribers. And I'm not going to say who that is, but that's a couple of people. They're not grinding it out like SWP, which he's at, 10,400 right now, just off the strength of what he used to do and doing the same thing. So if y'all want to check him out, you can. even if you want some good purple pill, content. But my point is,
That's true.
no, because that's what you're getting when you get that from over there. I'm just being honest about that. It's not the good, the bad. He does that. And he actually is talking about more of the white folks stuff now as well, which is actually, I think, a good lane for him. But my point is, DC, for the most part, it's not really the 1.0 guys with a couple of exceptions. Even SWP isn't really shitting on 2.0 folks. He's just kind of doing his own thing, saying what he's always said. What it really is you got dudes that really don't even come from 1.0. And I got a video that's literally unlisted. I'm going to list it in a little bit, probably after this. Shameless plug. That they're using 1.0's name in vain. They are using 1.0 as a way to create fake authority in order to go after certain people that they don't like because they can't make a direct argument. So they're actually speaking for you all, even though a lot of these dudes don't even know you all. Because when I asked some of these dudes, who are the 1.0 guys that was your favorite 1.0 guys? Mine was Soul and Black. I listen to SWP, and I'll give a couple of people. They always name white people. They always say Stardust. Newsflash for you guys out here, the white manosphere is not 1.0. When we say 1.0, we're talking about the black manosphere. The guys that were over here talking the black talk, meaning black men, black women, or black men and what we need to do in community talk. And what black men go through, and the white boys don't count. So when you bring me the white boys, whether it's Sandman, Stardust, you're automatically telling me you don't know what you're talking about. And those are not 1.0 guys doing that, or subscribers that listen to 1.0 content. Those are folks that are reaching back and playing what the white dudes play back in the good old days. The reality is, I'm going to say this and I'm done. The truth is, most of you all wouldn't even agree with 1.0. 1.0 wasn't SYSBM. SYSBM is a 2.0 invention. Shout out to Mad Bus Driver. If anything, dudes were MGTOW. And even when they were MGTOW, that doesn't mean go white. That just means F marriage. And so a lot of this, the dudes that will promote content creators are promoting. If you want to know actual content creators, only me and BGS really actually put names out. I promote the code breakers because I know y'all kind of harken back to 1.0 and that type of esoteric and really deep dives, which is why I share your videos. I don't know. Y'all see your analytics. I don't know who shares your videos, but I don't see a whole bunch of people doing that. I'm just saying, y'all want to talk about how good 1.0 is. Y'all don't even go and bring up old videos from Soul and Black or SWP and stuff like that. Y'all don't even do that. Y'all use 1.0 as a battering ram to go after BGS, me, O'Shea, Obsidian. And the reality is, and I'm going to say this and I am done, a lot of the shit y'all talk about, the way y'all go about it with these live streams and panels, like DC said, and I said that in my video, don't even exist in 1.0. Meaning the super chat, all that shit stands on the shoulders and the pillars of 2.0. Even the way y'all go about doing stuff and the stuff y'all talk about. And that's what makes me laugh when people actually try to do the shit, to say the shit that they say. So I always like when DC are in these conversations, because DC can actually speak to it because he was there versus folks that are basically looking in the past and they're just talking shit, But your concerns are not pretty much what we're talking about, DC, just to let you know. That's kind of what I put in the valid category. Valid, we can respectfully disagree on some things, but you got folks that they're using 1.0 as a way to attack 2.0 folks, and that's bullshit.
Your volume is a little high, Ed.
Your mic is kind of cracking.
Yeah,
maybe that, or I'm always a loud ass nigga. It's coming through my car. I'll make sure I regulate my internal volume.
Your mic has got too much gain in it, so it's cracking.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
My bad. Well, that's why these niggas hate me. Every time I talk, I'm cracking the mic, and they feeling what I'm saying in a negative way. I'm like static electricity for these niggas. You fucked up. Click. That's why we converting everybody hates black men to everybody hates Edward, because apparently I'm the most one. Other than BGS, I do believe I'm more hated in this space than BGS.
No, you're not. Not even close. Not even close.
Damn that. Well, we gonna have to do a measuring stick on that.
I don't talk about it. I just don't talk. I've been hated since I first got here. Okay.
I mean, me and BGS we got our own individual roads. We got a whole Justice League roads gallery. We got like roads gallery or roads galleries, man. DC, I got niggas pretending to be me.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen
That's the new shit.
that.
Niggas are now pretending to be me and doxing people. Somebody try to dox some folks pretending to be me. This is the goofy shit that I'm dealing with. But anyway, it's not about me. It's about Manosphere generations. So anyway, is there anything that I said in that diatribe, ramble, that you disagree with, or did you take exception to, or?
Nah.
I'm open to feedback.
No, I mean that's what I admit. You gotta admit the truth, and that's I lean towards some of it being part of the, how you catch it in a certain wave, and
And
there was a
nostalgia.
certain,
So timing.
Timing. Yeah. So that's part of it, but it's no doubt that 2.0 has popularized the space. You can't deny that. There's no denying on that.
2.0
There's no denying that. You know what I'm saying?
When I got here,
you can't deny
2.0 has exceeded all the expectations of what this space was supposed to be. Exceeded it by leaps and bounds. Not even close.
Well, the original, as far as, let me say this, because I think that there's always this kind of remixed or reverb as far as like what the space was initially intended for. From the beginning, it was just a place for Black men to speak openly and honestly without being censored.
Yeah.
There was no restrictions, none of the propaganda bullshit, none of this Ricky Lake, Jerry Springer kind of narrative, because a lot of us was in college or very professional blue collar brothers, or very, very professional brothers in the field as far as having access to technology at the time. And you was being thrown into pots that didn't actually necessarily fit. So, when people would talk about Black men, you know how it was back in those days, it didn't actually necessarily, hey, that's not me, and that's why, the initial outpouring of response was that, hey, look, I'm a Black man, I got something to fucking say, and I'm not going to be censored, and this is what my thoughts are. And it wasn't on this hocus pocus conscious community, because that is something that needs to be basically waved out. Even though there was some of that aspect in 1.0, it always got checked when it got too far. Because this is the thing, when you got too far off the realms, like it's like a coloring book. When you start coloring outside the lines, and somebody else that was going to be like, well, nah, that's bullshit because you're going too far. Or if you got too conservative, nah, you too conservative. If I got too liberal, nah, you got too liberal with that. Here, they rein you back in. It was a space of checking each other and keeping each other solid.
It was small enough. Honest. It was small enough then.
It still is like that.
Instead of building into these silos of echo chambers that it is now. See, now you could just go into your place of comfort, and so the community is so big or is more nuanced now, to where some guys, you can go to a whole corner of the so-called Black Manosphere where it's totally out of control, and it's it's bullshit to me, but they think they right and exact, and they may think that what we talk about or what I talk about is bullshit, but that's how far we have went, because there used to be checks and balances, at least as far as some of the general consensus when we did come in contact, whether you was being checked by somebody dropping a 10-minute response to your video, or whether you was being checked on message boards or in the comments when they basically would go at it as far as like, hey, this is what I thought about your video, blah 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 blah. This and that other. So
yeah,
that's what happened with
2.0 cannot operate that way. Cannot operate.
Yeah, that's a growth problem.
Yeah,
it's changed. That's what I'm admitting that part. That's what I mean. There are limitations to what 1.0 could do at that particular time, because like I say, the panels is what gave the engagement. That's what really did it, because when you talk with someone and then you can't really challenge their bullshit, it doesn't really work that way in the comments, because you can erase comments, this and that, but if somebody hit that link, right, or how you say, put them in the chair, right? Can your conversation stand up to scrutiny real time? See, that's why people don't come up. That's why you don't see people. I know I make people feel a certain kind of way when they hear me, and maybe I need to drop down so there can be other people included. But that I'm not here to try to cause ruckus between me, BGS. Me and you have disagreed a lot, right?
Yeah.
Have it ever been disrespectful? Have
No.
I ever disrespected you?
No.
Same thing with Ed. Have I ever disrespected you, Ed, to the point where, man, yo, this nigga's just on some disrespectful shit? I'm not.
Notice how he said to the point. No, I'm playing. No.
But you know what I mean? Because you may think of some things I may say sometimes while I'm playing with you. It's just, but it's not. I never meant it to the point where I'm antagonistic towards you and your brand or whatever you got to say. That's what I mean. And it's just sometimes because even I'm not above reproach. None of us are. BGS isn't. Edward, you're not. None of us are. And that's what I missed about 1.0. But it has grown to a level to where some people can be so big to the point where if they get challenged or they get charged up, their minions would come in and misunderstand what somebody's trying to say and jump on them like, hey, you know, don't jump on my so-called master. Like, I know this
guy. He's what?
I know this person. You know what I'm saying?
He's trolling.
I know.
Is he? Okay. His phone is trolling him. So
go ahead. No problem. Go ahead.
I don't know. You know, if he's trolling, he's trolling. You know,
let
we'll
him
find
troll.
out. And like we said, we must know I have a little tolerance for trolls. What's wrong with your phone, man? Yes, but you're breaking up. Can you get a consistent feed? Because you're really breaking up. Are you on headphones or something like that? Because you're breaking up badly.
I'm using headphones.
Say what? Oh, you're breaking up.
Using headphones.
If you're using headphones, try
down
speakerphone.
And come back up, or
try speakerphone, man, or something like that, because you're breaking up badly. Okay, you're breaking up.
Cool.
I don't know, who is he.
He's one of them Brits, man. He came up on my panel when I was talking some shit, talk about am I the op? So he's one of them.
Oh man, well you know what? Me and my partner back in 2005, man, I don't have to explain it to DC. He knows who I am. But the thing is, in 2005, we started a London line. We started talking to the Brits back in 2005. That's not new to us.
So. Well, not even because the issue is not even Brit. It was just obvious with his accent when he talked to me. But he just came on my stuff shouting out hardcore Tito, and I said I ain't got a problem with Tito, but don't come on my stage the first thing you want to do. Like he's doing that goofy. He wanted him. Like these dudes are always around the BS. And I wanted to give him a chance to see what he said.
Well, I don't like bomb throwers, man. So me and Tito, I let him do his thing. But thing is, me and Tito don't get along. Okay, I don't like bomb throwers.
Yeah, Tito is either get along or not get along situation.
Yeah. So me and hardcore Tito was not get along. Okay.
Shout out to hardcore.
Well,
Tito.
I mean, and so like Well, the thing about it is, and even when you say popularize it, 2.0 didn't just popularize it. We didn't see. This is where the BS comes in. This argument that we just took, that 2.0 has no original. And I'm not saying DC, you're not saying that, but the argument that people will try to make is 2.0 has no original ideas, and this is an argument like Soul and Black and them will try to make. That everything was already said, and then people just came and just copied off of people and then popularized it. That's not true. Even if there's 1.0 people to try, that's not true. Because a lot of the information was already gone. So it had to be, number one, refound. And there were certain things like dudes were not on some, SYSBM was not a thing in 1.0. There are certain things that were not things from an idea standpoint. Like BDS still has that video where people were talking about, should you leave black women? That was like a 2017 video. That wasn't a conversation. Really, what you said is true, DC, but really to me, what I heard and what I saw in 1.0 was really more of a fact-finding mission. What's going on? What is this environment on now that it's uncensored? What is it? Is it other dudes having the same experience, whatever that experience that them dudes are having, because blue collar experience, white collar, whatever, and then dudes were this is where the silo stuff started percolating to see who is having, is it just me or is other people having these similar experiences with whatever, child support to me is more of a 2.0 thing too. But like these origins of these issues, the black men were to say a lot of black men are having these issues, and you could almost categorize these type of problems depending on if you get women, the issues that come along with that. If you don't, what comes along with that? If you're in between, what comes along with that? If you got a baby mama. And so you had that part. Then you had the part of what are these, I'm going to just say, what are these bitches really on? Are they salvageable? Is it really us? Is there any truth? We know it ain't truth to the Ricky Lake crap, but where are the statistics, the neon, the details, and then everybody doing this in kind of an aggregation sense? You had Soul Black and SWP didn't get along. You had Captain Solo in there. You had certain people that had the back and forth dudes that wanted to talk to these chicks. Because you had some chicks, like you heard me first time, that would come and go, so they would get removed. The women were always out there doing their BS, their colorism crap. And so it was really a fact-finding mission. And then 2.0 kind of started with that stuff, and then certain conclusions were drawn. Prescription was drawn based on that. So it was this last, okay, we go check to see if these hoes are really on some BS like we think they are. And this is where in 2.0 it was unique. Because these women started actually snitching on themselves. They went through the cycles of, well, I like D-boys. I like this. I like that. I don't like lames. This is why I do what I do. Then they would go back to being pro-black. They would go to this cycle where they would play dumb, then play pro-black, then play where they're telling on themselves. And they did it 3 or 4 times. And then eventually you got to the point, should we even deal with them at all? And obviously, even to this day, everybody's on board with that. And a lot of that culminated to Kevin Samuels, who, you can argue he popularized a lot of this stuff, and that's the main contribution he gave to it, and getting these women to snitch one final time, because they literally told on themselves when they went to Kevin, like how they viewed black men, what they wanted, the perfect man. They're even in their capping, it just told so much truth that it graduated from our word versus their word to you see it out of their own mouths. And now we're dealing with kind of the aftermath of that. This is where you got Danae Jackson and all this other BS now. The purple pillars, people saw the money in it. So that's when you got the extra flood, which is why I say 2.0 is actually over. When Kevin died, 2.0 was over because really it completely changed the architecture of everything. Not just YouTube, because shorts didn't exist in 2.0 either. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is there was 3 things that they do according to the founders of 2.0. Okay. Is check the chicks, right? Obsidian himself said we need to horse trade with the women, bring them back to the table, right? And get this message out to more people, right? We did all those things. Okay, did it in spades. Okay, all the stuff that we're supposed to accomplish, we actually did. Okay, we completed the mission.
And people like to talk about that horse trading with women because that's where dudes like to get stupid with that. The point is, like you tried to say on Marcus's show, the Black Manosphere has a lot of different folks and a lot of different factions. And what happens is they go to their silos because the Black Manosphere is not Black conservatism. People go to a silo for that. The Black Manosphere is not SYSBM. People go to their silos about that. So if you look at like BGS in particular, you'll have conservatives come to BGS. You'll have SYSBMers try to come to BGS. He's not SYSBM enough. He's trying to sell black men out to other women, black women. Then you got motherfuckers that's talking about BGS as a socialist and communist. And again, he's trying to sell. Like, you got all these different factions that come in. And that's how you know you're generally in the middle, is when you got all these different factions that want to be on the more extreme side of stuff. And I don't want to say you do the extreme, but they don't allow the logic to dictate where they come from. They get whisked away in the emotionalism of their own argument. Like what I tell SYSBM, if you believe that you're going to create a whole new black society with non-black women, you are a fool. And I have no problem with SYSBM, but be real about what the decision you're making. And I'm not even talking about how you communicate to other people. I'm talking about don't be in your head thinking you're going to get a lily white woman or a non-black woman. You're going to create this magical black community that looks like you just off the strength of your culture. Stop. Because you'll have dudes that literally will try to take it there. Just like with conservatives, they'll act like capitalism cannot be broken. And you see right now what's going on. And they'll be like, it's God. It cannot die. Yes, it can. You just haven't really been through a situation where that's happened yet. So they go into these, like, it becomes about narratives versus the logic of what DC was talking about. And it's logic first, it's the arguments first, because steel sharpens steel. But you got people that they fell in love with their narratives, or you got dudes that they can't leave the chicks alone. And when I say the chicks, they gotta believe, they say, oh, everything that black men are doing is why black women do what they do as well, which I know, DC, you're not on. So it's not about what you're really seeing in the logic, the stats, and the reasoning to build to another consensus. It's really about people taking what used to be prescriptions Now it's narratives. Then you also got to add in some people that they're just saying what they're saying to get views because they see YouTube as a way of making money. Because now the infrastructure here is all this stuff is in place. It used to be a time where you couldn't get super chats from nobody. That is something 2.0 had to really build up in the culture, in the audience. Just like how all these women came along in the floods that they came along after Kevin Samuels, because a lot of them saw there was men over here, there was dudes that were listening to these chicks. Unfortunately, when I say over here, I mean in Black YouTube in general. And the stuff got aggregated because of, COVID, people sitting home, and they got to think about these problems, and there are certain people that were pillars of talking about that. And you have bigger channels that can focus the content now, like Poor Man. I mean, hell, the whatever show, that's the white manosphere. They got 4 million subscribers. Even in a white manosphere, that's unheard of. You got Rolo on TV. You got certain people like Mike Tyson mentioned Kevin Samuels when he was asked about Andrew Tate. Like, if Kevin Samuels would have still been alive right now, it's actually interesting. So the whole infrastructure has changed. This is why I say 2.0 doesn't exist, because the YouTube infrastructure has changed as far as actually what you can do on YouTube. You can do more. The social media infrastructure has changed, and quite frankly, your audience infrastructure has gotten so expansive that literally it's not even a point of even calling it the Black Manosphere anymore, because in Black YouTube, this shit is so big. People are using Black content, Black Manosphere content, but acting like they don't claim the space. And that's not just like MTR. There's a whole bunch of people that do that. So it's almost like Medium Man does that, even though he's cool. He's like, I like them dudes, I like BGS, but I'm my own person and judge me off of what I'm doing, and it's crazy what it is now. It's crazy, man.
Do you guys remember the movie Diary of a Tired Black Man?
Yeah.
By
They
Tim Alexander?
actually interviewed the guy. Yeah, interviewed the guy.
So
Fuck Color Purple, the remake.
Yeah.
So back no, not the one for the woman. I'm talking about the one that was directed by the
Yeah.
No, I know. I just still wanted to say that just to put it out there.
But yeah, it's kind of like what precluded the SYSBM kind of narrative. You're right. The so-called movement didn't take off until 2.0. There were remnants of that. I guess if you want to call it that in 1.0 space, guys,
Sure,
especially talking about, traveling to Brazil or going, overseas and things of that nature.
Well,
people in the military.
The SYSBM guy,
just for the record.
Well, the SYSBM guys could actually talk to Mad Bus Driver and the whole crew. Okay. I actually talked to them for a long time, and we still talk to them today, right? Okay.
Yeah, Mad Bus Driver been around for a while. He's been around for a minute.
In other words, what they were promoting is not traveling per se. Okay, that was added later. Okay, in other words, they weren't accepted inside the Black community. They actually want to date outside the race. That was their thing. The best woman of any race.
Right.
Yeah, they wanted to date outside the culture.
Right. And they were not accepted inside the management because they didn't think they actually belonged, because that's whatever reason, right? Are we accepted? I said, sure, man. You have a right to actually make yourself happy. If you can't find it here and women won't accept you here, you have a right to actually jump the fence and go date wherever you fit. Okay. I told them that was fine. In fact, I did a video. People didn't believe it. But that's why can Black men escape the Black community, right?
Because Black men were not ready. Black men that crop of Black men in the Black manosphere at that time were not ready to make that decision.
No. Yeah, well, it's back to what you guys were saying. At that particular time, during the advent of the space, there were some guys that still held on to the illusion that Black women are, going to change, or that we're going to be able to talk them off the ledge, or be able to kind of walk them down with information.
I mean, nigga, they still do.
I'm saying, but
what is that? Marcus would have contradicted you on that statement, because he contradicted himself. He said that didn't exist in 1.0.
No.
And that's a lie. That's a lie.
And another thing for somebody that was here, it was a very pro-Black space, openly pro-Black space.
Thank you.
Exactly.
So there's no doubt about it. No doubt.
Yeah. So and that's why.
Marcus, are you still there? Are you still there?
SYSBM did not exist in 1.0 like that.
No, rest on that. Marcus, keep it 100. Are you still there? Did you hear that?
Yeah. Even the most conservative brothers, man, were like, black first. And if you want
Yeah,
to
they
call
were
it
kind
that.
of like little big.
Yeah.
They were like kind of like even
Yeah.
the most dudes that people would try to call a C word. And I'm not saying that's Lil Big Nate, but if you actually ask
Right.
Lil Big Nate on these topics, he'll tell you. He said, yes, I prefer my son. I'm not gonna bash my son's head in with if they date out, but I prefer they deal with black women, and that's part of what motivates him to check them as hard as he does. Dennis too. Dennis would have been more accepted because even though Dennis Dudley, he still said like that rhetoric. So when
Yeah,
that's what
perfect
I'm
example
saying,
of it.
like
Yeah,
SYSBM was
example.
not.
Yeah,
It was treated as a hostile idea, like
It
a
was.
dude because that C word was that being thrown out, and you had to really work them in. Even to like when you look at like shout out to O'Shea, but even when you look at O'Shea, O'Shea still has when you actually look at his posture, he will default to you shouldn't be dating out. He'll acknowledge that these women are out of control, so whatever. So he can't make that argument as hard as he would otherwise. But you see it, and that stuff. In O'Shea came in here as a conservative. Remember, as Obsidian. I've asked Obsidian directly. Obsidian is by he believes in personal choice, but his personal choice is to deal with black women. That's his personal choice. So remember, these are the quote unquote dudes that came in as conservatives when they first came in 2.0. People forget that, and who else? Angry Man ain't really. He dates Latin. If anything, he may date Latin women, but he ain't really on the date white women train. He really deals with black women and Latin women. So when you and BGS, he's with you, DC. I'm not even sexually attracted to white women. I mean, they like me, but they just don't do nothing for me. So it is what it is. You see what I'm saying? These are the pillars now. These are the people that came in to 2.0. Now you think that was a complete divorce idea to what was there before? SYSBM had to be worked in. Because remember, before Passport Bros got jumped on, SYSBM used to get jumped on. Where people remember how people used to act towards Xanato's Clutch. Oh, it's something wrong with you. It can't be wrong with the niggas in the barbecue. Right. You just can't deal. And so people have to fight for that. That's why people put that on their back. Not saying that Mad Bus Drive didn't do what he did on his side, building his kind of silo to protect his idea, because that's also another reason why people did this. It wasn't like, well, they just wanted to have their ball and go home. People were misrepresenting what SYSBM was, oh, they're just anti-black woman extreme. No, SYSBM is basically anti-hood urban culture, which is why when you claim SYSBM, but you only deal with SYSBM, what SYSBM does not like is when people try to make MGTOW SYSBM. SYSBM and MGTOW are two very different things. Because SYSBM, SYSBM is not. SYSBM is actually probably the most pro-marriage of any of the Manosphere groups.
One applies to a black man, and the other one doesn't apply. One of them apply to any man. It doesn't matter what the man is doing or who he is. The other one is specifically dealing with a black man.
Well, but even if you take the black part out of it,
SYSBM, they have wives. Most of them have wives. They're married. Okay.
Yeah, they will have exactly.
Are not married. They don't believe in states.
And so you have a lot of guys like they look. It's bachelorism, and what they'll do is they'll try to, because they know MGTOW is black men think a certain thing. When they hear MGTOW, they think white. They think you can't get no put. They think incel, but you trying to put a better name on it. You say it's like when women say they celibate because they can't get the dudes they want. That's what black men automatically think. It's hardwired. That's why a lot of the MGTOW guys like Darius and Jay, like they were gonna kind of do their own thing anyway, but it made the decision a lot easier. Darius and Jada Black, because when MGTOW was introduced into this stuff, people just, that's some gay stuff. And that was a lot of them extras that did that, by the way. Them older dudes that really collapsed on that. So people say, we're not even going to talk about it anymore because y'all clearly don't want to have that conversation. And then SYSBM became this, okay, I'm going to say SYSBM rather than say MGTOW. When in reality, y'all are living MGTOW, but saying SYSBM. Because if you still date black women and you're not married, if you're kind of living SYSBM, you still date black women, you're actually a MGTOW. You're like a one. Which is you're still dating, fucking, doing all of that. You just don't believe in marriage. That's a MGTOW. But see, you can't be a street nigga and say that because dudes are going to judge you.
Yeah. We got a lot of guys, man. The thing is, the idea is so convoluted and so mixed up, man, because when I first got here, man, MGTOW was a dirty word. Couldn't say
still
MGTOW.
Is.
Yeah,
In the Black Manosphere.
In the Black Manosphere, yeah, kind of, yeah. So And
Yeah,
they
I mean
do look.
that's why niggas, do SYSBM or even that as like I'm not trying to rehash it, but even that SBE conversation, that's if I'm not saying that it comes from MGTOW, what I'm saying is the pathology. That's a MGTOW pathology. Why are you engaging with these women at all? They're already done. Blah 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 blah. You should just do what you want to do. That's why people took on alpha male strategies when he was saying, just lie to these hoes and
Yeah.
tell them what you need. Like that's a MGTOW argument. That's not an
Well,
SYSBM argument.
the MGTOWs hated alpha male strategies. They did.
Yeah, because he made them look bad. But notice that who he blew up on. He blew up on black men because black men. It's like people want to hate fuck these hoes, and I'm like, look, that's not indifferent. If you're getting with a woman look, I'm not saying that you gotta love her and all that, but if you, first of all, it's from a resource standpoint. The most resources are dedicated to acquiring a new client, a new, you could say sex partner, whatever. It's the same principle. So if you're constantly cycling through all these women, you're not gonna tell me that you're getting quality. Like it ain't like look, it ain't like most of you niggas ain't DC. I'm gonna just say that. So y'all are not naturally just these chicks are around you and niggas are mad because masculinity. No, most of you niggas are not that. And I know y'all ain't that because y'all preach game so much. So because y'all gotta compensate for that. Dudes that are like pre-qualified, they may talk game, but they ain't really talking game all the time because they're pre-qualified. Those are them niggas that say, well, you just gotta talk to the bitch, just talk to her, and because that's their perception based on their point of view, and I understand that. So when dudes are talking about you just go from chick to chick to chick to chick, I already know what that is in real life. Either you're fucking ugly bitches, you're fucking crack whores. You're not fucking something you want to show. That am I lying? Hey, y'all older than me. Y'all got more. Am I lying? Am I making this up?
Unless you're one of those very few pre-qualified guys, and there's not that many of
That's
those.
what I'm saying. That's an exception. Like cousin T-Top, all that. Those are exceptions. But we know those are rare dudes, regardless of race, even in the black community. Because game and pre-qualified is not the same thing. I know these niggas are quiet. I'm looking for I'm right, I'm wrong, or I'm in between.
Most of these cats don't know, man. They're guessing. Okay, they're guessing. I never had a beef with 1.0. Still really don't. Okay, and my thing is, people claim 1.0 did this, that, and like, okay, man, I'll accept that. Okay, but if you're going to insist upon it, show me the data. Show me the evidence.
Well, BGS, I have.
So you are there.
Yeah. I was taking care of a little cold.
And what I'm saying that what you've done is show me a very small, limited sample size. Okay.
But I have shown you some. I'm one of those that have at least presented some things to you. Is what I'm saying. Right?
Like Avenue Rants and Pink Elephant and what's the black guy's name from Britain?
Thugtician.
I've heard them before. Okay, well, I heard them when I first came in. What's your name? Not Sister Goddess. What's your name?
Statuesque One.
Statuesque One. Yeah. Okay.
You heard me the first time. Yeah.
You heard me. I've talked to. You heard me first time on her channel at least 3 times. Okay.
Yeah. BGS. I guess this is where it gets kind of confusing for me because it sounds like that there's some kind of antagonistic kind of angst against that kind of part. Like because there are going to be those that don't have that information because they probably wasn't there. I don't know what they're talking about. Even I don't even know who you're talking
lying.
about. Well, I'm saying like I'm going to stay out of that because I can't speak for someone else. When I talk about it, I'm talking about it from actually being there, being in the space, participating, stuff like that. Not as a content creator necessarily, but basically being integrated into the space since the very beginning. When I was on YouTube and I was basically trying to figure out like what videos to listen to, I automatically oriented myself into that particular space. Not the extra hotep-y stuff, not the extra well, there wasn't really nothing that I saw that at that particular time that was extra conservative, but it was a black space for black men talking black men issues. That's where I always been since the very beginning. So like to me, I don't know anything else. So that's my standpoint of looking at it. I didn't come from the white spaces or here and there, these other men's groups, because I didn't have those problems. The problems that guys have as far as the women thing, I didn't need PUAs. I didn't need that type of stuff. I mean, I'm not trying to This is not a bragging thing. I'm saying I don't need that. That's not what I came to deal with or even share. I wanted to share with other Black men of like minds, or even if they wasn't of like mind, but understood what the actual situation was on the ground, and have discussions and see, okay, well, I'm crazy. Am I crazy going through these, in professional circles or whatever the case may be? That was what it was originally about. So I mean, all the other stuff is just what people want to make up in their own mind and have their own sauce that they want to add to it. See, when you talk about
hold on, Ray knows SYSBN is not MGTOW. MGTOWs do not believe in marriage. Most of SYSBN people, at least the original ones, are actually married. They have wives. Okay.
Yeah, and they will all tell you that. So that's what I'm saying. And dudes are these subscribers anyway. So I appreciate you putting that up so that can be further clarified. But another thing, DC, is there is the like what kills me about the not getting the chick argument. One of the things that was very prevalent in 2.0 is the child support. Child support requires you have to have sex with a chick. And so this argument, what happens is the game dudes need to show their relevancy. So what they do is they will oversell the idea of you're complaining about women because you can't get a woman. So it's never you're complaining about society or whether you want to call it complaining or really bringing clarity to these things. It's always where you're just it's what the folks do now. The white folks do now on the mainstream. They say, well, all these guys that are bitchless guys, and they're just upset and angry, and they try to make that the only thing, as if nothing else has validity to anything. And that's what people try to use to attack the space. Now, I'm not saying that's what you're doing exactly. You're talking about from what your perspective is. But even where people came from, the white guys were really on something. They're getting divorced, great. There were real things. This is why they were against marriage. They weren't against marriage because remember, we are still talking about white guys that at the end of the day, if they can't get white women, they can lean on white privilege. How all these other groups, non-white groups, view white men. So when people, and yeah, there are dudes that can't get women, and you saw that manifest in that anti-blackness crap. That's why one of the reasons why the stuff had to be created separately and really facilitated, because they couldn't get off of that. But at the same time, people were focused on after you get the chick, what goes on, how the state uses the chick as a mechanism to liquidate the stuff that's still talking about today. You have people that they have their own agendas. Did they come in there and say on some paternalism stuff, you can't get women, so buy my book. You can't get women, so buy my consulting advice. You can't get, this is a way for them to say, oh, I've been married for X amount of years. Pay me $100 for 30 minutes and I give you some snake oil advice because I'm me. That's why they push that hard. Now, is that everybody? No. Ron Wills didn't do that. ARC, for the most part, didn't do that. But you had others that they do that because they have nothing else to really show for it. And that's where that sense of they're just mad because you can't get women. Or you got dudes that say that like Shamaki way. They will say that in order to appeal to women. But people overblow how much that actually is. Even this SBE stuff is if you can't get women, so you begging them to change, which is not where even a lot of the guys that were even pro-black and wanted to get back with black women were on. They wanted to fix it from a community standpoint. Not, no, I can't get women, so I'm so thirsty that I'm going to play, baby, come back. It's not what it is. Go ahead.
But it is shame. That's a whole nother thing. I mean, I'm not going to get into that argument again with you guys. To me, it's all the same. I mean, if you're teaching, you're explaining. If you're trying to correct, you're shaming to a degree. if you're trying to add accountability to someone, then you're placing blame. I mean, one of those three things are happening in this sphere. Tremendously. You're explaining by teaching
in all spheres.
But that's what I said, BGS. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm very, if you listen to me, I'm very consistent. That's why I can stand on my 10 toes when I basically come up and speak with people, because most of the time, and here's the thing, I got to roll out because me and me and the fam, you know, we were doing
Yeah.
a little Memorial Day, whatever. But here's the thing, though. It's raining out here too, man. But here's the thing.
It was just 90 degrees, man, a couple of days ago. What's up?
Man, it's it's that funky weather, man.
Oh, all
And
right.
we're going over there by the wharf too, so you know, it's just
Oh,
a little
sure,
bit
okay.
under the weather.
All right.
The Bama's come through, man. If you want to see me, yo, I'm gonna stop that.
Yeah. My objective is to raise the awareness
Not on the
of
holiday.
men. My objective is to
No.
raise the awareness of men not to get women to change. So I think most of these women are already ruined.
Okay,
That's why, yeah.
But that's explaining though, Ed, and there's a little shaming in there too.
So
It's
what?
okay, you got to lean, but that's what I'm saying. BGS is leaning in. You got to lean into it, Edward. When you get people to sit up there and get you hovering and dodging and ducking, it's going to look crazy because your message is your message.
No, because they're lying. They're lying. What they're doing is they're taking they're basically saying you're doing math when everything is math.
No,
It's me. Hold. Let me just say this, and then I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna let you guys have it, because I mean maybe there'll be some other guys that will come up, and hopefully BGS, you got to understand exactly where I was coming from. I'm not here to beef with anybody of any kind of issues or things of that nature.
Yeah,
I normally try to stick. Go ahead.
But it's not you, okay? You're not who we're talking to, okay?
I understand.
Yeah.
What
No, and it was good you came up, because we need, so people now know what does one that actually was in 1.0 sound like.
Yeah.
So actually you gave a lot of value to this video. Just like
you did. Okay, go ahead, roll out, DC. You know,
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, they try to pull him away from the computer right now. Go ahead, man. All right, we'll check you later,
fellas, man. But I'll see you, man, back on the other side. BGS, your power's weaker, man.
I know,
Ed,
getting weaker all the time.
Ed, lean into your content, lean into who you are, sir. You'll be much better for it, man. Trust me on that. And you know, I'm gone, man. Chewy, let's get up out of here.
Yeah.
Back to the rim I go. Gone.
All right, peace.
Yeah.
Peace, man. I'm out, man.
Like, yeah, I get it, but DC doesn't understand the nature of what, like, you got niggas don't, like, let's just call it what it is. Niggas want certain people to come off of YouTube. That's really what it is. They believe they can't grow unless other niggas leave.
And you guys stop attacking each other in the chat, please, okay?
Which we've had that experiment. But I mean, we had that experiment. We had that experiment with O'Shea. O'Shea bounced. In a lot of ways, Angry Man is doing his own thing. People are still where they are. So, and I only got 6,200 subscribers. So I really don't know why people try to elevate me like I'm this big thing. And I'm not everywhere like that. I go to 4 channels: BGS, Bernard, Art of Igmore, and Art New Style. Every once in a while, I'll go to Kevin.
My thing is, well, what I want to point out to people is that people that come at me with this 1.0 shit, man. I said, Ed, do I not talk to you and Don Calypso and a couple of others that were in 1.0 every day?
Literally every day. That's BGS is in my private Telegram. It has like 18 people, and a couple of them were there back then too. I mean, Jesse had a whole website, you know, when he was talking about game. So we have subject matter experts and all this stuff. Not to mention LAR, we have subject matter experts in these places. Obviously, you see DC came up, which tells you a lot in and of itself. DC ain't coming. When a lot of folks have these conversations, DC don't know who these people are. DC ain't coming up, and there's 1.0 people that are never talked to. It's always what it used to be, what it was, this, and then people are not even being accurate. Like, even with, shout out to Green Gorilla, but even when Green Gorilla was talking about how, I mean, he didn't say this came from 1.0, but he was talking about how the social contract, you know, like, you're talking about coming together, but we're not coming together to 1.0 didn't figure that out yet because they were still posing the question and then having a dialogue. And I'm not saying they didn't figure out because they weren't smart enough. You had to, the things that people don't understand about what you're saying, is sometimes you have to let the process be the process and things run its course. Yeah. So you can act, that's why when you talk in terms of like experiment, you have to let the experiment run its course. And they don't want to hear that because a lot of these guys are wanting to give prescriptions before they let stuff play out because it's that fast generation where everything's the ADD crap. But we've already had these things. Like, technically, you could argue we didn't really need Kevin Samuels to blow the stuff up because the women had already snitched on themselves. But the problem is where Kevin added the value was it got exposed to a greater thing that even with them women snitching, it was still in an enclosed loop of what we do on YouTube. Yeah. Kevin brought it out of that. And as a result, you have Brian from the whatever show. You can argue what Pearl is. You have this argument white people are having conversations that, quite frankly, they weren't having before because of
They
dudes
weren't.
like Kevin.
Even the MGTOW, when I was with MGTOW, we had this argument about should MGTOW go mainstream. That was in 2015. Should MGTOW go
Like, I'm not
mainstream?
trying to promote the
Yeah,
whatever show, but real
yeah.
talk, if you want, like, go through their shorts, and Pearl was one there, like the last one, which is funny to me. I swear to God, they got a Wonder Bread test over there. It'd be
They
white on
do.
white on
Well,
white. But
there should be a Wonder Bread for us. That's their
yeah,
focus.
it should, and it's focused. That's why it's good. It's good because black people sometimes get in this mind that white people are great. Black people are like the shit that these white chicks be on. It ain't just Anglo white chicks. You have your Jewish women in there. You have your biracials that kind of lean white and kind of can get away with it until somebody gets mad over there. You have your Asians over there. So this is like literally what white guys date is over there. So you can, and when you hear some of the crap that comes out of these like 21, 22, 23, 24-year-olds, the level of bodies, because they got easier access to certain stuff because whiteness, it gives you a perspective that you might not have thought of because sometimes, you go in on the black community so much, you don't really think of the greater American thing. Now, I understand that, but I know I can tell by how people are talking to me. Sometimes they miss that message. And this is why I always say, don't go red pill for black women and only remain blue pill for non-black women. That's a perfect example of what that is. Again, it's 4 million people that subscribe to that. And most of them are not black. So let's not play that game. Yeah, it's again, I don't like when people say 1.0 is the good old days, and 2.0, like everything good is in 1.0, everything bad is in 2.0. That's bullshit. And
It
it's
is
a lot of
bullshit.
stuff y'all are crediting to 1.0 that they did not do. And
Yeah.
a lot of these dudes, look, I get it, man. It sucks that people had bigger channels. And there's people that got big, a lot more bigger than Soul and Black, by the way. Soul and Black, he had a voice, but he didn't have like 30,000 subs. But at the end of the day, that's YouTube, people. Also, what DC was talking about you just couldn't get that big, that's true, but that's not true, because Tommy did. And you had stuff like Ustream. You had people that were getting bigger than others. And so, yeah, it's people are misrepresenting what that shit is. They really are.
Basically, Marcus, don't have me pull up your video, okay, and go do a play-by-play. Because you keep that up, I will. Okay? We know
A
what you
bit.
said. We just did last night, okay? Don't have me pull it up, okay? What you did and didn't say. I heard what you said. I actually listened to it. I actually had to listen to the whole thing, okay? I heard what you said. DC came and refuted most of that stuff, okay?
Yeah, like that's why anybody look. And this ain't even about basically Marcus was wrong, but certain things SYSBM did not exist over there, and
No.
and that's one thing. The second thing, stop bringing up the white. I mean, Marcus didn't do this, but I'm talking about other people. Stop bringing up the white boys when y'all talk about 1.0, because you automatically disqualify yourself from the conversation when you do that.
Yeah, we had
They
a couple
were
people do that.
somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. Who's first?
Yeah,
Kev
Archer.
or Arthur? Go ahead, Archer.
Yeah, my bad. I just wanted to jump up here and say this. It just irritates me how we keep having these conversations where everybody confuses what's happening in 2.0 or even 3.0 with the purple pill space. Like, there's a big difference between the red pill 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and the purple pill 1.0, 2, 3. There wasn't even a purple pill 1.0. I mean, what we're seeing right now basically
No,
is
because
the
Angel
purple.
Ramirez Jordan was over here with us. He was just loyal opposition, is what they would call
I
it.
wouldn't
But
even.
his ass was right on that list, just like the rest of it.
But I
Boy, that
wouldn't even
hurt his
call
feelings.
Angel purple pill. Angel wasn't purple pill. Angel was all the way on their side.
That's true. He was really blue pill. Yeah, you're right. But his ass was on that pin list, just like we was. Boy, that hurt his feelings. Boy, remember when Angel Ramirez Jordan and Derrick Jackson? You didn't know which one would win. Interesting how that turned out.
Okay.
Points for dark skin niggas. That was proud.
We got a panel up here, but trust me, boss. Okay, since the holiday, I got family, so I'll be in there with him. Trust me, I'll come back and do a play-by-play. Okay, point by point, if that's what you want. Okay, because what I want to do is shut this bullshit down. I'm tired of this bullshit. Man, I'm actually tired of this bullshit circulating. Okay, it's not just you. This stuff been going on for like 2 years. This bullshit circulating. Okay, we're tired of this shit circulating. That's why I addressed it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it gets weaponized. That's the thing. People are, and I'm not saying that was Marcus's intent, but the thing is, what happens is other people have been using that argument to weaponize because they really don't have an other argument. Because my thing is, if 1.0 was the good old days, why don't there be just channels that they do stuff in the spirit of 1.0? So, for example, 1.0 didn't do panels because, like DC said, they didn't have access to it. So
Yeah.
do stuff the way they used to do it. Uploads, you know, SWP is a perfect.
But they did panels on Blog Talk. They did do panels.
That's true too, which nobody never mentions Blog Talk, which is interesting. You know, but see, it's you're right, and that's something I mentioned in my video. That you had Blog Talk, you had Ustream, but mainly Blog Talk. So if you don't mention Blog Talk, that kind of because ARC had a Blog Talk, Charles Howell had a Blog Talk, Obsidian had a Blog Talk. See, people forget about all of that. And Soul and Black had a Blog Talk. You know, and I called in to people's Blog Talks. You know. So when you don't, I even have some of the same phone numbers in my contact list to call in. I believe Jason Black had that too. You know, so a lot of folks when they talk, they shooting in the dark. And I'm not. This ain't even about Marcus. I'm talking. I didn't look at Marcus' video. I'm talking about other people.
One thing theme came out that said 1.0 was not there to bring black chicks back to the table. Bullshit. Okay, SWP still tries that shit. Okay, today. There was a whole section.
Yeah, the wall of indifference, all of that was designed. That was not designed to completely move away from black women. That was designed to leverage black women. That's why when I came in, I talked a lot about leverage. Because in the meantime, you could be living your best life doing. Because here's the thing, you can always come off of bachelorism. You know, because that's you not committing. Well, you could. I mean, even ARC, even though I don't recommend it. Hey, look at what ARC ended up doing. You know.
Do you have a computer, man? Do you have a computer? This is the fourth time, man, and your shit's not working. Okay?
You got headphones on, Bluetooth, take it off or something. Like
you're breaking up badly. So I don't know what you're on, man, but whatever you're on, you need to change the device, you change headset or something like that because you're breaking up so badly.
I don't know.
Dude,
bro, it's
okay. Dude, it's something mechanical. It's so whatever it is that whatever setup you got, you need to change your setup because you're all off base. And number one, you can't come up here and attack Ed. Okay, that's not gonna happen today. If you want to get into the discussion about what it says down at the bottom about 1.0 versus 2.0, got something to say about that?
I mean, it's crazy. You know, it's just I don't know, and you niggas really wonder why I bring up the homoerotic crap. Y'all got to really ask yourselves, why do people go out of their way to get at me? Because I blocked them on my stuff. And
hold on a second, man. SWP was the first guy I ran into. One of the first guys I ran into when I first started my goddamn channel. I know who he is. I've been knowing this motherfucker since. You actually go back and put up SWP in at BGS. Will actually all this shit will actually come up, right? I know who the motherfucker is. Okay.
Oh my god, come on, Marcus, you Marcus. I didn't watch a video, but nigga, please, are you serious? SWP is number one. SWP is better than SWP is a lot more purple or red pill now than he was then. SWP has moved closer to the shore versus. So when you say that, dude, I watch Infinite Wisdom. Come on, man. I've consumed almost as much SWP videos as Jason Black. Like, dude, don't do that. Because you're talking to the wrong people. And BGS has done response videos back and forth with SWP. So SWP, he has relapses to what he used to be, which is when you see me do a video like that video I did where he's talking about, white supremacy did stuff to black women too. You know, when they elevated black men, they elevated black men in sports. They didn't do that to do nothing to women. Women are not a threat. Or, it was like, that's old SWP. Dude, don't do that. Don't do that. You remixing history. Dude, some of us even got these old videos and know where these old videos are at, dude. Like, I can conjure up some of these old videos from back then.
Why don't keep it 100 come on the panel?
He might be working. That's probably why.
Yeah, he might be working. Yeah, it's cool. It is what it is. Y'all should check out the video. But the reality is, he's like, dude, Marcus, from what I heard in that video, the couple of minutes I did watch, the thing about it is you're remixing history, dude. Like, you're remixing history. You really are. And and a lot of dudes do that.
Yeah.
Can I hop in?
Yeah, go ahead. Jump in.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember when the space was around, If you look at a lot of their content, if you look at guys like Doug Titian, who's actually from the UK, Mayor
Yeah.
of Blacktown, Tommy Sotomayor, Big BKL, and shout out to Big BKL, he was a huge one. Delvin the Comic, Sarge Willie Pete, etc. I'm like, those are guys from the 1.0 space. Their goal was to debunk a lot of the feminist propaganda that a lot of brothers were experiencing, such as the deadbeat daddy narrative, the whole myth of, you know,
That's
No,
true.
straight
no,
men.
Marcus, don't give me that bullshit about derailing the conversation. Get your ass up here, motherfucker.
Right, I was about to say, but yeah, like that was their goal, to debunk that whole all of these like feminist talking points. You know what I mean? And a lot of this like anti-black misandry that was that was being predicated through like a lot of these like talk shows such as Oprah and whatnot. You know, that's what happened with the 1.0 space. And then what happened is that obviously as they like moved on and whatnot, you have the 2.0 space that happened right on the cusp of like the apocalypse. That's where you have guys like the BGS and
Yeah, they didn't move
the
on. They got
Cartitos.
The apocalypse happened after we got here. Okay, it's 2016.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
they got money, and that really swept away the last of them. See, what happened with them is some of them went to Gen X. That site got debunked, and because people forget how many channels got killed. Part of why they went to Gen X was because people forget Facebook was a lot more in this equation as well, and this is before people just stop fooling with Facebook, because Facebook kept on censoring anything red pill, like no matter what. So a lot of folks just left. And then this is where Kevin from Black Men Be Brutally Honest stayed, and he had his group. Then you had Dennis that, later on would still have his stuff. But for the most part, even now, they sweep that stuff away. And then YouTube, then they got with the user say, all right, we're just going to get on Gen X, because the idea was, that's Avenger was kind of like that, but that never popped off either. Shout out to Brian Salon. And then 2.0 kind of came in, and then the last remnants of those dudes, like SWP's Infinite Wisdom channel, because at that time his other channel had already got took out. Then they went and got after that with the apocalypse, and then 2.0 withstood that. Because see, what happened with 2.0 is that let a lot of people know it's a lot more people, because it still wasn't like you still didn't have it's kind of like, remember that episode with Charles Xavier in the first X-Men with Charles Xavier and Logan. He did the thing with the the mind machine thing, and then he saw all those red dots, and then all the blue dots, which were mutants, and then Logan was like, wow, I didn't know this was any of us. That's kind of what Apocalypse unintentionally did. So it wasn't like that at the time. That's why DC was telling you about these individual arguments, because it still was very localized. It wasn't like a whole league of folks. Anyway.
All right, go ahead, Kev. Jump in.
But yeah, like I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure guys like Big BK would not be against like the 2.0 version of the space, especially with the rise such as academics or whatnot. They might have a problem with some of the bad faith arguments that some people who try to infiltrate the space might have, but overall, again, if see Big BK's feminist hypocrisy series, it was like a 5-part series. I don't know if you still has all the videos on his channel. He's basically talking about, again, the whole point of the 1.0 space was to debunk all this like misandrous myths and propaganda regarding so-called black men. That was the purpose of the 1.0 space. And then all the 2.0 space is just basically like a continuation of that, just bringing in like more academics and more people, because initially when people tried to attack the 1.0 space, the narrative was that, oh, these guys were basically lames and incels, and that's what the root cause of the so-called educated lame versus street niggas debacle was.
Yeah,
exactly. What happened is that when you had guys like BGF, guys like Hard Cartoon, etc. What you guys did was you guys basically came in and basically like obliterated that entire argument, because now you had a wide cross section of dudes who are either both educated and guys who are in the streets, basically coming to the exact same conclusions about like the flagrant fuckery. So that's how 2.0 gained prominence, and then obviously with the rise of Kevin Samuels, I mean that was just pretty much just took it into the stratosphere. So
Yeah, I mean 1.0. You gotta remember 1.0 wasn't united like that. They
No, they
were,
weren't.
like I said, they were people, and that's the argument. They were not. There was no, that Gen X thing was like the first attempt, but most of them didn't get along with each other like that. Truth be told, they did it. Like people are looking back, kind of backseat quarterbacking, but when that stuff was happening in real time, that stuff was not coordinated. It wasn't focused. It wasn't people really piggybacking. People couldn't get past their own individual stuff. And people saw that with 2.0, but 2.0, a lot of this stuff was a lot more coordinated, and that's why these women didn't know how to handle it. There's a reason why 1.0 got swept out, because they individualized everything and they targeted them at the individual level. Like there was no, if Alpha Male Wisdom, and this is Mr. Research Channel, if his channel got knocked off, okay, we're gonna promote his channel in order to build him back up.
Yeah.
You know, that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. You didn't have like a central person that got bigger than others that could kind of help with that to the extent that that happened. You didn't have that, you know, and so a lot of, and everything wasn't just YouTube infrastructure. So there was you didn't have super chats or cash out. I mean, obviously you see that exists. PayPal existed back then. You didn't have, because I think that was the only game in town at that point. You didn't have that. That stuff had to be promoted. That stuff had to be pushed. Everybody had a video cussing the audience out, talking about you got to support the content that you want. You didn't, you know, and let alone having what, you know, 2.0 didn't have, which is like greater YouTube, black YouTube conversation in relation to its niche that was absolutely expansive that people could piggyback videos. You didn't have the expansive purple pill stuff like you have now. So my thing is, they didn't have a unified mission like that. Some niggas wanted to debunk feminism. That's true. That's true, but a lot of them wanted to. But there was also a lot of them that wanted to have a conversation with black women to see if something could be worked out.
Yeah.
And they had, like, you had priority one things. Some dudes like SWP, maybe a priority one thing was basically figuring out, but he also has a priority two thing of wanting to get back with black women and create. He always says black men and black women are not in a good place. And he'll make it sound like black men contributed to that. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Black women, and he'll talk about, he did it the other day, black men and their biases. I'm like, what give me an example of a black male bias.
But that's
like,
not even,
as far as this conversation. But he's saying this in 2023. Go ahead.
That's not even what I think Keep It 100 is talking about. He's not talking about when SWP says a couple, you know, off the real blue pill things. He's talking as if SWP is actually trying to get these women back into the table. What I think is happening with a lot of guys is they're conflating what was going on in 2.0.
SWP is trying to get black women back to the table.
At what? Yeah, he may be.
Black men have to get the game up, got to earn more money, got to be more attractive, blah, 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 blah. He is trying to get women back to the table.
Yeah, the problem with SWP that he still has not shook 100%, and I'm not going to go on his other tribe, I'm just going to say, is he gives way too much meaning to black women's absolute bullshit. He is a perfect example of when you listen to them too long, you start what we call it Stockholm syndrome, when you start to empathize with the person that's abusing you. That's what he does, and he gives meaning to it, because that, in his mind, that's what masculinity is that if a man does, like, women only do things in response to what men do, as if they don't have their own agendas, and that's BS. That's that beta misogyny bullshit.
Well, Edward, I like to ask you a question right quick, and Kevin would know this too, because you guys are very good at describing the breakdown of this space. Do we have a way to separate what was going on before Kevin in 2.0, before Kevin blew up, because Kevin's always been here, and what happened in the what happened after he blew up? All the channels that came into the space after he blew up, because those are two different types of things that are being talked about. Conversation,
because we brought in way more money. Guess what brings people to the table, to the yard, right? Money.
Right. Yeah. And all these complaints you're getting from Keep It 100 and all these SBE guys, they're basically talking about the stuff that came after Kevin.
And that was
the new stuff.
The creation of the
purple pill
space was actually created by Kevin by his success. That's where it came.
Purple pill. Yeah,
and we always knew the purple pill. We always knew the purple pill space was gonna, honestly, the worst thing in the world would have been if the blue pill space would have became the money space. So the purple pill space, the red pill space was never gonna be the money space. And anybody like Screw, Poor Man, MTR, and all of them, those are exceptions. The red pill was never going to be the money space. It's better that the purple pill is than the blue pill shit. Because the purple pill still has to at least acknowledge the bullshit.
even MTR is a quasi purple pill space because he has a whole lot of
Yeah,
women following his ass. Okay, that's why he
exactly.
has
So
backtracking some shit. Okay,
yep. So I mean, so people don't look at it from that angle, and really, the other problem, as of what BGS is talking about too, is it always is like really, it's only like a handful of content creators that this stuff gets aimed at because the rest of them don't care about what most of y'all are talking about. See, if you
right.
make videos like Duke and Don make videos about Fresh and Fit or MTR, they don't care because they see that as free promotion because you can't touch them. But what happens is, I'm not saying this with Mark, 'cause I know he didn't directly mention BGS or anything. But what happens is people will mention the people that they think can reach and get them credibility, which is BGS, me, or a couple of other people. And this argument always comes down to like 5 content creators versus the whole swath of shit that's going on. Because if dudes are listening to an MTR or a Daily Rap Crew or any of these purple pill stuff, quite frankly, there's nothing you're going to say to them that's going to get them to not listen to them. Just like how even with Jason Black, as loyal as his audience was to him, there's only certain he couldn't get a lot of them from not watching Kevin or mentioning Kevin, and that shit drove him crazy to the point where he literally created a fake jihad against Red Pill because he can't stand that. And even to this day, they still listen to Kevin. They still listen to people that they think are like good, descendants of Kevin, and he hates that. But people are gonna listen to what they listen to. And if you want to call it whatever, like even it is what it is. But anyway,
Yeah. Well, the thing is what I hate. What I really hate, and this even DC does this, right? Okay, you're basing your argument on something that doesn't exist anymore, right? Okay. Well, we came up with this. I mean, show me where it came from. A blog, a video, something. What is it? A blog talk, um, a video or whatever, right? Show it to me. Okay. If you got it, show it, but don't use it as an argument. Okay. That's
I
my
mean, I
thing.
can make an argument. Tom Likas was talking about this in the '90s. So if we're
He
gonna
was.
really play that game of who said it first, and I can't stand Tom Likas, especially after what he like. All he had to do was keep his mouth shut. I don't understand why the fuck he went out of his way to say what he said
And
about Kevin.
Tom Likas was a feminist in the '80s. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, oh wow, I didn't know that. Damn.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been following Tom Likas since the mid '80s. So he was a feminist in the
Yeah, because
'80s.
he's out of California, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he is in your wheelhouse. So yeah, so I mean, this I did it, and also the reason I can't stand this is because it is like this is the difference between DC having a conversation because people can learn from it, from the
Yeah.
back and forth. That's what this space is built on. But this Mandingo, there's 2 things. One is this Mandingo bullshit, and this other thing is holding court. I get tired, like y'all niggas. Look, nigga, when I was in foster care, I used to have to go to court every Tuesday because you had to go to family court to see if we were gonna go home and do all this bullshit. And you know how black women are when the state tells them what to do. They don't handle that well. So this was the situation I had to deal with. And this is what niggas do. It's like y'all want to constantly hold court about something. It's really a waste of time and resources, to be honest.
Oh, hold on a second, Leon. Let me ask you a question, man. Okay. Money flows with people. How are you gonna keep people from flowing to one channel, one space? How are we gonna stop that? Give me an answer. How are you gonna do that? Y'all
They
niggas
really believe that.
they believe that. They think we have power to stop people from doing what they want to do. Come on, man.
YouTube is not Facebook. The funny thing is, Facebook has a different architecture compared to all the other social media sites for the most part. Because YouTube, like a lot, Instagram is kind of in the middle, but even Instagram is like YouTube has a unique kind of architecture that's very different than than like the other ones, than all the other ones, right? And so gatekeeping on Facebook is a lot more can be done a lot more easily than like YouTube and stuff. But even Facebook is not easy. But the thing is, you don't have YouTube groups. You have Facebook groups. You don't have that on TikTok. You really don't have that on Instagram. You have kind of Twitter Spaces, but even still with Twitter, it's meant to be open. So a lot of y'all, when y'all say that stuff about what can't be this and can't be that, that's emotionalism. You actually understand, like, you don't even got to be an expert on social media. Dude, you cannot keep somebody from, even if you block somebody, you really can't keep them from commenting. You can't keep them from watching a video and making a video. You can't do that. Because there's plenty of people that I would do that would be able to see my video. Even if you did that, they can just create another account. Like, what are we talking about? And you have this, and I say that to him, because you have this sentiment that you let the women in here. Dude, YouTube is an open platform. Y'all are blaming content creators for what subscribers are doing. And notice how it's all because y'all know y'all can't blame the subscribers for that, because what you gonna do?
Can I jump in here right quick, because I do want to, as a viewer, I want to say this right quick. What the purple pill people are doing, and they're just doing their thing. And I've noticed that as they do their thing, and the outrage behind them doing their thing comes to, let's say, BGS Black Pill channel or Edward's Red Pill channel, it kind of derails you guys actually talking about Black Pill or Red Pill content. So a lot more Blue Pill ideas are blowing up faster than Black Pill or even Red Pill ideas, because you got the Red Pill and Black Pill are now holding court and having to defend themselves rather than actually continuing to preach their content against attacks that should be aimed at the Purple Pill. So it's 100% taken away.
Yeah, it's cannibalism. It's cannibalism.
Yes, it's taken away from the actual message of the Red Pill. And you're getting a whole bunch of people who's really angry at the Blue Pill, but just putting at the Purple Pill, putting their information
go over there and bother them.
But it's not only on them. I get you said they should
they
go over there.
Because they won't get seen. Because they won't get seen, they'll get blocked. And as far as the Blue Pill, here's the truth. The truth is the Blue Pill, the Blue Pill, people are looking for coping. So they're just like with Derek Jackson. They're looking to be lied to. You can't help the people that are looking to be lied to as a coping mechanism. But the Blue Pill cannot exist anymore. In order for Blue Pill to thrive, the environment has to be fixed, and that ain't happening. Blue Pill cannot thrive in chaos.
Well, maybe I should say this in the background, but I'm gonna say it here anyway. But I think part of that does come down to the content creators letting these people's words actually matter as much. At a certain extent, they should just be critics talking. I mean, at a certain point, you got to start handling this the way Kevin Samuels handled.
Yeah, people keep saying that's an ignore argument, but the argument is once you got people to escalate that. You like now I got people pretending to be me making shit up. So Kevin ignored it, and Kevin ignored it all the way to its grave. We've already seen the apex of what that can be. Ignoring it doesn't solve the problem. So people say that they're not on the other side of it, because I've been told that a couple of times, and none of these people are really getting arrows really thrown at them like me or BGS when they say that shit. None of them, not even like 1% of what, because I don't talk about everything that happens. You may hear me, do a volcano kind of eruption a little bit as far as talking about it, but dude, I got a whole external hard drive of bullshit that people are trying to come at me about. And I'm not even talking about videos. I don't jump on every little video or stuff or every little thing that people say with me. You got literally, the gravity is so strong with people hating on me. It's literally, you got other dudes that literally get pulled into that gravitational well, and they make a video addressing me, dissing me, just to appease the whole group. Like, I don't know what it is. It's really incel behavior, the reality. But the point is, we don't address everything like y'all think we do. We don't.
Man, I'm not saying don't address it at all. What I am trying to say is that keep the Red Pill and the Black Pill content coming. If you got to address it,
I mean, it is. That's why I'm doing uploads more, because that creates that barrier. So it's being dealt with. And trust, and what you're talking about, believe in some months in the future. Trust me, the problem is gonna be solved. Like, that's being worked on. Don't think that there's gonna be some endless back and forth. Really, a lot of folks are doing this to kind of have the exit papers to really let y'all know this is what it is. So it's been said. Just trust me, a reorganization is coming, to where the people that want to do the trolling are going to get boxed out. Like, they won't be able to do it in a certain zone. So trust and believe. It's coming. It's coming. It's just not being talked about.
Yeah, because it just gets tiresome hearing this, because it's been going on for what, 6, 7, 8 months into last year. We're talking like we're just constantly having to defend the space against something the space isn't really even doing. It's kind of exhausting.
Well, niggas want to quit the space. They want to hate the space. They want to say the space is not as good. And this is why I'm like, yo, when nobody's doing it, they're doing their own thing. You notice that? Because a lot of these people need this space. You saw the same thing with the Rumble. Niggas still are hurting because the Rumble don't exist. Because at the end of the day, even people that have demonstrated they can grow, quote unquote, without the space, still have to hate on the space.
Right, stop.
Hey, I'm saying, listen, you can sum it up in this space. The niggas are scared, okay? These niggas that want to troll the space are fucking scared any negative pushback or blowback, not realizing the fact that you, as a so-called black man in America, you're always going to get negative pushback. Anything you do that operates in your own self-interest is going to be seen as something negative or something evil, no matter how beneficial it is. So instead of accepting this shit, they want to keep trying to avoid. They want to keep trying to avoid being labeled "quote unquote" the bad guy. I'm like, bro, you're already labeled the bad guy, so just say fuck it. You know?
Right, that's not. I get it, but that's
coming
not
to.
the main motivation with these people. Because there's not so much they're scared. It's like they want to take over the space, and the only
Look,
way to
And they're
man.
really
jealous.
take over
That
Look,
and
is
man.
to grow.
yes, and yes,
Look,
and
man. From what I
and the fact
understand,
that they're
from
jealous.
what I understand,
Oh,
be a
oh,
lot of
oh,
motherfuckers
oh,
hating
oh,
on
oh,
Ed.
well, that's true. Go ahead, Brandon. Now that you butted in, go ahead, man.
But nah, man. From what I understand, man, a lot of motherfuckers be hating on Ed, man. From what I hear, you know what I mean. From the last few times I've been on here, like the last time, I forgot what live we had the last time, man. But it was a bunch of motherfuckers just came in. They ain't have no argument. You know what I'm saying? Ed was shutting them down every damn time. So I can see that he has a whole lot of haters.
Well, yeah. It comes with the territory.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
pretty
I mean,
much my
like my
statement.
thing is, like I said, I only got 6,200 subscribers. Like of all, like my thing is, I'm gonna still do what I'm gonna do. In fact, like I said, if y'all niggas want me on YouTube, talking shit about me is really the opposite, because that actually motivates me to do more videos. So, and not addressing that, but actually making the channel better, not only for my audience. So, if you really kind of want me to come off of YouTube, the best thing that people can do is just not say shit, like honest. But whatever, they don't understand that. That's the same thing with Kevin. You know, when they hated on Kevin, that blew him up. Like when they hated on Pearl, that blew her up. Like I don't understand.
Man,
Like when
look,
you
man.
look at some of the channels, like take Jason Black's channel for example. I think he just now got to 80. All that bullshit that Dusty kicked the fuck up didn't really do shit for his channel. Not
Man,
really.
look.
Not what he expected. Anyway.
Man, look, man, for the most part, man, motherfuckers, it's, you know how females be like, hey, it's your delivery I don't like. You know what I mean? A lot of cats are emotional like that. You know what I'm saying? So your
Yeah.
delivery is what the thing is they don't fucking like. They don't like the delivery of it. You know what I mean? But
But
at the
they
same time,
listen
this
though.
how I feel. This how I feel about it though. If it's the truth, it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck how it's given to me. If it's the
Brandon.
truth, it's the
They
truth.
listen though. They listen. That's the thing. If you don't like the delivery, it's called the 3 dots. Not interested. Don't show this channel. But they listen though. And you know how they listen? Cause dude, think about it. It'd be one thing if I'm like everywhere. I am on Art New Styles, 150, maybe 200, live viewers. Art of Ignore once a week. I'm not even on Art New Styles every day. Every time he's up. BGS's, and there's not a lot of BGS. Like if they don't like me, they usually don't like BGS either. And really, Bernard's, and not on all of Bernard's, and then maybe Kevin, Roger, and then keep it 100 every once in a while. I'm not everywhere like that. People think I'm like everywhere. Every time I click on this thing, there this nigga at. No. So I could understand that if that was the case, but that's not. And anyway.
Okay.
I literally had niggas say they want to bash my brains in with a slugger.
Yeah. That was out.
That's bullshit.
Shout out to Namor.
They should have been checked. That was out of line. It should have been checked.
No, to be fair, I did ask him to say what he thought, and I said I can't be mad once he said what he thought.
Once he said what he thought, yeah, that's true.
I said no, because he was like talking around it, and I was like, so what are you talking about? Because I was actually shouting out Black Mind as the Muslim subject matter expert, because I don't speak on shit I don't know, and I don't promote him enough. And he was like, well sometimes, Dad, when I hear you talk, I just want to get a little bit of slugger and bash your brain. I was like, so, and then here's my response. So why do you feel that way? Man,
it still should have been checked though. You should, in my opinion.
Yeah, I tried to move on. Yeah, I kind of helped. I kind of, you know how you raise your hand and be like, that's me. I kind of said whatever, because it's a lot of people that think that. You right though, BJ. I don't think they would have said that if you would have been on here. Them niggas act like they don't give a fuck about what you say, but it's shit that I don't see these niggas doing, but they'll do say on my shit. Like I said, what's it called? I say go do that on BDS. You think I won't? I don't think you will.
No,
go on BDS right now and say that you were on his shit. He'll let you up.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't happen.
No,
It didn't happen. You say what you want. It didn't happen. There was plenty of opportunities to do it anyway.
Yeah. What the thing is that I really wanted to address. I want to get my thoughts out, because a lot of times I come on panels with this kind of stuff, basically. And D say he don't talk through me. He does talk through me. Okay, a lot. Okay, that's why I wanted us to get my thoughts out, how I felt about it, because I'm getting tired of this shit. Right? I'm getting tired of 1.0 throwing in my face. Oh, we had all the answers. We had all this. We had it was
I
this.
know
It
they
was
did
pure.
that
It was that
bullshit.
kind of thing. I'm saying, okay, well, show me. Well, I can't show because it was all gone. Then stop talking about it. Okay.
Yeah.
There is no comparison between 1.0 and 2.0. 1.0 is we give them their props, posthumously, like they're dead, but things we give them their props. Okay, fine. There is no
And
comparison
2.0
between.
was attacked a lot more than 1.0 too, by
Oh,
the way.
hell yes, hell yes.
We endured a lot more, and so the argument is we just inherited. Like they act like we some white girl that inherited a fucking trust fund. That's bullshit.
No.
We're Obama. We inherited that shit,
Right.
and we did make America make the shit great again. Fuck y'all. I said it.
I mean, I just realized the other day that all BGS hangouts are still there. I mean, in my opinion, that's the golden age of 2.0.
I swear.
If you want to know,
BGS needs to do a video and upload that shit.
I have to unlock a lot more on private. So I have to, in fact, I don't know why the Black Brain Trust wanted me to unlock all this stuff, right? Because I probably would have done it last week, except they pissed me off. Like, BGS, how come you afraid that you unlock all your live streams? I said, you know what? Fuck you.
What do you think is like? You think you're gonna win with that argument? I want to. Like, Lord knows, I would love it, because that proves me. Because what y'all gonna hear, all these niggas that were talking all this shit, what y'all gonna see from me is a lot of your favorite YouTubers were, nigga, I used to have 4 or 5. The only thing I ever was dead ass fucking wrong that I put my foot in my motherfucking mouth, 100%. Like, only flawless victory I ever took was that goddamn Star Wars The Force Awakens Finn shit. Saying, don't worry, guys, they're going to fix it on the next one. They're not going to really do Finn like that because they set him up. And Angry Man, Charles, even BGF, you kind of neutral about it, but you still was kind of on their side because you saw where the TVs were going. And, you see what they ended up doing. And I ended up coming back and saying, yeah, that's the only thing. Everything else, for the most part, I'm not saying I was right and they were wrong, but I defended my arguments against like a lot of your YouTubers' favorite YouTubers. Like, that's what y'all like. This again, y'all niggas talk about the Rumble. Y'all really need to be talking about the fucking Coliseum, because the Rumble was built off of that shit.
It was
just a niggified version. Anyway.
And half of the people they say are gone because of all of this shit that's happening now. This is just a remake of what basically lost a lot of good people in the Manosphere. A lot of smart, intelligent brothers.
1.0 fell off, man, because it was a whole bunch of fucking infighting at the same time. You know what I'm saying? People that were nobody was like not it. But I ain't gonna lie, I mean, I got most of my knowledge out of 1.0 for one. You know what I mean? People can say people can say what they say about SWP. Well, man, he put out a lot of knowledge, just like his homeboy Captain Solo. He put out a whole lot of knowledge too. Styles P put out a whole lot of knowledge too. You know what I mean? So, I mean, like I said, I felt like, I think it was more organic at that time. I think I already stated that in the chat. It was way more organic. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't a money incentive. You know what I mean? People had original thought. You know what I'm saying? Now everybody now is probably pretty much rehashing people rehashing people's ideas. You know what I mean?
Okay, when I first got here, guess what? I didn't monetize my channel until 2017. Okay, there was no money in it. Yeah.
But no, I'm not. This ain't directed towards you at all, BGS. Because
hold on.
No, I know.
Hold on. There was no money in it until 2016, when after the ad apocalypse, because people started leaving, so YouTube started putting more money into it. That's when the money actually came, and the big money didn't come in until Kevin.
Yeah, so it wasn't no money. Like no, I'm not. Look, here's the thing. I'm not discrediting anything you're saying, but I think where the confusion comes in. Brandon, where the confusion comes in is when you say now, like what now is, like take 2020, like you take Pearl's channel started in 2020, like, and that's right. You know, when you look at that and then what led up to that, because MTR was big, but he really blew up. Poor Man was there, but he really blew up. So it's kind of like you almost got to, the cutoff. It's got to be like, to me, in 2008 18th. So when you look at 2.0, 2.0 was really like 16, you say 18 and 19. And then that's when stuff started to transition out of kind of something else. Into, because even when you look at like O'Shea's motivation, even though O'Shea was making money, there was
But
difference
BGS,
between what
man, was
O'Shea's
you
doing
around in
now.
2009?
Hold on.
But
Huh?
there was a difference in what
Was you
O'Shea was
around in
doing now.
2009?
Nope.
Huh?
You
Nope.
wasn't?
I was not. I wasn't on
No,
YouTube like
BGS
that.
came
Well,
around in
damn.
like 15.
I was.
You was a
I was.
bit. Oh, damn, man. Oh, my whole shit fucked up.
Yeah, the
Because the
Rumble.
thing is, there wasn't even monetization into the back then. Like there wasn't
Okay.
monetization, even though you could be super ad populist people, because super chat didn't exist at first. That's why you had to use PayPal and cash at PayPal,
Yeah.
and then
All right.
what's it called? It became Cash App. So again, like here's the thing, if you're like, you can recalibrate because you were there, so you can say, okay, let me recalibrate like in real time. Versus other people can't, because they're coming. Like, think about it. When I came in, I didn't find BGS through Soul and Black, but I saw Soul and Black was on BGS, and I knew who Soul and Black was. You see what I'm saying? And so there's situations like that. I knew who SWP was too. And like I said, that's why I refer people to SWP, because in a lot of ways people can absorb it. Because see, I'm very direct, and this is what it is, this is what happened, that's it. Yeah, there really is no room for interpretation. You can put your thoughts in the comments, but it is what it is. Versus, SWP has a different style. So if you're talking about dudes that are more purple pill, blue pillish, he's gonna be better because he'll give meaning to certain things that I wouldn't, which I still think you shouldn't. But that allows him to absorb the overall information. Like, they will accept things from him they won't accept from me, because he gives meaning to these bitches bullshit. He'll give meaning to the colorism. Like the way SWP talks, he sounds as if black women were colorists in the 80s. The colorism was just some offensive maneuver against them, as if a lot of the colorism these niggas learn.
Yeah,
But see, he won't acknowledge that, because his point of reference is the 1992 Treaty of Pusai, the New Jack City. That's where his starting point is, as if dark-skinned masculinity was always promoted. Anyway.
No, it's true. That's true.
But if you hear him, he don't go back before. He don't acknowledge the 80s and the bars and all. Men.
But
he
the
makes
thing
it
is,
sound like colorism is something that men do to women.
Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, regardless of SWP aside, I mean, the new thing is okay, we got all these. He's back, but we got all these critics. They never say what they want to see. They always, you're gonna sit here and say 1.0 was better. What do you want to see come back, or what do you want to see happening moving forward? You don't hear that anymore. You just hear criticism of what's happening right now. Like that, what's happening right now. If all you have is criticism of that, you're not trying to make the space better. You're trying to shut the space up. Because if you really had a point where you felt the space was better, you would try to get it back to that point. Not attack what it is. Say, I want it to be more of this and less of that. And I don't hear that. I just hear, this is bad, that's bad.
I mean, look, man, I'm not attacking the space. I mean, obviously, man, it has grown to a point where it's damn near where it is worldwide now. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good thing. You know what I mean? And everybody, not everybody can, you know what I'm saying, they can absorb the knowledge. You know what I mean? And it's everyone can be able to hear it, But I don't really have, like I said before, I felt like it was more organic doing 1.0. You know what I mean?
It was smaller, of course. It
was smaller. It was original. You know what I mean? But I don't disagree with how things are now. You know what I mean? I may say the only gripe I probably have, is maybe, the monetary thing like that, you know what I mean? But at the same time, if you out here putting in work and you putting yourself out there, I believe you should get paid for it too. You know what I mean? You should be supported for it. You know what I mean?
If there was no money, how big would it have grown?
Exactly. You're right. You're right. I agree with you. You're right. It wouldn't have grown that big. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have been an incentive. You know what I mean? For it to grow that big, because people would have shut it down. Like 1.0 got shut the fuck down.
Yeah, because it's like doing this YouTube stuff is not easy, yo. And my thing
is not. You know what I mean? It's not. And you putting yourself out here. You know what I mean? You put yourself out here. You put your ideas out there. You know how people doxing people and all other types of shit, man. Yes. At some point, I feel like yes. No, I think you guys should get paid for it. You know what I mean? But I'm still staying true on my first comment.
One time.
What these other guys are doing, the purple pill guys, like this, the more this conversation is out here, or the more the women, like, I'm not saying, oh man, the women should be here, but the reality is they are here. And if you're gonna do an assessment on it, like you don't see this.
They've always been here. You heard me first time.
Exactly. Well, I mean in massive numbers.
Yeah.
To the point where they can almost have their own.
At one point, the guys weren't even here in massive numbers.
No,
the only point of me making that is that people act like channels were not getting killed, that people's whole works were not getting removed, regardless of whether you get paid for it or not. You don't want to see all this stuff you done talked all of a sudden snatched from you, like how they be doing TikTok. TikTok, that's just 60-second videos versus our shit. People put a lot of time and thought into some of these videos, and they just snatch them out. Like that guy Brian Salon did what he did with David Carroll when he passed and got, like, that's David Carroll's got 100 gigabytes of information that he got that Brian Salon, and he didn't have to do that, because I thought when he died. So my point is, SWP has lost channels. There's a lot of dudes that have lost channels, like really good intellectual property. You see how dudes were jumping around with BTS
David Curl and SWP pretty much, I think they're the same. I think they're kind of the same.
What do you mean by that?
I don't even want to open that can of worms up.
Have you listened?
But what I'm saying is that with all of this growth that people complain about, it actually creates a safety net around what we do, because they can't just say this is extreme. You can't say content is extremist and hatred against women when you got women making the same content in the numbers that they got. You can't do that, and get away with it at a massive level. So it makes it harder. So what they really do, like for instance, when you look at all my stuff, I only just now started really kind of speaking in a way that allows my channels to be my stuff to be monetized. All of I got about 2,000 videos out there that average about an hour. Only like maybe 10 or 15, 20 of those videos are actually monetized. Like, so for the most part, the way they deal with it is they don't monetize it. So the idea is you're not going to want to do the content because you're not getting paid off of it. So when you look at a lot of these purple pill channels or channels like MTR and all them, they get paid off of most of that monetization. This is why they bitch when the stuff doesn't get monetized. Versus us, that's normal. That's why people say when they listen to my stuff, it ain't no commercials. That's because YouTube don't put them there. And and really, even when they do monetize my stuff, that's after all the people would initially listen. Yeah. Like I have to actually reach out to people because I don't know. Like BGS, does your stuff get monetized when it's live, like a video like this? I don't believe people are running commercials to it.
The thing is, they don't automatically give it a yellow sticker, but they will right afterwards. So me, they won't give it to it all. I have to request a review for every single video, and even then, if I curse for the most part, they won't give it to me. That's why certain videos are more promoted for because that accent stuff matters. Because you got to understand that the motivation of people making a video when it comes to accents. So I'm gonna give y'all a formula that y'all don't know in this niche. Like, and this is not like 100%, but this is pretty accurate. Basically, 1 million views equals $5,000. So if you see somebody doing more like 10, yeah.
I'm serious. Like I'm dead ass. I actually looked at it with certain analytics tools and what they show people were getting paid in this niche. Now, it's probably 10 because of the monetization piece, because everything got monetized. But if you see somebody, they're doing 1 million channel views a month, all of those views are being monetized, that's about $5,000. The problem in this niche is most of those views are not being monetized. But if you take somebody like a Jada Black, which I watch a lot of videos and they're all ran through commercials, and he don't cuss like that, and his stuff is kind of in the category of news more. Then Red Pill, even though it's Red Pill related, when it's 1,000, it's typically like, I'm telling you, that's how you know. So if you see somebody do a half of that, it's 25 of that. Obviously, that doesn't take into account super chats, that doesn't take into account cash apps, that doesn't take into account if they're kind of quasi in another category as well. Which they, but for instance, the financial niche is one of the highest paying niches. So you can do a lot less views and get more money. So, but in our niche, it's basically like that. So if you look at, and I know this because my own stuff, when you see me monetize my stuff or all my videos, when I look at them, the one I did last year and this year, when I calculate how they're monetizing it, it comes down to that under a couple of videos that I've did uploaded, like about 30 videos I've uploaded so far. But anyway, I know GG's up and I've talked enough, so I'm gonna fall back.
Whoever got in, Big Kev, you got something before GG jumps in? Nope. Yes. Going once, going twice.
Wait, hold on. Yeah. I was about to say, yeah, with the monetization thing. Yeah, with this space, yeah, it's not gonna content. Or so say YouTube doesn't consider it ad friendly.
Yeah.
Precisely because of the subject matter that we talk about. So because they're going to do what's they're going to do what's called shadow banning, which is why the content creators that do make money, they make money through super chat, cash apps, etc. Because which I think ultimately is better because you get a lot more monetization on the back end as opposed to the front end through like
and all this backbiting and chair throwing and cussing and that kind of stuff hurts everybody. Like hurts the PhDs because they get shadow banned because they get adjacent to this space. They get all this stuff backwashes onto them. So it's bad
and
all the way around.
uploads, and they also don't like this. The thing they target the most in this space is the live streaming. So if you do more uploads, you can kind of count. If you do more uploads, you're not cussing and wilding out. You can counter that more. And I don't know, but YouTube can tell when it's visuals on your stuff too. Because if I do uploads that is just me talking and it's just like one picture, they will be more likely to review that, and I got to do a review, and they'll be more likely to slow that down. And when I say, I mean with the monetization, or they'll think about it, versus when I do the edits, they're less likely to do that. So there's things that they are looking for with that. So, and because so many people do live streams, that's why because you're putting a lot more time into it versus uploads, that stuff stands for on its own. And I think this is how the females kind of get away with it a little bit more. But anyway.
You got a lot of wind, Brandon.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
You gotta mute yourself. Yeah. Go ahead, Gigi. Jump in.
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing this fine afternoon, man?
What you eating on, man? I know you eating.
Hey, man, look, man, I'm on a hamburger kick right now, man. I've been smashing these burgers on this grill, man. I've been having a good time, boy. You got to back up a little bit, so And tomorrow, man, I hit the 52 mark, so
Oh, congrats, man.
You know what I'm saying? I'll be 52.
Fellow Gemini.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I think we kind of got spoiled. I know I did get spoiled by doing live stream after live stream, and it really doesn't take a lot of effort and energy in terms of production value to get the show done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I did on the back end. I kind of learned OBS a little bit and came with a little bit of bells and whistles to make my presentation somewhat different than some other people. But I mean, at the end of the day, there's only so much you could do with a live stream if you don't have like a studio setup or something like that. Like I don't know what you could actually do with a live stream other than just play it out. You know what I mean?
No, StreamYard gives you a lot of it is a lot more you can do if you're willing. There are things you can do. Like Angry Man has done some good stuff, but StreamYard gives you a lot of really simplistic stuff, and they're always improving. Like if you want to add pictures or add videos in real time, it is. But you're right. It is more you can do with an upload than you can a live stream. But it is getting up there. But yeah, it is getting up there. But you got to manage a lot of stuff if you do that. And so it's just, do you want to do that while you're talking, or do you want to have a stream of consciousness? So yeah, there's that too.
It is a distraction. I mean, like let's face it. There are channels, I wouldn't consider them to be Black Manosphere channels, but they're Red Pill channels, and the content is pretty similar. Mediocre tutorials and reviews. He's got like how many subscribers? Almost 1 million. You got Abba and Preach. They got a lot of subscribers. You got Fresh and Fit. They have a lot of subscribers. You got Angry Man, he's growing. O'Shea Duke Jackson, he's up there. So I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe I will admit I am quite vulgar. Okay, that doesn't help with the algorithm. Also, I do a lot of live streaming, and sometimes I say a lot of things that are really racy and provocative, and so therefore that might diminish. And I mean, if it's the case that you're trying to grow on YouTube itself and not have to deal with the kind of sanctions that are imposed on you for not meeting their community guidelines, then I mean, you're going to be stagnant a little bit. But I mean, I think it is getting easier technologically to improve the quality of your presentation. but it's still a lot of work, man. This content creation like game is stressful only insofar as you got people coming at you sideways. It's a lot of emotional vitriol that you have to deal with from time to time, but you got to just let that roll off your
And then
back.
that's another thing, man. Niggas on this motherfuckers they emotional than a motherfucker, man. I'm like they are. Like I've seen so many damn YouTube beefs that start over some dumb shit. Like,
but come on, like I mean, at the end of the day, though, look, my viewpoint on it is this: I'll bend over backwards to meet you and to be amicable to you. I will apologize to you. I'll do everything that I can in order to engage in discourse with you, no matter who you are. Okay. However, after a certain period of time, a grace period, if it is the case that you continue to cajole, to push, to poke, and to prod, then I'm going to come at you sideways myself. I'm going to be like, okay, it's all like, it's all of the cordiality and the politeness and the etiquette that's out of the window. Like, I mean, there's only so much you could take before you're like, okay, I'm done with that. Now, I'm not saying I'm perfect. There are times when I lose control. And I would like to think that, I have the ability to rein it back in. But like, look, I want us all to be successful, even the people I disagree with, even the people I don't like. I'm not into buck breaking, black men. I'm not into breaking black men such that they can't be successful or denigrating or humiliating people I don't agree with. You know what I'll do? I just won't watch your content, or I won't deal with you. I won't associate with you. I don't get what guys don't get about this. I don't understand it. But like,
That
in terms,
that's true, man. That's
that's
true.
not enough.
That's
A
true.
lot of times when you see what goes on, it's interesting because when I see what goes on with, let's say, like it's not even just me or BTS, but like when dudes do that type of mandingo activity, I look at stuff like the rap gang. You look at different areas of activity where black men engage with each other, and you see the same shit. I even saw that shit with Deion Sanders and dudes that I've had like Kevin Crosby, somebody I have the utmost respect for, because he reactivated historically black, university using or school using his church that lost his accreditation. That's a proper use of resources, and it's like to me something I think pastors should strive to be, at least in using the church for ways to enhance the black community as like a population center, right? And that's kudos to him as well as that congregation. But then he gonna hate on Deion Sanders on some fucking historically black university bullshit. But it's like, dude, say what you want to. This dude didn't have to come here. He didn't have to bring his name here. He didn't have to bring his kids here. He didn't have to bring his insight and what he knew here that he got from the NFL.
Yeah, man.
He didn't have to do none of that. And it's like,
Yeah,
y'all
he came out there and
no
helped
kind
him
of
and
grace
shit.
doing that. He didn't get
He put
paid.
money into the damn locker room and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they were stealing from that nigga, man.
My overall point is somebody like Kevin Crosby basically went into the bourgeoisie mandingo BS on some fucking internal baseball political bullshit. Then get upset why other dudes don't do like Ed Reed dealt with a lot. Then get upset why other dudes don't want to come and go that route. So my point is, in other areas of activity, it's like we do the same shit.
Yeah, look,
that's my point.
I'm going to explain to you why there are reasons that black people don't know how to, engage in conflict resolution. First of all, we don't have a sense of togetherness because we don't have a prevailing ethos. We just don't have it. And we don't have it. Like the Jews got I think Arami Osei Frimpong put a video out talking about why black people need like a Haggadah. You know what I'm saying? Which is like an ethos to rally around. I mean, of course, there have been people who've tried to develop one and put one together, like Mawala Karinga and people like this. But then, that kind of borders on the pro-black. And a lot of people, take, I won't say offense to it, but it's strange to them because it's not something that they're used to. Okay. I mean, quite literally and frankly, we are in a liminal state. We don't have anything indigenous to ourselves in terms of an ethical, a psychological, or a spiritual tradition. I mean, we do have it, but we can't recall it. So it's like being a computer, but you can't quite boot up. You know what I'm saying? It's like you it's there in our, I guess our cellular memory, but we don't have it to recall in a waking kind of state that we can, control through our will. So ultimately, man,
this dude said we in safe mode.
it's like, I know a lot of guys like to, point out the contentions between W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington and all of this, but
Right.
black people have a double consciousness. Okay,
That's true. That's
we see,
true.
we see ourselves through white eyes and black
Right.
eyes, and
Right.
and it's like a schizophrenic kind of position to be in, because on the one hand, you want to carve out something unique for yourself and be proud of who you are, but at the same time, everything around you is reinforcing the idea that there's something innately fucked up or ontologically fucked up about you. Okay, and we
Right.
take that out on each other. Like, there's no way that's why it's important. And you talk about Kenneth Clark, right? I know BGS does quite often, but like, he's known for the Dow test, and that Dow test had an impact on
Yeah.
Brown versus Board of Education, because without that
Yeah.
Dow test, you wouldn't have gotten to Brown versus Board. But the whole
Right.
point is, we don't like each other, man, because we don't like ourselves, bro. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? We will eliminate reflexively.
I've been saying that.
This is not something that we're thinking like, like, I want to hurt a nigga. It's reflexive, because the society at large is telling you, you're a cancer. You are the abject. You are.
I mean, man, we've been programmed like that, though. Sorry to interrupt you, man, but we've been programmed like that.
Yeah, you're a snake, a spider. Like when people see black men, they react like they saw a mouse or a rat or a fucking
Right.
snake or a roach. That's how they react. Now, this is visceral. This is not even like taking place through waking consciousness. This is subliminal, subconscious, unconscious. And then, how do you fucking deal with something that visceral, right? And this is why, like, I put out these videos and people miss the point. They're like, well, you're endorsing thug and gang culture. No, I'm not supporting that shit. What I'm not supporting is using like one element of black culture, which all cultures share in. Like, it's a bunch of white gangsters all over the fucking country, okay?
But at least, man, this how I feel, man. At least, man, the thugs and the gangster mans that like the communities can at least come together and do some shit to go make money, man.
Oh, they're just as broken as every other part of it. Trust and believe. I live in it. Okay.
But the only point I wanted to make about it was that the culture that we have is broken. And these boys, man, like King Von is a fucking boy, man. Dude wasn't even 27 years old. Tupac was a fucking boy, man. I'm twice his age.
25, boy. 25.
MO3 was a boy. Okay, fucking Young Thug might be a little bit older, but I mean, in essence, we're talking about young guys who never had the opportunity to grow up in a fucking culture that was predicated upon ensuring that they had the best of the best kind of education and social economic networks to improve themselves. Now, I'm not saying that they're exempt, they're not culpable for doing ignorant, murderous shit. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is the vast majority of black men, even from those environments, are not dysfunctional to that extreme. Now, I mean, you got gradations. Now, that shit is absolutely extreme what King Von was engaged in. But like, Chicago is fucking absolutely extreme. It's extreme dysfunction there, man. So all I'm saying is, you got white boys right now at this moment, man, capitalizing, making money. You think we make a little bit of cash from super chats and shit like this? These motherfuckers have over 180, 200 million views, man.
Whatever show has 4 million views. I mean, 4 million subscribers. They just had, the Wonder Bread girl on, Pearl on there, who she's at north of 1.5 now. It's funny because they asked Brian. I don't know if you're familiar with the Whatever Show, but if you want to see some white pathology, boy. They do a good job.
Look, hold on. I'm not defending the Pookies and the Ray Rays, man, but them motherfuckers, man. Look, their ability to at least, man, come together and form some type of coalition and make money, just to make money.
Where did the money come from? Where did the money come from?
This is not.
I mean, that's not even the point that he's trying to make.
I know. I'm just listening. I saw it coming, man. I apologize.
Hold on a second. I live this shit, man. Where'd the money come from? Where'd the money come from? Where'd the money come from?
My larger
hold on, Gigi. I'm asking him, where'd the money come from for these Pookie and Ray Rays and the thugs and the gangsters? Where were they before the money?
Well, it didn't come from. It come from them. It didn't come from them. You know what I mean? It came from
No. Where'd the money come from? When did they get this boost of money all of a sudden? When did they get the boost?
It came from the government.
It came from the drugs. Okay.
Yeah, the government.
Okay. What were they doing before that? Where were they?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
They were low class thugs. That's what they were until Reagan decided. I'm not going to say that until the certain entities decided to dump this stuff into the black community and distribute it all across the United States. That's where the money came from. They were poor before that. Trust and believe. Free Ricky Ross grew up in my neighborhood. Okay. All those
So look,
Crips,
let me
Bloods,
look.
and colored gangs, including the Latinos. Okay, they had no money. Where the money come from?
So look, let me
And
just
what
say
happened
this.
to community? What happened to community behind them making this money? Do you agree with that?
So look. At
Go ahead.
the end of the what I don't want to do is glorify dysfunction. Okay, I'm not even trying to do that. A lot of people keep making this point like somehow I'm lionizing dysfunction. All I'm saying is that there are social and complex economic circumstances that have led to black dysfunction and institutional, design that have led and contributed to black dysfunction over centuries. Okay. And now you got white people making money hand over fist, voyeuristically looking at us fucking kill each other.
Right,
Okay.
all
I'm
over
not
the
saying
world.
killing, not like, do you think how could you equate me saying that there's something morbidly fucked up about white people sitting back and setting out the conditions? Like, it's like, back in the day they had Mandingo fights and shit like this. Okay.
Right.
Where they put little boys inside of a fucking ring and blindfold them and make them punch each other until they fucking, lights got cut off. Okay. It's the same shit. It's sick and it's morbid that you got these white guys, and typically the people, like black people, don't understand the vast majority of people who purchase hip hop are not even black people, man. We don't even pay for the shit. The
Yeah,
people who drive that fucking industry
the white
economically
people.
are white boys between
Yes,
the ages of 13 and 35.
yep.
And they get to look at what black people do from a distance and
And and they
vicariously live out fucking safari
and they
jungle type
and
shit.
and they always have been. Go talk to what's his name that helped NWA get started. He actually distributed records. It wasn't distributed in the black neighborhoods. It's actually distributed in the white neighborhoods, in the white in white record stores. And like Ice-T said the same thing. 83% of his revenue came from white people because they buy the tour jacket, the T-shirt, the tickets, and all this kind of stuff. Man, black folks actually dubbing the tapes. I know. I was there.
But the
Most of
difference between
Go ahead.
a white person and a black person, especially somebody who comes from that environment. See, a white boy can go home after he listens to a fucking King Von video or something like that, or watches the shit. He can go home and chill out, with his parents, and then go get some money, get the car, the keys to the car, whatever.
Now, that wasn't Jerry Helter. That wasn't him.
But yeah, like the black kid in Chicago, like unless that kid is coming from a middle class family, like if that kid is born in O Block, or he was born in the Cabrini Greens, or if he was
Yeah.
born on 64th or 65th. Like, look, I'm not from Chicago, but I got 3 brothers that live in Chicago and 2 sisters that live in Chicago. I used to work at the Jewel Osco on 87th and King Drive. You know what I'm saying? Right, we're next to the Harold's Chicken and the motherfucking docks right over there in Chicago. So I know what the fuck Chicago is like.
Goddamn, Harold's Chicken.
The BDs, the Blackstones. I know about all that shit because I got family members that's been in that shit. My brothers have been in that shit the whole night. I done had to fight to defend my brothers because I'm from St. Louis. I'm wearing an STL hat. Motherfuckers like, what the fuck set you claiming? I'm like, nigga, I don't claim no set. What's up? Like, I'm supposed to just like tuck and run and shit. Fuck all that. And then you coming after my brother over starter jackets. Them cats is crazy out there. But you're a young
man.
12, 13, 14 years old in Chicago. Unless you in the house scared as a motherfucker, you can't escape gang activity, bro. How you going to escape it? It's the same way in LA. If you are a 13, 14, 15-year-old boy going back and forward to school, and your mama is a single mother in a hood, and she going back and forth to work, if you ain't a latchkey kid staying in the house all day, you're gonna run the risk of coming into contact with some unsavory motherfucking characters. Bottom line. And it don't take long for you to get caught into some real shit as a young boy in a fucking a set of circumstances like that. Okay? And I'm not glorifying it. I'm not valorizing this shit. But the whole point is This is why I say black people have a double consciousness. Instead of seeing that shit as tragic from a black perspective and that there's a need to have it cleaned up, what we look at is these motherfuckers need to be purged and put in prison just like white boys do.
Right.
And that's a difference of consciousness. That's why I say black people exist in a liminal state. We want to see ourselves lose. Like I'm not saying that, like I'm supporting or endorsing murder or harming people. That's some fucking bullshit. All I'm saying is, hey, look though, if it comes down to it, and one of them little young motherfuckers run up on you, what you gonna do? Huh? So if a Pookie run up on you, what you gonna do? You gonna meet force with force? Or you gonna fucking tuck your tail and bend over and let them fuck you in your ass and take all your shit?
All right. Tone it down a little, Gigi.
I'm sorry, but I mean, like I hear people, like, I'm just saying, like, I know I'm a little gross sometimes, but the point I'm trying to make is sometimes you are forced into situations where you have no choice, especially amongst black people, where you have to engage in violent encounters, especially as young men. And now, if you haven't had that kind of experience in your life, you are blessed.
Look, man, BGS, man, BG, man. I guess the reason why I was saying that, you know what I'm saying, because I've been in that position. I've been a Pookie and a Ray Ray. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been a Pookie and Ray Ray. So I said that because like I felt like I can coordinate things way better than them than I could deal with somebody. You know what I'm saying? I would say that's in an educated spirit. So what I'm saying
they do it a different way. They do it.
Right.
You can't, but they can. They do it all the time.
Right. That's all I had to say.
Yeah. And look, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say, and I'm about to take a shot. I just been working out, and I did some cardio, then some strength training. I feel good, man. But the whole point is, look, I want us to see each other with black eyes, not with blue eyes. And I ain't talking about black because somebody punched you in the eye. I'm talking about black because, and I know there's a lot of contention in the space about being pro-black and so on and so forth. But look, I'm not pro-white. And not that I hate white people, but I'm not wishing that white people stand at the top of some sort of hierarchy in proof of how fucked up and backwards we are. That's not my viewpoint.
I would say this about the pro-blacks, man, because I'm still in the space. Okay, they were slow to actually reach into the social media space and actually engage with people, and that's their fault. Okay. In other words, this stuff was actually strong in the 80s and 90s, but you didn't follow through with the technology. Because a lot of these people are actually older. Like I was actually in a room with like maybe 100 of them, right? And they're all in their late 60s and 70s, but they never connected with the younger folks through social media where they were at. They keep doing the same thing that they've been doing for like 30 years. You got to do something different. It's hard to get them out of those silos. Go ahead.
So what they do, like from what I understand, the Black Power movement to be, or the pro-black movement. Mm-hmm. First of all, it went away from being like a social activist kind of atmosphere to being like presentation based, book club based, like where people get together, they read and they study. Okay.
That's part of it, but also if you look at like Ken Bridges, right? If with the Mata Network trying to elevate and actually connect black businesses and stuff like that. As far as getting things built in education, stuff like Dr. Umar and people like that, right? It's more than presentation. The people actually are on. I was actually in a conference with a bunch of them, right? In fact, one of them was actually had connected with Tiffany Haddish to actually celebrate and help underprivileged kids actually go to the prom. Okay, it still goes on. Okay, a lot of stuff still goes. They don't tout it as much because it's low key, but it still goes on. They're not presenting that. No, they're actually doing real work.
I got you. Well, I'll stand corrected. All I can do is approach it from somebody who's younger than you. Okay. And so like I can't say that when I was younger, I had a group of pro-black people who were like, trying to educate me about like earlier activist movements, because I think that what like a lot of people have, I'm not saying the people in the pro-black community did this, but I'm saying that black people in general took a sigh of relief after the '64 Civil Rights Act. Man,
you know what? As far as educating black people, there was a big push from the media and the government that actually do that back in the 60s with after, especially after the Kerner Commission, and especially after Martin Luther King. But when that got washed away, all those programs got washed away too, for the most part, right? So, and when I was a kid, I didn't get it either. Okay, so don't think there was something that's real prevalent back in the 60s, because it wasn't. Okay, these
Yeah, this is where that fucking
yeah.
intersectional feminism bullshit comes in, because they wanted to
Yeah.
educate the black girls. And this is where, like, one thing that actually prompted me doing my video was something you said, GG, which is about that social contract thing. I don't know the context by which you said that. If you said that's what 1.0 did, or if you did what you're doing now, which you just talk about what you typically talk about, and it fits where it fits. But I've said that, this idea of, we talk about coming together, but y'all don't want to be honest about what the women, because the men are more willing to negotiate than the women. If you put certain things on the table, the men are more willing to sacrifice. I have yet, in all the
Man,
years
but
I've
it's
been
hard to
in this
communicate
space,
with the women when the government keep giving them free shit.
One time.
well,
Go ahead.
even still, like, there are adults for anybody, but with all of I have yet to hear the women actually say what they're willing to do for a community they want. All I see is them showing
They
up
don't,
to the
they don't
nigga
know.
fast food restaurant, basically saying what black men need to do. Then they wonder why dudes are passport bros, SYSBM, or doing some LeBron. I'm gonna take my talents to South Beach bullshit.
It is not just blacks. It's all women, man. The white women are actually complaining.
Well, yeah, no, I give you that, but I'm taking that. But even then, the reality is everybody is coming to it from a slightly different, like, degrees to it. So
But
the reality is,
Hold on. Let it
black
type
women,
up.
like, from a black community standpoint, that they don't even like to talk about a social contract, because their social contract is matriarchy and gynocracy. And they're not coming off of that. And once you understand and see what it really is, and this is where I bring it to black men.
Finish it up.
The problem with black men is black men have varying degrees of acceptance to that. And that's when there's friction in what we talk about, GG, is where dudes don't want to acknowledge that. They want hope that, like, your masculinity is going to change that. And it's not. They are committed to that.
Just like BJS say, BJS say, you know what I'm saying? He says, like, every black man has the chip. We have the chip. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, dude, you go, man. You try to talk to a black woman about some community shit. Most of them gonna be like, hell, fucking no. They only worried about themselves, man.
I'm just talking, like, my main point in saying that is, and it's not even a discounting thing, but Gigi said that with the contract thing, because it's like, when people ask why is it that we talk about what we talk about here, and I say I'm trying to raise awareness, and then DC talks about what you're trying to shame, and like, no, I'm not. I'm not trying to change. I'm just saying this is what it is. You can do what you want, but understand inputs, process, outputs. Don't do the same inputs and think the outputs are going to be different.
Yeah.
So when people talk about the pro-black and the socialization and all that, when you were saying what you were saying, my thing is, at the end of the day, when I most usually hear people say that, they tell that story as a way for black men to say, okay, all the bullshit there, I'm going to sacrifice everything that I want to do for myself, and then I'm going to go find the next single mother to try to do the boys watching bullshit, because all this shit, because I don't want to be a part of the problem. Because that's usually how people do that. Now, I know you're not on that, but that's usually how people do that. That's why when you said what you said, and Brandon ran with it, saying that, hood dudes can get together to make money, the point is there's certain people that are responding to these things when they hear it, even if that's not your intention, in how you're putting it out. And I'm not saying you shouldn't say it. I'm just saying I understand why Brandon said what he said as a reaction to what you were saying.
Well, the thing is, man, because I've been in this shit too fucking long, man. How many dudes after 5 years of the hood dudes actually come out with some money? The percentage, Brandon?
Not a lot. I don't know the percentage, but not a lot.
It's maybe 2 or 3%, man. 5% at best, man. I know too many of the motherfuckers went in jail.
Yeah, because that's why George Macon always calling me gay and shit, because he gets mad.
Ed, hold on.
I know. I mean, you right. I mean, one of them was my uncle. So yeah.
So in other words, get together, make money, and stuff like that, and most of the motherfuckers, when they get to be 30 minutes sitting in the park, man, twiddling their thumbs because they ain't got shit to do or money to actually go. 2 nickels are actually rubbed together. Come on,
So let me just say this, man. Look, at the end of the day, I don't know much about earlier incarnations of the Manosphere. I don't know. I just don't know the guys who are involved in the space.
Yeah.
2.0. I guess I have some understanding of who they are. If they are Angry Man, Obsidian, and O'Shea Duke Jackson, and a few other people. I mean, how can I not know? Because that's just a recent incarnation of the Black Manosphere.
Right.
In terms of 3.0, I guess I would have to be, I guess part of that cadre of people, or maybe.
Hopefully, yes.
Well, I don't know. I'm not labeling myself. I'm not putting myself out here as one thing or the other. I'm just in dialogue and in conversation with various men online. And some people, have an aversion to what I say. Some people, have some sort of resonance with things I say. I mean, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, man, look, I love Black folks, man. I want to see us doing well. I don't want to see us warring with each other. I don't want to see us in conflict with each other, especially over petty bullshit.
Got a lot of noise, Brandon.
Man, my bad. My truck reaching it. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, but I mean, my viewpoint on women, you really can't tell a young man about women because he doesn't have experience with women until he has experience with women, and then he learns the bitter truth that like these motherfuckers, they sweet as a motherfucker, but with that sweet thing can fuck around and cause you a world of miscomfort or discomfort or pain. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you didn't expect it. You know what I mean? It's just, and then you find out that the system is set up in such a way because women have set it up that way.
Yeah. Let me address this real quick, man. Motherfucker, you can't even tie my shoes. Go away, okay? Go ahead. Continue, Gigi.
Yeah, I mean, they always love like safety in the chat.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, go ahead, Gigi.
So I was talking to a white woman today, man, like somebody who lives very, close to me, man. We, she saw me walking and to the trash can dumpster out there, and we got embroiled in a conversation about, relationships and shit like this. And she was like saying some shit, like these women understand, even white women understand, like the laws are fucked up right now. Okay. Like I could see back in the day where like if a man had the ability to block you from getting credit, had the ability to, make sure that you stayed in the house and shit like that. And you couldn't go except for where he said you could go. Like I could see that, like there was a need for, laws to protect women in the way that they were, set up and established. But now that shit, if a woman is demanding that she be able to go out and work and get money, but still have the expectation that you do all of the things prior to, your entry into the marketplace and all of these new laws, then you just want the best of the best for yourself. You want your cake.
Yeah, I call it feminine supremacy.
But I mean, like, that's just human nature. Like if men were getting it that way, they would be like, fuck it, that's how it's supposed to be. Like, I mean, so like I'm just saying, let me put it in these terms, right? Women in today's culture have been spoiled like a motherfucker. They are spoiled. Okay? Spoiled rotten. The narratives all work to their interest. The laws, the policies, the discourse all works in their interest. But the question is, in the long run, is this going to have a good impact on the culture as a whole? And I don't think so. And when it comes back
to my argument is just the men need to do what's in their own bed. This idea that men in general, whether they're black, white, need to sacrifice in order for this community to go. Because the reason why I talk specifically about the black community is because black men or black boys don't benefit from this community. You're asking black men to basically, what's that Japanese thing when you lose honor, you take the sword and put it through.
Seppuku.
You're literally telling black men to do that for a community that don't give a shit about this. Then, because the argument is always about what black men are not doing. I'm not here to talk about what black women need to change. I'm out here to say, look, you can do what you want to do. Do not expect black men to sacrifice for a community that does not belong to them. And too many niggas don't want to believe that this community does not belong to you. and you're not even doing it for black boys because it don't belong to them either. That you can somebody.
You borging out. You borging out,
Yeah.
bro. But okay, so let me step. This is my opportunity to step in. Look,
American white
you know,
supremacy as well.
you can't even begin to understand that the community doesn't work for you until you reach a certain age as a man. I mean, how can you understand or realize that this community
Shit,
is
I
not?
think these have figured it out pretty early, but
No. Hold on. Go ahead. No,
The
go ahead.
reason I
Finish.
say that is because, first of all, if you're 13, 14, 15 years old, unless you got a hardcore ass mama, you know what I'm saying, that don't give a
Yeah.
fuck about you and you got to get it out the mud all day, every day, then you kind of like, as a boy, you're kind of like treated like a fucking dunce. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's a set of things that you have to do, and your mother is, for all intents and purposes, is like your father. You know what I'm saying? Until you reach a certain age. Then you come to the understanding that, okay, now I have to be self-sacrificial and take on burdens, and nobody else is willing to take on the same level of burdens that I am or have to. They're not required to. So
you
I
know
got
the irony. See, the irony of that is, I have a different approach to that. A lot, even though it's not consciously instilled in you, it's subconsciously instilled. This is why these dudes always like to lean back about the abandonment of the father, because this is the story that they're told. A lot of the BGS always says they're socialized. They're socialized. They're socialized at a very early age. These attitudes and beliefs, which is why these dudes come out always trying to blame black men, because they have this guilt complex. Women manipulate men in two ways: the ego and being guilty. And a lot of boys get manipulated. I don't want to be my father that abandoned my mother because I see my mother struggling. And this has nothing to do with her own actions to create that reality. This has everything to do about a dude that I don't know is not there, because at the end of the day, the mother is there. Now, you don't know why she's there as far as government benefits, chemical hormones, all of that, but you just know that. And as a result, this is where part of where the Mandingo shit comes from too. And
You
so
don't find out the truth,
it
man,
does
until later
start
on in
early.
life.
So what?
well,
I
look,
said, I
at
say
the
you
end.
don't find out the truth until like a lot of cats don't find out the truth about what their mother actually did to them, man, until later on in life. You know
And
what I
they
mean?
don't accept it
Yeah.
until later still.
But
And
that's
sometimes they never do, but that's socialization. Go ahead,
but
Gigi.
that's
Most
the
of the
only
time.
point. Like, it takes a certain time and a level of awareness for you to understand and come to terms with, or to come to grips with the fact that you're on your fucking own. You're not reared that way. Okay, you're not enculturated to think that you're on your own. You're enculturated to think that there's this community waiting on you. But at the end of the day, you realize, I mean, and this is especially the case
That's
after all
why
of
this
this,
space exists.
especially after you know the Civil Rights Act of '64, and the neoliberal turn, and everybody engaging in identity politics, and black women not linking their fate to us anymore and developing their own politics. Like,
Mm-hmm.
this is a whole new form of political engagement, and black men were not prepared or ready for this shit.
No one.
I
They weren't.
agree.
And so now they're beginning to come to terms with, okay, this is how it is. I mean, even in a relationship, this can happen. You might be all in and thinking everything is good until you start seeing signs that, damn, something is not exactly right here. This is not going as planned. Let me pump the brakes for a minute, because the signals I'm receiving are not the kind of things that are like being
Come on,
on the long run. So at the end of the day, man, all I can say is this, man. Brothers, man, are coming to terms with the fact that, like, the laws don't work to their advantage. There's a lot of narratives out there about how fucked up they are, about how abusive they are, about how great other people are, and about how pathological you are. And Negroes are just tired of it. And yeah, there's different approaches the guys have about how we're supposed to deal with all of this. All I can say is, man, nobody's came up with all of the solutions at this point. If there were people who had all the solutions, at this very moment, then we'd be on the pathway to success.
Like, man,
Well, I mean,
luckily,
Hey,
man,
can I,
I figured this shit out when I was 19 years old, man, 19, 20 years old. When
Yeah.
I
Well,
sat
you.
well,
back,
well,
I
Hold on.
sat
Hold on.
back,
Hold
I
on ahead.
sat
Go
back,
ahead, Brandon.
you know what I'm saying? I looked around, you know what I'm saying? I saw how other communities operated opposed to how my community operated. And I started to see, like, man, this is some dysfunctional ass shit. You know what I mean? It's
look,
dysfunctional.
the problem is that every generation has this fucking reset for some reason, where everybody got other groups don't have that. Where they have it, but it's not as prevalent as how we have it. Where everything has to be like we have to relearn this shit. The truth is, millennials shouldn't have to relearn this shit when you understand what Xers
Yeah.
had to go through. And this is not blaming. I'm not doing intergenerational blaming, but what I'm saying is, like, when you know what the Xers went through and how they're a small, tight generation, like, this stuff shouldn't have been repeated. And to be fair, I had a lot of Gen Xers that are married give me the game on a lot of things. A lot of how I view marriage is predicated on black men married to black women that are married to this day, or they had people that their women died, and they had their women under control a lot more than a lot of these niggas do today. So but they still told the truth. And what happens is, and a lot of that could be we didn't have the internet, we didn't have these things. So I get that. So this is not a blame game. But when people say, why does this exist now? This is why you have different generations. Technically, Gigi's an Xer, BGS is a boomer, I'm a millennial. You have Z's that listen to us. And they've been through shit like what Brandon was talking about. A lot, an increasingly amount of Z's go through that because there's other environmental stuff outside the black community that ain't there for them. Like it was there a little bit for millennials, like it was there a little bit for we all had our own challenges. Xers definitely had their challenges. You see what I'm saying? So now when you have all these people from different regions, like I'm from Chicago. Which is interesting. My grandfather came from St. Louis, GG, and migrated to Chicago from there. Well, I'm from Chicago, but I was born in California. My whole family's Chicago, so that's the interesting situation. But you have all these people saying the same thing in different cities, different regions, different backgrounds, whether they're quote unquote educated, educated black men or street Jews or a combination of the two, which do exist despite what people want to act like they do. Because we get objectified is one thing, another thing. Hell, they even told Black Angry Man talked about how Angry Man can't like video games and comic books. A black woman literally told him, you can't like that because she identified him as a street dude. And street dudes aren't allowed to do that. As if these niggas don't play Madden and NBA
Right.
2K. So again, we get objectified as black. And it's funny because the women bitch about that when in reality we don't objectify them in the same way. And so my point is, what you basically said is this space exists at least to accelerate and give content. A lot of people will say that we put people in a red pill rage when actually reality is we give them meaning for it so they don't stay in that. We keep a lot of brothers from doing some violent shit. There's a lot of shit either to themselves, to another brother, or to somebody else. Because the reality is that craziness and angst get dissipated a little bit as they find maybe they don't like me because how I sound, my background. But then if I'm sharing a Gigi video, they're gonna resonate with Gigi, his background, his stuff, and obviously Gigi is PhD qualified PhD. You see what I'm saying? And this is why I get annoyed on a personal rant. This is why I get annoyed when I don't see other dudes share people as much as they should. Because the reality is, you got a lot of dudes talk. And here's another thing in the background too, and I'm gonna end it. A lot of dudes want to grow on YouTube, like here, and they don't want to admit that because now it's like you can't grow, you this or that. So what they do is they throw a lot of these bombs so they see other dudes growing. BGS never tags his video. Yet BGS is able to attract the people he's able to attract through the strength of his information. People have got going to my stuff as a result of me being on the platform. GG came in here and off the strength of who he is, he's past me. And the thing is, we're supposed to work as an aggregated unit because there's something that people can contribute together. But what too many dudes are doing now is they're doing a bullshit cannibalization, and they use 1.0 as an excuse. You trying to convince the women to change, which is a lie, as an excuse. And the shit is really a fucking waste of goddamn time. And it's even so bad now. Then when you try to get away from these people, they like hurt baby mamas. They don't even want to let you go. Because they like, if I can't have what I want, then fuck everything. And it's interesting how black men have that pathology even in this space.
Well, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna
Well,
get
I was
out.
about to say,
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get out.
Okay.
I'm about to take
All
my
right.
shower. Okay. Last point, and I swear I'm gone. Man, look, you got people coming into space that are new. I agree, and to a lot of people who've been here for longer, it seems like they like it's like a seniority thing. Like, how can this person come in, say some things that I agree with, accelerate past me, be lauded, receive remuneration, whatever the case may be, right? So there are people who are kind of upset about it. But then
then attack them motherfuckers. But go ahead.
But my larger point is this. First and foremost, you have to realize like where you exist. I'm sorry, man, you know, like you exist on YouTube, but you do. Like you don't own YouTube. YouTube is a fucking platform established by Google with its own set of rules, community guidelines, performance indicators, algorithm boosters, and all of this. Like it is something they control. They regulate it the way they want to regulate it. It is what it is. And you know, and I know this sounds very insulting, but I just have to say for what it is, like because it's a free space and nobody can determine who can and who can't be here. Mind your business, man. Up like I said, I was talking to another guy. I ain't gonna say who it was, but I was talking to another guy. Like, okay, imagine a motherfucker being mad at you because you got that blue magic and you hitting the streets up with the blue magic. And so now this motherfucker mad at you that you got the good dope and you on his block selling the shit because he feels like this is his space. Like he built it up, he set it up. And I know it sounds very insulting for me to say this, but nigga, I'm on your block now. I got blue magic. What the fuck can you do about it?
Yeah.
See, this is funny because this is where I kick in a Star Wars reference.
Like what can you like man, like let me put it in nigga terms.
They scared of you. They only gonna go at you so hard, so you can say that. Go ahead.
Okay, let me put it in Pookie terms because people don't understand it unless you put it in those terms, even though they assume Pookie. I might snap, crackle, and pop on your block, and you ain't gonna do squat. You watch. And when you catch with the cops trying to eavesdrop, taking snapshots, I'm gonna let the gap pop. I'll holler at you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is why, you know, they pick and choose the type of people they want to. Notice how it's always the same dudes that they tend to go after. Because the thing is, if you got an issue, and shout out to Gigi, the thing about it, people will bring, look, man, there's plenty of channels that they got strategy. I mean, technically, even Auburn Priest got strategy talking about other people, but they got strategy talking about Fresh and Fit or talking about whatever. But when you start to associate them with, like, our space, and you start to say, like, them niggas over there, you're lying. You're introducing lying to the point. And it's crazy, man, because a lot of these dudes, it's like, I get the seniority part, but the truth is, I got seniority over a lot of these niggas. And there's niggas that I've shared that they have passed me, and I've continued to share them. When I agree with their stuff, I've shared. Because that's a part of what the space is. The mission is about getting the information out. And I understand that there's certain things as to how I come off, what I say, how I say it, that won't appeal to everybody. So what I do is I take somebody like a GG or whoever, or people that I know can articulate the argument, and then I basically say you need to hear it from them, or hear this and hear that, and that's the point. That's the point of what this space must be. Now what you have is this battle rap shit where niggas are actually scared to talk about other people, so they go with what's familiar, and that's the crap that kills me, because it's like, yo, talking about me. If I wanted to give my subscribers to you, they wouldn't go over there. Like, that's just how it is. Like, people know BGS has X amount of subscribers. There's people that listen to BGS that don't care for me. I mean, and that is what that is. Yeah. There's people, like, it's with everybody. And really what it is, if you really want to go on YouTube, Lead Attorney got a fucking course for you to get. You can get, there's, shout out to Roberto Blake, who's in North Carolina. Erica talked to him. He's a cool dude. He's got plenty of stuff. There's black people. That Kurt Nugent dude that BGS shared with me, this shit, that was one of the best shares. I still listen to his videos with live streaming. In fact, I might email that to Gigi because he's doing some really good work. Mm-hmm. Yo, learn the skill and get good at the skill. But I know a lot of you niggas aren't serious because a lot of y'all like Gigi puts work into his live streams a little bit. Same thing with Dr. Tita's side. Most of these niggas don't do that. They just press play and go. I know because I do it. The difference is I'm not bitching about not being big.
Yeah, I was about to say a few things, Ed. And shout out to Green Gorilla. Thanks for being up on the panel. A few things. I'm gonna use like a few analogies, right? it's like when it comes to talking about the issues that a lot of brothers are dealing with, it's like the problem is that a lot of these like mainstream like narratives, especially all these like anti-black misandrist narratives, when you a lot of brothers are used to listen to this indoctrination where it's like, how can I put this? It's almost like when people talk shit about brothers, they're just kind of firing from the hip. You know what I mean? And the reason why this space gets pushback is because instead of firing from the hip, like we actually like figuratively aim down sight. You know what I mean? You got people like BGS, Green Gorilla, Dr. C, hell, me, Edwin Anderson. You got all these people sharing facts, history, statistics, cultural observations that debunk a lot of these talking points, and they're not used to that. They're not used to people. They're not used to so-called black men given like a measured, calculated response. They're just used to just basically just niggas arguing. So when you have people that actually point out like actual facts and data backing up what we're talking about, they're like shocked, like, wait, like it's almost like they don't expect us to actually know what we're talking about. They just expect us to just kind of just say stuff off the cuff. And then in regards to like the
that's why they hated Kevin so much.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. And then in regards to the cultural dysfunction, I compare it to basically like when people talk about how like doing all this like ass kissing and bending over backwards for these gynocentric talking points is not going to save the community. I almost compare it to like a Browns fan because you know what I mean. I'm from Northeast Ohio. I watch the Browns. It's like looking at the dysfunction of the Cleveland Browns, and everybody keeps talking about, oh, they don't have enough talent. This, they don't have enough talent. That. It's like, no, your coaches are ass. Like y'all have plenty of talent. In fact, y'all have more
or
talent.
Your owners are ass.
Exactly.
Shout out to
Exactly. And that's what they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about trash leadership. You know, they don't want to admit that the reason why they don't win is because the trash leadership is because instead of much like how a lot of the Browns fans nowadays are like dick riding Stefanski, a lot of people people who claim to be quote unquote community oriented just dick ride these dysfunctional cultural norms from our so-called quote unquote leaders without questioning it, and then they wonder why nothing changes. It's like, fam. And we're like the people that are basically just saying, like, listen, bro, in both cases, you don't win because your leadership is trash. You have all the talent that you need. You don't win because your leadership is trash. You get rid of that trash leadership, you could solve like 60 to 70% of the problem just off of there.
Well, that's why Green Gorilla is great because, like, you know, when people say, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna just make fun of you," like, say that shit to Green Gorilla and see how goofy that shit is.
Imperator, the link is there. He can bring his ass up if he wants to. I don't even know who the fuck he is. Okay, who is he? Why should I actually listen to him?
Yeah, I mean, they kill me with that. Like, I want to hear his take. I mean, it's crazy, but I will say this because I'll be out with Kevin. You see all this shit with Derrick Jackson because I haven't really talked. I've kind of loosely talked about the Derrick Jackson. You know, everybody's covering whatever. You know, Dear Future Wife is pretty much he want to be Derrick Jackson as far as get away with that BS. So it's funny how, but when you understand the angle I was gonna do it if I did a video on it was really going back to when they sat together and said what they said, and now knowing that all this stuff was known. Like she didn't know, she knew, she was there, she knew what was going on. She, in a lot of ways.
Oh, Derrick Jackson's wife.
Yeah, it's Danae Jackson.
Man,
we all called it.
I called that shit the first time, man. I knew who the fuck she was. She's the chick that helped that dude in college. She did his homework. He was fucking everybody else, but she was his bottom bitch. She served him, and that's like we married her eventually. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, and so people.
I always thought people kept calling Derrick Jackson a simp. He ain't no simp. He's pimping these bitches.
Well, that's another thing too, Derrick, and that's the thing about Obsidian. Obsidian is useful in a lot of ways, but he has his narratives that when he's wrong, you're really fucking up the conversation when you do that because he does these like political campaigns. But my point is, look at how these women. They kind of feel some type of way, but they don't. Not like how they did not like Kevin. And the reason why is because at the end of the day, he is community dick to them. He is serving the gynocracy in their way. That is the type of community they want. And here's the thing that's crazy about that. If that's what you want, cool. But here, it, like I was about, and I might still do this video. How you all are so feminist. You all actually use feminists all the way to you now being concubines. Because what it's coming down to is y'all have these one dude, and Jason Black will try to call it these producer niggas, which that's not always the case. But they're producers that y'all are sharing these dudes. See, that's really where the end route of where y'all about to go. Y'all about to be like her, where he married the bottom chick that's gonna stay and deal with the shit, and then fuck whoever wants. That is really what y'all want in a relationship. And if that's what y'all want, go ahead and say it. Nick Cannon's another example of that. Go ahead and say that's what y'all want. So dudes can go somewhere else.
Them chicks are not faithful to him. They fucking dudes on the side too. So don't get it twisted. They spread it
Yeah,
around.
so this is what y'all want. So and remember, she hid behind Christianity and all this other crap. What she's saying, I'm like, this is a chick where you have her record from the start to finish. What Derrick Jackson was on before, when she got involved, when they got caught, and she is invested in Derrick Jackson Inc. This is why when she she going out here trying to destroy him, that very well may be true, but she got kids with this dude. So hurting his money is at the end of the day hurting her own children. It's like, bitch, you fucked up with the shit this whole time. I don't know why you acting like you trying to play a wait until it's hell, a thin line between love and hate. You know, now the color purple is coming out to y'all. Like y'all, Derrick Jackson is Mister, and y'all want him. Stop it.
The whole story has not come out. There's something that went on with the money, and that's how come she lashing out. Because if he was paying her right, she wouldn't open her fucking mouth.
Yep.
Even look at how she dressed in that interview. Compare that to when she was sitting there. So you can look cute when you want to.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah. So that was a choice.
Yeah, I was
Look, man, that bitch ain't no damn victim. She ain't no damn victim. My bad. Go ahead.
Finish, Kevin, and then Brandon.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you look into her story, she was basically like a disgraced queen, and she herself admitted she got like 3 abortions or something like that.
Damn.
Yeah.
Why are you guys surprised? I don't get it, but go ahead.
I'm not surprised. I'm just
No, man, that bitch was a willing participant. You hear me? She was a willing participant. Man, she knew what the fuck was going on. She knew he was fucking a whole bunch of bitches.
Brandon know the game. He been in the streets. He know the game, man. Hey, Brent, did you not peep this when she first came forward? Did you not peep that?
I do. But you know what tripped me out about bitches, bro? All of a sudden, she want to doll herself the fuck up, man, when she got out of the fucking relationship. That shit was tripping me out. You know what I'm saying? She played a fucking role too. Bitch knew she was fucking. She already knew what the hell she was fucking doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, look, man. Look, every chick you talk to,
he just embarrassed her. That's all. That's all that happened.
Yeah, that's all he did. You know what I'm saying? But she was a willing participant in that shit. She knew that shit was going on. She knew. Come on, man. You know, motherfucker's a jock in college, man. You knew before you even got with him. You just accepted this shit, man, because he got you a baller. You know what I'm saying? You got you the dude that you can floss around. You look good with. You know what I'm saying? The trophy nigga. You know what I mean? So that's what she made. He elevated her status. You know, because really she just a regular ass chick. Really.
She made a deal with the devil. It's okay.
Right.
I wasn't surprised, especially when I heard that little piece about how he was actually showing video of him fucking other chicks. Like, oh, okay, so BGS was right about her. Never mind. Like, anyway.
One of these days, y'all gonna believe the shit that I say when it comes out of my mouth. Y'all keep going into Russell Wilson. We know the game that Russell Wilson is playing, but y'all keep oh no, man, y'all ain't been around ballers enough, man. Jesus,
man,
Christ.
Look, bro. Look, man. I used to be a strip club manager. You hear me?
Okay.
I seen every goddamn thing, man. You know what I'm saying? These hoes ain't surprising me at all. You know what I mean? Look, man, it ain't nothing too different from a chick that's in the club and a chick that's out here on the street. It ain't too different. You know what I'm saying? The only thing is that the chick on the street is getting shamed for her being a hoe. And for black people, and for black women, they ain't really getting shamed for that.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Yeah, I was about to say, what you're saying, Brandon, and to your point, and that's the reason why, like, a lot of people in this space get pushed, right? Because it's like, man, listen, if people are going to be, if a large percentage of these females are going to be loose like that, well, y'all just need to make sex work legal and stop trying to, you know what I mean? Just let that be what it is, you know, because they'll try to spin it and try to say somebody like you, Brandon, is quote unquote taking advantage of these women, even though you said as a strip club manager, all those women that were, working the pole, they did so voluntarily. Like, you didn't force them to do shit. You just say, hey, give me a cut, and then go do your thing.
Right, bro. Like, look, man, look, man. Look, I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid. You know what I'm saying? To not go back in the VIP, man, when she in the back sucking this nigga dick. She got a whole fucking boyfriend at the house and shit. You know what I'm saying? Your whole boyfriend, but she over here sucking dick for like fucking $500. Well, that's the price
and her boyfriend knows that she's doing that in the club.
And his boyfriend knows that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know something like, man, come on, man. Like, dude, women are not these damn angels. They are not, man. They are fully aware about what they fucking do.
Black women aren't angels. They are
fully aware about what the fuck they do, bro. They be trying to act like they fucking retarded and shit. I'm like, man, no. No, I've seen it all, man. The chick, you know what I'm saying? The college chick, man, the shy chick, you wouldn't even think she was like that, bro. You wouldn't even think she is like that, nigga. She getting knocked off, nigga, in the fucking school. I've done this shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, a whole boyfriend on the motherfucking phone, nigga. I'm knocking her for the back, nigga. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? I'm just fucking me up in the head, like, damn, this nigga, like, I'm fucking this bitch. And she,
there's a comedian that said, if she 8 and above, you sharing her with everybody, okay?
What you say? 8 and above belongs to everybody, huh?
8 and above belongs to everybody. Yeah. So
I was about
why
to say,
get mad about it?
Man, look, man, these hoes. Man, let me taking these hoes serious, man. You gotta vet these bitches. Vet them. I'm purple. I can say I'm more purple pill than a motherfucker. You gotta vet the hell out of these bitches. Yes, you gotta make them go through some shit. You gotta make them go through some shit, bro.
And messages like yours.
And all chick, I don't care how good you think she is. Every chick can go left, and she probably will at some point. Okay. So
what pimp say? What do pimp say? These hoes blow in the wind.
Yeah, they come going, as they say, right?
Yeah, they come and go. They blow in the wind, bro. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Yeah, it is what it is.
But BGS, what about the church girls?
Oh, come on, man. Anyway, go ahead, Kev.
Okay, BGS,
hold on, nigga. They even bigger hoes, bro. They even bigger hoes.
That's what he meant.
They even bigger hoes, nigga. Vacation Bible school, nigga, in the back getting domed up. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, at 15 years old, nigga, it's getting domed up, nigga. Man, come on, man.
Daddy won't let her outside, and as soon as she gets outside, she goes buck wild. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the fucking choir talking about hallelujah at First Baptist Church.
Hey, and the best chicks are Jehovah's Witness women that actually gave up the faith.
Yeah.
They're the best ones.
Wow.
Word to the wise.
Look, man, the most nigga, look. You can take the chick that you think that she's an angel. The most perfect chick in the world, I can prove to you that she's a hoe. I can prove to you that she got some hoe tendencies, bro. I can tell you. And she just, you know what I'm saying? The smart chicks, you know what I'm saying? They'll move somewhere else. They'll go somewhere else, clean their act up and some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But our women, they don't do that shit. They just full on hoe. You know what I mean? You just got to figure out what you want to deal with. How much of a hoe do you want to deal with? You know what I'm saying? Where you want the shit to stop at? You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, man, look, bro, you can't be afford to lose these bitches. You can't. You can't be afraid to. You can't be afraid to lose these bitches because they're going to leave. It's when they leave, though. It's when they leave. You all got to keep in the back of your head. It's fucked up, bro. But you got to keep in the back of your head. You got to keep some of yourself out. You have to keep some of yourself out. You can't fall in love, bro. You cannot.
And sometimes they don't leave. Okay, that's even worse. Sometimes.
Yeah.
You gotta put up with.
Look, the worse that I treat these bitches, bro, the more they fucking love me. That's the fucked up part. You know what I'm saying? I can tell the chick, man, because I tell the chick I'm truthful with the shit, man. A woman will respect you a whole lot more if you tell her the truth. If you tell her the truth, man, no, hold on. I straight told the chick. She asked me. My bad. I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk.
Some will and some won't. Just like ARC says, that 3% will fuck with you no matter what. But most of them will turn. Hey, I'm not on that shit. But that's fair, you know. But things, the ones that will
that's just from BGS. That's just from my experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's from my experience. I told the chick, like, look, this is what it is. I'm doing this. You know what I mean? I'm out here doing this. You know what I mean?
Are you down? If she down and she with it, and you can provide enough value, like you having fun, you out there, she'll roll with you. Okay?
Yeah. All I'm saying is, man, stop lying to these hoes, man. Stop. If you want to just fuck. Tell her you want to do that. Man,
Yeah,
how many women? Man, come on, man. You got what?
If you want some kind, if you that's going, if you got kids with her and you have shit to lose, you're gonna have to lie, man.
Yeah, yes, that's true. That's
Okay.
true.
Tell me
that's
I'm wrong.
true.
Tell me I'm wrong yet.
You're not wrong. You're not.
I think
there's plausible deniability on. I've seen old Macs and old players, man. They're married, got kids, and got 2 or 3 chicks on the side. Okay, they always have to have plausible deniability.
But when you got, when you got kids with them, man, it's like they got you by the balls type shit. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta you gotta play the game. You gotta play the game.
To say that you can be perfectly honest with bitches 100% of the time, especially when you got shit to lose, that's bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, when you got shit, you're right. When you got some shit to lose, you gotta, you can't be completely honest. You know what I'm saying? You gotta bend the truth a little bit. You know what I mean? No, a lot of bit. You gotta bend it a lot of bit.
Bruh. I've been around too many of them, man. Too many of them. Okay, I know what they do. I've seen that lifestyle over many years, man. They got, this nigga got running hoes, man, running girlfriends, hoes, side chicks, all kind of shit. Motherfucking married, got a whole family, okay, that they got to report to at a certain time of day. Is what it is. Okay, I seen that shit.
I had a whole chick. I had a whole chick when I was I just got to be in the club manager. All right. She'll have me go. We'll go to Las Vegas, man. She used to work at the fucking strip club in Las Vegas called Spearmint Rainer. You know what I'm saying? I was never her nigga. I was never her nigga. I was never her nigga. We were just business associates, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I've seen how she'll go out there, bro, and she'll go in there and she'll be fucking with clients for like $5,000, bro. A pop.
I would tell you,
and
man,
then playing like she actually like these dudes will fall in love with her, bro. And I just sit back and think,
fall in love with her, man. They fall in love with the fantasy. That's not
right. Don't say they fall in love with the idea of her.
Good idea, yeah.
The idea of her. They don't really like.
That's what they're paying for, though.
Right, you know what I'm saying? But it used to trip me out, like what these motherfuckers would do. Like I'm like, man, like are we really like this? Are we really like this, bro?
Okay, listen to me, Brandon. Okay. You're Blackpill, right? Because you see the ugly side of human nature, right? Okay.
Right.
90% of people, motherfuckers, cannot handle that shit. They can't handle that their girl might cheat. They can't handle that shit, man. They can't handle that shit. Emotionally, psychologically, they can't handle it. Bitch, lie to me, okay? I can't handle that shit. I've talked to best friends. Oh my girl, hey man, do you really want to know?
Look, man, I walked in on my nigga. I walked in on my bitch fucking a whole nother nigga. And guess what I did? I fucked up best friend. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing is,
why'd you do that?
The amount of guys that you know that you're associated with, how many men can actually handle that shit?
Not a lot. But you have to deal with multiple women, bro, to even handle that shit. You have to be accustomed to women.
What I'm saying is, okay, you've seen women from a different vantage. I know guys that have a bunch of women, man. They have a slew of women. They can't handle their bitch fucking another dude. They can't.
Bro, I have to get up here when y'all start talking about this, because I literally today just had a girl that I was talking to, and I'm talking to multiple women, right? But one of them texted me today on some shit. Hey, I got a boyfriend. We got to start talking in code, because you texted me the other day. He almost saw it. I'm like, oh, you got a boyfriend?
Yeah, you should have spoke up. The bitches lie.
Right? You should have said something. I would never text you like that.
The bitches lie.
Look, what you do about that? What you do about that? How did you respond?
Yeah, I said, cool, no big deal. We know each other. Like we speak very, She basically wanted to say why I wasn't saying so much. I'm like, oh, shit, I won't say so much.
Let's just get out. The thing is, if you come out up front and tell the truth about your situation, especially when you're dealing with multiple dudes or multiple chicks, right? You can't get the whole 100%. You can't. And most people want to get as close to the 100% as they can. That's why they lie. Okay. They could be fucking 90 dudes, but she gonna try to assure you that she ain't fucking nobody else.
Once a girl knows you're comfortable with, like, you're not a type of guy who gets too emotionally involved in the shit. Yeah. You'd be surprised how much she would tell you about what she's doing with other dudes.
Look, man, this is what you need to do. Hold on. You really want to know how shit go down? You really want to know? You really want to get some game, bro? Go get cool with a sex worker.
Yeah.
Go get cool with a sex worker, bro.
He ain't ready for that.
Go get cool with one. No, just get no, like not come on some fucking shit, man. Don't come to her like a fucking creep. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to, nah, man. Just come like, hey, just talk to her and shit, man. Don't lust off of her. You know what I'm saying? They may be fine or something over the hell, but don't be all fucking thirsty. Go talk to a sex worker, man. And they'll
One
give
thing,
you the game
it's
on
not that
everything.
simple because a lot of guys will try to compartmentalize. Like, oh, that's a sex worker.
Man,
that's
no, it's
the
not.
girl.
Look, man,
I
it's a skill that's mastered. It's a skill that's kind of
I
you got to
get it.
master.
Let me make this point
You
though.
know
A lot
what
of
I'm
guys try to compartmentalize. Oh, she's a sex worker. She's not the girl who's working retail. You'll be surprised the way the sex worker operates is the way most of these girls will operate.
They operate like a business, man.
They operate very much like sex workers. The sex workers are just upfront with it. A lot of women, they would like literally, like, yeah, bro, they wild out here.
And we gonna go for maybe 20 more minutes. We're gonna be out of here. Okay.
Dude, if you go to one and you not judge them and you just sit there and you just talk to them, have a conversation with them, you know what I'm saying? You will find out how really shit really is, bro. You really find out.
Most guys cannot handle that shit, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, BGS. I said that about the thing about church girls on purpose because I've told people there's certain married women in the church I refuse to go around because I know what they own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most people cannot handle that shit. They can't handle reality, man, about what goes on. They're going to actually go home and look at their girl different. They can't handle it.
But look, bro, like the crazy part is I may be so fucked up in the head, bro, that I see niggas, man. I can literally see the hoe in niggas' girlfriends.
Yeah.
I can see the hoe in them. It's like, I've been around that shit for so fucking long.
So long. Yeah, you can see.
I've been around it for so long, bro. I worked in the sex industry for 10 years, bro.
And they give you that look that don't out me. Yeah, I know you know. Don't.
Yeah,
out
man.
me.
I started up from a bouncer all the way up to a manager, man. I worked in that shit for 10 years, man. Yeah. And I can see the hoe in niggas' girlfriend. I'm like, man, that bitch is a hoe. He don't even fucking know.
He don't want to know.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He don't want to know. He can't take it, bro.
I started to realize that.
When you start to realize, man, when you start to realize the majority of these bitches are hoes, bro. Yeah. Majority of them. You know what I'm saying? You just give up, bro. Yeah. You're like, you end up giving up. You accept it for what it is. Or you accept it for what it is.
Everybody except my girl. That's what they always say. My girl don't do that shit.
Yeah. But hey, Brandon. Hey, I just have there's something I wanted to point out, right? Especially between you, Arch, and BGS, right? Now, I got into a whole debate with a guy like Sir Ism a few weeks ago, where he says that the majority of dudes in this space are just quote unquote incels who can't get laid. Yet you, Arch, and BGS are all three guys with a ton of experience with women saying, yeah, they do this, and you gotta watch out for that. It's just like
Ism called me an incel a couple of times, bro. I got 3 baby mamas, bro.
In other words, man, they have no idea what an incel really is. They're just throwing.
They really don't. But I mean, the truth of it. I mean, but the truth is, though,
very few black guys are incels. So very few.
Very few. It's hard to be a black incel. There's so many fat black women who would take anybody. You can't be a black incel.
But the truth is, a lot of these niggas ain't getting pussy like they say they do. A lot of niggas like to go around acting like they getting ass like they say they do.
That's even the trick bag right there, because a lot of these guys aren't getting good pussy. To get pussy in Black America is very much a snap in the fingers. Like I said, there's too many low quality, obese, ugly women who are more desperate than the men for attention.
Well, I ain't talking about them. Like, I don't fuck with none of them. I don't fuck with none of them.
That's what we're talking. But that's the thing. Any black man can fuck them. The problem is that most of the competition is for the few good-looking ones. And when we talk about that, we break it down into that conversation. Yes, a lot of guys are getting asked out for the attractive black women.
No, they ain't getting quality ass. That's what you're trying to say.
Right. But the large majority of unattractive ones, it's easy to get. We have a whore culture with a lot of desperate women. It's easy to get sex.
Women, they're not even desperate. That's what they do, man.
They just want to fuck around, man. They free. Yeah. They free. I mean, like, dude, like, it's a whole culture, man. Like, one chick, man, she was telling me, it's like, why dudes are hoes? I'm like, well, why females are hoes? Y'all don't want to create the fucking hookup culture.
Yeah, a man can't be hoes.
A
man can't be a hoe. A man can't be a hoe.
If you ain't making it so easy for me, if you ain't making it so easy for me to get it, It's you. I mean, it's your people. It's your people that surround you. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Brandon, you know what it really is, man? It's a shortcut for them, right? Okay, they don't have to cook, they don't have to clean, they don't have to do favors for you, or even talk to you. Just give you some pussy. That's easy. Any chick can do that. It's easy
Yeah.
you can actually give up. That's
All
why.
right, I'm gonna go back on what I kind of said. All right, it is easy to get pussy. It is.
Yeah.
But they actually get somebody that actually fucking vibe with it's totally different.
That's a
different conversation, though.
Well, to your point,
That's not an incel conversation.
Go ahead, Kev.
To you guys' point, BGS. Again, like really, not just in here in America, but really all throughout these so-called quote unquote Western countries. I'm like, on average, which is I find it ironic why they were talking shit about the quote unquote passport votes. I'm like, on average, there are more loose women in quote unquote westernized, read majority white countries than there is anywhere else in the world. You know what I mean? So it's like, like you said, like what Brandon said, if you want to talk to a woman that's you're more likely to run into somebody in here or Germany or Austria, Finland, New Zealand, Australia, etc.
It's part of the environment. Okay, when you bring up this environment, you stop teaching gender roles where wives and husbands, stuff like that. This is what happens, right?
Yeah, okay. Jezebel versus wife.
Yeah, so
a lot of Jezebels in America.
They don't teach women to be wives anymore. Partners are temporary, right? And partners,
exactly.
Women have always cheated. They just never talked about it. Now they're talking about it. That's all. They're free.
Well, what I was about to say, I think a smaller content creator, was it Ezzy Nazarene? And shout out to him. He pointed out how like there's like an uptick over like the last 40 years of women taking like antidepressants, and I think what it is like part of that is like it's a side effect of that whore culture because
no. You know what it is? You have to go out and compete and hustle just like men do. Okay, men.
True.
Kevin said pressure is meant for shoulders and not hips. Now, bitch, you got to go out and get it for yourself. Okay, and she's having a hard time with it.
That testosterone's messing with her.
No, it's not testosterone. It's that she basically the stress. Getting out in the workforce is stressful. Okay, it is. Men know that. That's come our lives are shorter in this environment because of the stress. If you're at home dealing with the kids, you think kids and cleaning up is stress? No, get your ass out in the workforce and have to hustle and make deadlines and not lose your job and fuck with the people on your job and the boss, all kinds of stuff. That's stress. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's what they're fucking with. That's why they have to come home and take the antidepressants that you drink wine.
Take that wine, that sip of wine and shit.
Yeah.
Masculine in a motherfucker, man.
That's what they want.
And they try to conflate that as if men, like they say women are depressed. I mean, men have always committed a lot of suicide, been depressed because men have always dealt with that stress. So yes, women in America right now are dealing with a higher level, but it's higher than it normally is.
Women attempt more suicides. They're just not as good at it. That's what they don't tell you about that.
Damn, shit, you can't kill yourself?
Yeah, they're not good at it. Well, they don't really want to die. But the thing is, guys are much more efficient at killing themselves. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Leon, jump in.
I want to holler at Brendan first. You're definitely right, and I know sex workers, so you're definitely right. The interesting thing that I found, mostly between my 25 to 33, because I'm 35, is women know you're in a relationship, and they might have a relationship that they're in and out in, and they do want a fantasy. So some of them don't want you to be like, I just want to fuck. They want you to maintain an idea of a fantasy, and they'll straight up tell you like you're being too realistic. Like I've been there multiple times where it gets to the point that it's annoying, and they're just like, why can't you just like fantasize a reality like this while we're here? And it's just like, oh, I'm in the wrong reality. I actually don't really want to be here. I'm just trying to hit and leave, and you're trying to have fun while doing this and treat this like our own little fantasy. And that's the part that I don't like. You Edward answered the end of when you called me up and asked me to explain that red pill, blue pill, purple pill thing. And Edward, I know Edward read my comment and added on to it, so he answered that question. I think it was just a misunderstanding between me and you, BGS.
Okay.
For guys that don't understand who women are, I know sex workers. If I gave BGS my grandma's name and a date or something, he would know that I know a lot of shit because he would probably know who my grandma is. And I want to add, this conversation about B1, they got demolished.
Okay.
I'm 35. I know what happened during 2007 when Twitter started getting great and Facebook started getting great because of smartphones. You couldn't say shit without multiple lines of girls with liberal arts degrees and all that shit attacking you, like full out, making your phone freeze and everything. It didn't matter if it was Twitter or Facebook. They would have friends that interconnect and they would all be on your post nonstop until your phone froze.
Okay.
That's what they did. B1, I mean not B1, the first Black
1.0?
Manosphere got
Yeah.
1.0. They got destroyed.
Yeah.
People have to accept. I think I understand this because I'm a leftist, but people have to stop arguing over the small details and get a paper, put 10 things that are important, and you're going to have 2 things on that list that are important to you. Another guy might have 3, and that's how you move forward. If y'all keep on arguing over these stupid ass little details, no one's ever going to take y'all serious. Because I've been watching the content for a long time, and like you see me on Bernard.
But the thing is, people do take her seriously. Okay,
it should be taken,
regardless of what goes on in this space. They still do.
Yes, I agree. But what I'm saying is, if you see how all these people work together, it's not really they're working together. They're seeing 1 or 2 things on a list of an agenda that they agree with.
Yeah.
And they move forward regardless. What y'all tend to do is get caught up in the details of something you don't fucking agree with. And it's a total waste of time. I was talking to Mr. Z and they were like, the rat experiment.
The Mouse Utopia.
And another guy was like, well, I more agree with GG and what he's saying. And what I told them, I'm like, look, guys, you can grab a chart, add the Mouse Utopia, add Reconstruction, the Industrial Revolution, white supremacy, and put it in the pot and tell me what y'all see.
Yeah.
That's all the fuck I mean. Like, don't argue over the details. You can put those all together and see that this is not the only fact. And that's I'm gonna leave it like that. But
most of this stuff, man, basically you're talking to people that are not ready to actually or educated enough to actually accept this information. You have to accept that. Yeah. They don't.
Yeah, man. People still blue pill as fuck, man. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to see the reality.
Even if red pill, they don't have enough education or information to actually understand what you're telling them. They don't.
Yeah.
They've been brought on.
Yeah. Look, man, a lot of motherfuckers won't wake up, man, till they get their heart broken or some shit, and they really win.
What thing is, this is beyond that. It's actually structural. It's not about individuals anymore. It's about structural stuff. That like the birth control pill, feminism, all this stuff is structural. It has nothing to do with the individual. Okay.
Yes.
It impacts you, but the thing is bigger than that. That's what he's trying to say. Go ahead.
Right. Yes, it's bigger than that. So I was lucky enough to have 2 grandfathers, a stepdad, a dad. I had a fine ass girl I couldn't afford. I had a Honda Civic at the time. E6 pull up in a Charger. He got a motorcycle and she did it right in front of me. The next one. 2021. My girlfriend was going to Baylor University and she got bust down by the football team. Thank God RG3 doesn't mess with black girls. But anyway, I called my parents, my dad and my grandpa, then my stepdad, and they all say, yo, you're losing chicks because you're broke right now. You can get another one, so why get mad? He's like,
Leon,
why you're losing.
You liked her.
Leon. I mean, I can understand. That's the money thing is one part of it, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I had bitches when I was broke as fuck. You know what I'm saying? When I had bitches with money that wanted me to come to their house and stay in their fucking house. You know what I'm saying?
Not at that level, man. Not the level he's talking about. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about these chicks, bro. I'm talking about, man, chick, 45 years old, man, real estate agent.
I want to talk about a college.
I was about to get there.
A college.
Okay, I'm late. My bad.
College chick that's
Yeah.
going up against athletes, you're not gonna win that battle, dude.
Yeah, you're not gonna win that battle.
You're not
You're
gonna win
not
that
gonna win
battle.
that battle. It doesn't matter that I'm not an ugly guy. That you're
No,
not gonna win that battle.
you're not gonna win that battle.
I'm
You don't
not
have
gonna win the
you don't have
battle
enough pull.
against.
Okay.
I'm not gonna win the battle against an E6 with an RT Charger, and I'm
Yeah.
only 19 years old. I'm not winning that battle.
No.
You know, that's what I'm saying. That's what my grandpa told me. That's what my dad told me, and my stepdad was just like, "Why are you trying to be somebody you're not? Like, have fun." The last part. I lived in the DMV, bro. I never talked to no 20-year-old girls when I moved back to the DMV. My dad lived in Hanover. Every chick
Mm-hmm.
I talked to was 35 and 40. You do some shit in their house, fix some shit, do some blue collar
Yeah,
shit,
yeah,
get
you're
sex from
servicing
them.
them.
That
You're
whole
servicing
you
them. Yeah,
service, and
yeah,
then once you start annoying them or you don't
yeah,
pick up,
yeah,
they won't talk to you for 2 weeks,
yeah,
and they'll tell you, "I thought I told you this and that," and
yeah,
they'll baby your ass. Then they'll be back on it, and you just
yeah.
get rid of them and
You
get another.
you're a concubine for them. It goes
Exactly.
on in
I've done
DC a
that.
lot. Yeah.
It was a great experience.
The thing is, I'm with Brandon, bitch. This is how it's gonna be. You guys pay. You're not paying enough for me
Yeah.
to do this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Go get you
Yeah.
another dude.
I mean, man, like I said, man, I dealt with chicks that were papered up, man. Like
Yeah.
really,
Yeah.
really papered up. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And it's just like, and they knew the type of nigga I was. You know what I'm saying? They knew.
That's why they picked you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know, but I'm like, man, but it's like, like, I really ain't got nothing to say to that. You know what I mean? I really ain't got a rebuttal to that. I really don't. You're right.
They pick you for a reason, man.
You're right.
Connected to
These
their
chicks take you to meet your parents.
No.
Man,
You said what?
She take you to meet her parents?
Yeah. One
did.
did. One or two.
One or two. Okay.
Yeah.
Those are keepers. Okay. How about her girls, her best friends?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are keepers.
I know
The rest of them chicks, you servicing, man. You a concubine.
See, the ones that took them, they probably saw that drive in them.
Or they wanted to keep him. They had to bring him out because they liked him.
That drive. Yeah, that drive plus your style. I can tell how you articulate and how you speak. You got drive in your voice. And then you say you were a manager and all that. So yeah, I already know the deal. I know why.
Yeah. So,
man.
In other words, whatever the group is, he was acceptable to the group. But 9 times a day, especially go to DC and try this shit, man. That's not what happened.
Well, DC women are full of shit because as long as you're capable of fixing shit and improving shit around their house, they don't fuck with you.
Well, no, man. DC, it's something about the
Are they gonna take you to meet their parents?
Man, it's something about the East Coast bitches, bro. They just give me off too They sound like fucking men to me, bro. I ain't attracted to that. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I'm talking to a fucking dude. You know what I mean?
Different group.
They can be quite direct. They can be quite direct and articulate.
It's the East Coast,
though. But the ones that, I got a health science degree now, but if I was still to the extreme blue collar that I used to, they would not. But my dad, he deals with all them women and he knows their families, but he's an extreme blue collar, retired military. He does everything when it comes to fixing houses, cameras, all that shit. So there's nothing that he can't do for these bitches. You know what I'm saying?
You're servicing them. So it's some form or another. Yeah. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he plays within that system.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll jump in because we ain't got long.
Yeah. Just kind of sitting here listening, man. Shout out to the chat, shout out to the panel, man. That's kind of my main thought process on that. Like BGS, you said, like as far as like being a male concubine and stuff like that. When we talk about, dudes having multiple women and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I get that because I've been down that road and I thought about, and even currently I'm still kind of on that road, quiet as it's kept. But it's like I heard you say it a couple of live streams before, and I ain't gonna lie, part of it did sting a little bit, but I was like, damn.
I mean, Brandon can tell I was raised.
But you just gotta accept that shit for what it is, though. You know what I'm saying? You gotta accept it for the way it is. You getting something out of it. Don't get mad about it.
Get something out of it.
You know what I'm saying? Don't get look, man. Like with the chick, with like I said, with the older chick, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she give me a little bit here, money here and there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I lay. You know, I fuck her here and there. You know what I mean? She introduced me to her people and shit like that. I ain't gonna lie. I learned a lot of game from her too. A lot.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
I
I feel
learned a
you.
lot of game. Like when it came to like fixing up my credit and all types of shit, man. You know what I mean? Getting into real estate and all that, getting into like, you know what I'm saying? Like trading stocks and shit.
Yeah.
Man, bro, she taught me a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? I will forever
Right.
thank her for that shit.
We
You know what I'm saying? Because she elevated my game, bro. She did it.
we've been here 4 hours. We got 15 minutes. It's only supposed to be an hour. So y'all
Oh
kind
yeah,
of
I'll
tighten it
keep
up.
it real brief.
Encrypted,
Yeah, I'll keep it.
Encrypted
But
Wolf,
I
and
was
then finish up, and then James and Charles.
okay.
With your late ass, you only gonna get like 3 minutes, Charles. With your late
Charles.
ass.
What's up,
Hey,
Sergeant? Shout out.
BGS.
Go ahead.
BGS. I was in Baltimore and I saw Charles and I spit on my hand when I was about like 17 or 18. I smacked him on the back of the head and took off running.
Hey, would you live to tell the tale, though, sir?
Oh man, I was fast back then, man. I was
Yeah,
fast.
you were
And
living. You lived to tell the tale.
he forgot the other part of it. He
I
forgot
was gonna say
the other
real
part of
quick,
the
man.
story.
I'm gonna land the plane on
That's
this,
the
man.
miracle. You live to tell
Well,
about it.
he
Like,
told you he
when it,
forgot the most important part of the story.
What's
Then
that?
he woke up. Then he woke up.
Then he woke up. Okay. Okay. All right.
yeah,
All right.
real quick,
James,
man. Just listening.
James,
I'm,
jump in because we ain't got much time, man.
oh, well, it was Wolf. I was gonna say something real quick,
No,
man.
but James is over there. But go finish up, Wolf.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, man. The quick thing, man, I wanted to say on that, just kind of in short, Brandon, I feel you where you coming from. Like when I say it stung a bit, I mean like I was hurt by it. I was like, yeah, I just accept it. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Especially in this environment. But like I said, man, on one of my posts, I'm not trying to save the world, man. I'm just here to enjoy what's left of it, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
That's real shit. That's real shit.
James, jump in, man. Speak now, forever hold your peace. You're muted, James. Okay. All right. Guess James ain't saying nothing. Go ahead, Charles. Nobody saying nothing? Go ahead.
I'm like this, man. A lot of guys are talking about being a concubine. You know, what did you get out of it?
I mean, like I said, I got game out of it. You know what I'm saying? I got knowledge out of it. You know what I mean? I got a little money out of it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I can say that's most of what I got out of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, it was, plus I was young. You know what I mean? I was young at the time too, man. I mean, I didn't know as much as I know now. You know what I mean? I didn't. If I could rewind the clock back, man, I probably would have didn't. I would have used that to a better degree. You know what I'm saying? I would have used that. I would have used that to a whole nother level. Yeah. Me, right now, man, I ain't got the patience for it now. So
that's where I was at. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, when I was younger, same thing. It was for me. It was like a lot of it was mainly pleasure and things like that.
It's free pussy. Yeah, I know. It's free pussy.
Right. You know, it was pleasure, but it also came at the expense
I learned
of
about
drama here and there. But you know, as I got older, man, I'm 40. Believe it or not, you know, I'm just like, when it comes to my interactions and stuff now, it mainly deals with peace of mind. They understand that peace of mind is my top priority, and that's what they're competing against. They're not competing against another bitch or nothing like that. They understand that they compete for my ability to elevate and maintain my peace of mind. If they can't do that, man, I'm out. Simple as that.
Well, I mean, that's one or two. What about the third bitch? What do you get out of her?
Same, like, honestly, they get more out of me as far as guidance and instruction and things like that, man. You know, conversation stuff like that. My conversation is conversation. So you know.
So why do you have more than two if that's the case?
Because to have two is so close to one, and have one is so two. Just
but all
right, look, the one that I'm serious about.
But a pimp gets what? What does he get out of his chicks?
He do get money. That's true.
Okay. What do you get out of yours if you got more than two?
Truthfully, I do get peace of mind, you know. And
with
honestly,
three chicks, well, hold on. You get peace of mind with 3 chicks, really? How you manage that?
I don't know. That sounds like a damn headache to me.
It does sound like a headache.
It really do. It seems like a headache, but honestly, once I've had, like, you know, we have a lot of open communication. For one, they know what my situation is. They know what I'm looking for. They know what I'm about. They know I'm not about to be a husband. They know I'm not about to be a father or a stepfather.
But check this out. See, even pimps though. But even pimps, But even pimps, man, my uncle's a pimp. You know what I'm saying? So look, even my uncle would say, like, dude, he don't even get out paying for shit. He gotta pay for shit. He gotta keep up with the upkeep of him. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I feel you.
He has to keep up with the upkeep of the woman. You know what I mean? He still has to come out of pocket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. And yeah, well, I feel where you're coming from, Brandon. Like with me, it comes from the biggest thing they get out of me is the time. Because they want time. They want time, they want energy, they want attention.
So
I
what?
tell them that's fine. Go ahead,
So
I'm sorry.
for all that effort, okay. One, I always say the third one. Okay, one, it's fine. Side chick is two. Okay, there's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of emotional labor you have to put into these chicks. Okay, what does the third one actually bring you?
Can I
The third one is basically.
I think one of the things.
Hold on.
Oh, you good?
The third one bring. Go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, I don't have more than 3 right now, but it's like
I know you got. I know you got 3. I said 1, 2. I can understand. The third one, what does she bring you? Why is she there?
10
I don't know if she's there.
Honestly, she's been around the longest, so she understands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
FWB.
she got 10 years. She been
okay. Look.
Bottom.
All right. So the first chick, I ain't gonna lie, that one probably, she get my time and my money. You know what I mean? Because that's the one I'm actually fucking serious about. The second one, you know what I'm saying? She got a whole fucking boyfriend. She got a whole nother boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? That usually works out for me. You know what I mean? Because he gotta take care of her ass. You know what I'm saying? With all the emotional shit, man. I just come in when he fuck up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the third one, you know what I'm saying? The third one, you know what I mean? Really, she's just a linger around. She's just in case.
Okay.
Right. She's on reserve.
Like him.
She's just on alert.
She sound like him. Okay. All right. Okay. I guess James dropped off. Okay. Go ahead, Leon, and then Sauchi.
My goofy one is it's not really goofy, but it's interacting with women with more power than you. And particularly what happened once.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
It's when I was in sales. When I was in sales, the lady I was talking to brought her boyfriend with her, and he ended up having the same name as me. And I said something, and he knew that I was hitting it on the side pretty much.
Okay.
He had the same, and he called me later, and she told me to know my fucking place. She's like, "That's not what you do."
Yeah.
And
your reward for being with her, it was what?
I'm sorry, say again, sir.
Your reward for being with her, Leon, was what?
24/7. Look on what was my reward? She used to cook for me and handle a lot of shit on the side for me. Really. That's all.
Okay.
That's
so
all.
You knew the
deal
before.
when I was in sales.
Okay,
look, man, when you can get a woman like that, when you can get a woman like that to submit to you.
One time.
When you can get a woman like that,
deal, but it was just a...
Hold on. One at a time. You knew the deal, but what?
I knew the deal. I was just feeling myself at the moment, and I'm kind of sarcastic sometimes. And she came in with him, and it was like, "You got with a guy with the same name as me?" And I said sarcastically, So I lost that. You know what I'm saying? And I thought about it. Yeah, I have to know my place to some extent where you just can't say it publicly around an individual that you don't know.
Well, you learn.
That's what I learned.
You learn. Yeah, you learn.
Yeah,
you
because you can pull that. You can pull that streets anytime.
You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with a woman with more power, and you're there to serve. Okay, he dropped off. Go ahead, Sauchi. We ain't got much time.
Peace to the chat, and of course the panel. Always glad to be on. Dealing with women is really, really simple, man. Is she on my program or not? End of story. And depending on the degree to which she is not, that will determine the amount of attention and investment you put into her. It's that simple. That's it. You look at her actions. That's it. I mean, women are not that complicated when you just look at them very objectively. They're capable of anything.
Right.
They're human beings. Anything.
What's that?
Yeah, but that's if you're a buyer, Sauchi. These dudes that concubine and are sellers.
Right.
They're sellers, okay? They're not buyers.
That's right.
If I can jump in real quick.
Look, my thing is, my thing
Brandon
is,
got it first, and then you. Okay.
look, man, my thing is, man, I wouldn't really say that I'm a shit. I might as well say I am a kind of fucking buyer right now. But even when back then, it was like, my thing was getting it at the, getting it at the very little without spending too damn much, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? But getting not to have to put
pussy at a discount. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, on the clearance deal. You know what I'm saying?
That's one of the easiest things. That's one of the easiest things a woman can do.
But, you know what I'm saying? Usually that takes a lot of vernacular. You know what I mean? They take
you got to entertain her ass.
You gotta know how to entertain her, bro. You gotta know how to read her body language and shit, man. You know what I mean?
Emotional labor. Yeah, that's what you give her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of women are ruled by their damn emotions, bro. If you know how to tap into their emotions, bro, you got control of them.
That's why you Blackpill, because you get a lot of broken women coming at you, so you know how it is.
You're managing the relationship.
I'm glad you said that, DJ.
Go ahead, encrypt it real quick.
Oh yeah. That was the other thing I was gonna say, man. Just to expound on what Sashi said, though. Like you said, if they're not on your program, the biggest thing, like Kendra D said, man, is like they gotta align with your value system, and that's one of the things that keep me coming around them is that I've had the conversations with them, open communication, let them know. Listen, this is what I'm about. This is what I got going on. And they okay with that. And I broke down my value system to them, and that's why they were like, okay, I can rock with that for as long as they rock.
What thing is, what you want, if you're gonna rock with her, you're gonna keep her as one of your down bitches, man. You gotta know who her family is, who her mother is, who her friends are, right?
That's right.
They'll tell you what her value system is, no matter what she fucking says, right?
Exactly.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
Because
like the chick I'm talking to right now, man, like she really is. She's a 92 octane. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, and the reason why, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the reason why I talk to her, man, because yes, I do want to elevate my damn status. You know what I'm saying? Because she's always on my ass about, like every time I'm hearing this chick talk, she's talking about money, bro.
Yeah.
She's talking about making more money. You know what I'm saying? Going to the top and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But like that's the type of chick that, you know what I'm saying, motivates me though. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I gotta get on my shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what you need. That's what she's there for. Go ahead, Sauchi. Okay, hold on. Sauchi and then encrypted and then you. I've been calling you, man, for the last 30 minutes.
I apologize, but I'm in the airport.
I understand, but I understand. But thing is, okay, but now you got to wait your turn. Sauchi,
no problem.
And the other thing is, most guys they can't walk away on their own principles. That's their big, if they even have principles. If you cannot walk away at any moment, I mean, walk away whether it's temporary or permanently, she is running you.
She running your ass.
Exactly.
Yeah, she is. She running your ass.
That's right.
You gotta be the greatest power you have is to fucking walk away.
That's
you know what I'm saying? And usually it's like the disconnect with no feelings, man. Like the silent walk away, not the yelling and the silent walk away, because females need closure. If you do it like that, they'll fucking chase your ass.
Well, they have to chase you because
they have to chase you.
I don't feel like going through with knives and chairs and shit like that. Fuck that closure shit. Anyway, go ahead.
That means that you're hitting it right. That's what that means.
There's a lot of stuff that's wound up in that shit. But go ahead, James.
I was just gonna piggyback what you said, BJ. It's the fact that I think a lot of brothers need to realize a lot of sisters are broken, man. So you have to be mentally equipped for that.
There's broken.
You cannot be emotional, bro. You cannot.
If she's really broken, she'll wind up in a strip club fucking with Brandon. That's what she'll wind up. Really broken, right?
But no, the crazy part is, BGS.
Hold on a second. Most of these bitches ain't broken like you think they are. Okay, they're lying. But go ahead. Go ahead, James.
No, I mean, you do have a valid point with that, BGS. I just think a lot of brothers ain't mentally prepared or don't educate themselves enough to understand the difference between the two.
But James, check this out, bro. Check this out. All right. The majority of these bitches want to be strippers. You hear me?
No, they don't.
No, hold on. It's, okay, you know what? Let me rephrase that. They admire the lifestyle of a stripper.
They like it from afar, just like they admire
They like
music.
it from
Hey,
afar.
they admire
Most
the lifestyle of strippers.
Brandon, most dudes admire gangsters, right, and thugs, right?
Right.
They don't want that
Until
life
the
though.
bullets start
Yeah.
flying and people
They
are
don't.
dying.
Right.
They don't want that life. Okay.
They got. I was
Most
gonna say a
of
lot
these
of
niggas,
Biggest
most of
thing
these
I
niggas
used to
want to be
say.
homosexuals, but they don't want that life. Okay.
no, they don't. They like John
But look,
Moran.
hold on. But the crazy part is, I'm talking to educated bitch. Look, I talk to educated chicks, man. 89s, I guess you could say. I'm gonna use your scale.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? 89s, man. And they have like a bucket list of talking about being a stripper. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's
Brandon,
also the
Brandon,
climber.
hold on. How hard is it for a woman to actually walk into a club, take her clothes off, and become a stripper?
That's not hard, brother.
It's not hard. It's not hard.
Why haven't they done it?
Because I guess you know what, you okay. I get where you're going there. I get where you're going. I get where you're going.
Hold on, y'all. Brandon, let's nigga to nigga, man. Come on. 95% of these bitches ain't built for that shit, man. They're hoes.
No, they not. I mean, they not. You know what I mean? You right. You right. You know what I mean? The strip club eat their ass alive. They'll be with a pimp in no time.
No, they do it. They do it.
No, they go back to the corporate office.
As soon as one nigga asks them to do something that she don't want to do, she gonna quit and go back to her former life. That's what she gonna do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, BJS, it kind of depends on what club you go to. If you go to the high end, you go to the high end clubs. No, hold on. You go to the high end clubs. You go to the high end clubs. You dealing with the white boys. Hold on. You go to the high end clubs, bro, and you dealing with the white boys and shit. You can get away with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, bro.
Yes, you can. You can. I've seen it, bro. Hold on. I've seen it.
Okay.
Club in Dallas called the Lodge, bro. It's called the Lodge.
Brandon, there's a lot of 8, 9s, and 10s. Or to be a stripper, 6 and up, you can be a stripper, right? 6 and up. Okay.
Yeah.
How many chicks actually go get off their ass, go into a club and sign up?
Yeah.
Statistically, it's rare.
And then stay. You cannot get into that life and then not change you. Okay, it's impossible.
It does. It takes you. Look, when I was a manager, I used to tell them all the time, I'm like, hey man, I used to give the young girls game. I'm like, man, don't be coming in here thinking everybody your fucking friend. These niggas don't actually like you. They only like the idea of you. They only like the image of you. They don't like you like that. You know what I'm saying? Don't get. You know what I mean? I used to tell them, you're right. But they're falling this shit head first. They're falling that shit head first, and they have to get out because you know what I'm saying, they came in.
I got an ex that was a stripper, man. She gave it up because she didn't like that shit no more. Okay.
But yeah, and Brandon, I hope you understand. Okay? Brandon, you gotta understand, man. That comes with so much emotional turmoil.
Yeah, I know, man. I used to date a few of them, bro. I dated one of my fair share of strippers, bro.
Listen to what he's saying.
But B, you gotta understand. For women to turn that psychological switch off and engage in those type of behaviors,
it's a different animal.
That shit is a different animal. Because you got different personalities, you got different bitches, you got people running the joint, you got, you know what I mean, fast, slow. Women are not built to deal with that psychological endeavor.
You're right. No, you're right. I agree with you.
The vast majority of them are already broken when they get there.
Yeah. It takes a special kind of chick to actually get into that kind of lifestyle, man. It does.
Yeah. I mean,
man, but like my thing is, I guess I could just, I maybe, okay, you're right. The small percentage, but I've seen a lot of females, bro, that they had a good upbringing, a really good upbringing. They didn't have to do that shit. They just wanted to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because some shit they saw on fucking TV or some Cardi B shit or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Brandon, at some point of the time that somebody done touched him, somebody done did some shit to him.
Yeah, bro. This ain't got nothing to do with TV,
First and foremost, for a female to do that type of shit, she's not right in the head.
Yeah, brother.
That's not a normal occurrence. Yeah, they might twerk, but that's as far as it goes.
That's true.
Like only 2 to 5% of women even got what it takes.
Yeah, that's true.
Most of them
that's true.
Time for a bucket list.
Yeah.
But look, man, at the same time, man, but they also get addicted to that fuck. See, they get addicted to that damn attention. You know what I'm saying? They get addicted to that attention.
Okay. But let me explain this to you, Brandon. Okay, as best I can, right? Okay. That's why pimps look for a certain kind of chick, right?
Yeah.
That's
They
broken.
look for the fatherless chick.
No, fatherless ain't got shit to do with it. She
Yeah,
got to be
should do
broken.
with it.
She got to be broken, and the
Yes.
pimps spot that shit. Okay.
Yeah.
She's already down for the program before he actually
Yeah.
offers it to her, right? That's a very rare amount of chicks, man. They're rare. There's not that many.
They are literally being managed by the pimp. I worked with a lady. She worked. I mean, she was a bartender there, and even she says same thing. We just saying. I'm saying she says the same. And she was there for a while. She says the vast majority. I'm quoting her. The vast majority of these bitches are dumb and stupid and broken.
Then the motherfucker.
Yeah, but B, do you
Then the
understand?
motherfucker, bro. No, he's right. No, he's right. He's right. He's definitely right. Because man, look, bro, you gotta be this bitch is just look, bro. I've seen bitches make 5 bands in one night.
And
in one night, bro. And blow it all the next fucking day.
That's why they need a pimp. Yeah, that's what a pimp is for. But the thing is, when you say that they all want to be strippers and hoes, that is not true.
Okay, you right. No, you I agree with you. You agree. They all don't want. But I should say they do admire the lifestyle. They do. They do admire the shit.
It's a fantasy.
Exactly.
It's a fantasy, brother. It is definitely, and I think I was gonna say this. BJ said it best. Most of those chicks, man, they've been touched, violated, and then it's like some of the. I mean, BJ, you can speak on this more. Like the porn industry.
Yeah.
A lot of them chicks, man, they didn't.
Most of them are no respecters of men. I'm gonna give you a good equivalent of that. Everybody admires the UFC, but how many niggas getting in the fucking cage?
That's right.
Yep.
Hell no.
One hit and they're done. I mean.
Nah, hell no. I'm shooting somebody.
I mean, I'm telling you from experience. I mean, well, I boxed and I did crop, so I know I can handle it. I've seen bigger guys, all sorts of bullshit. Dude get hit one fucking time, and you won't see him ever again.
Yeah, I used to box too, man.
Worked out.
I used to box too. The motherfucker that rocked me the most was a little short Mexican named Jose. Rock the fuck out of me.
I'm glad you said that because most of these guys are like, oh man, 6 foot plus and yada yada yada.
Nah, the hell no. Look, you don't underestimate nobody.
In my 20s, I'm still 5'9". I was 160. I was knocking dudes two classes up easy.
Bro, look, you don't like, man, look, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't underestimate nobody, man.
Exactly.
Nobody.
That's
nobody. Right. Man, look, man. When I was bodyguarding, bro, the most lethal nigga in our whole group was a little short nigga. You know what I'm saying? Ex-military. You know what I'm saying? I was the hammer. You know what I'm saying? I was there for the look. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But the little dude was the surgical. He was the surgical knife, the scalpel, whatever the hell you want to call that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, we're going into closing thoughts, folks. We've got about 5 minutes.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'll just end what I want to say. To me, it's not even the 85s that are most dangerous. It's those type of women who can really be not even 92s. It's those who are like 87 for the most part, because they can be a wife and they can have a whole nother life, and you would have no fucking like.
I feel like 89s are dangerous, bro.
No,
89s are more dangerous.
It depends on who you are.
But the 89s, cause they got the street smarts and they got the fucking education.
Not always. Not always.
It's a blend. But I can just tell you from experience. I know I only had sex with her one time. After we had sex, she told me the truth. I'm married, 3 kids.
Yep.
And I'm a slut and I'm a whore. I'm quoting her. I'm quoting her.
Yeah, she's done. Yeah.
That's the most dangerous.
Damn,
not
man,
85, 99.
Real quick, and I'll bow out. But yeah, what Brandon, I think I kind of got what Brandon was talking about, man. When he's talking about all girls want to be strippers. I think what Brandon's really trying to get at is that every chick got a sexual shadow side that they want to tap into.
Yeah.
But they don't want to have the accountability of it. But they think going into stripping is going to help them tap into that without having to deal with the shame of like.
Every educated lame got a little gangster in it, man.
Yeah, but look, man, like all these, but every chick got a hoe to him, bro. Every chick got a hoe to him.
Yes, they do.
Every one of them
And
got
I
a hoe.
love to bring it
Every
out.
one of them got a hoe, bro. Everyone got a hoe to him, bro. You just got, you know what I'm saying? Is she gonna show it to you? You know what I'm saying?
No, is she gonna control it before you?
Yeah, she gonna control it.
I ain't
You know what
at
I'm
this point,
saying?
BTS, man, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even care if she just controls it for only me, as long as I can bring it out of her. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, that's not gonna be your main woman.
But can you handle it? That's the thing. But can you handle it? Can you handle that shit?
Bruh.
If she ain't yours, he can handle it. Okay.
Right, bruh. I'm gonna tell you something, man. My ex fucked my best friend on some get back shit for some fuckery that I was on back in the day.
I told you, man, like I just said, man, I walked in on my
What
whole girl, bro, fucking a whole nother nigga. A whole nother nigga, bro, in my bed. And my revenge was to go fuck. No, and then hold on. And then my revenge was to go fuck both of her best friends.
Okay.
Both of them.
Did you stay with her?
Hell no.
Okay. Why not?
Hell fuck no. You know what I'm saying? He said, why?
Yeah.
God, that's hella disrespectful.
Okay. That's
That's disrespectful, man. Hell, you disrespect me like that? You think I'm gonna fuck with you? Hell fuck no. Hell no. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. Nigga, the nigga have you, he can have you. But you to be in my fucking house, dude, doing that shit? You know what I'm saying? You lucky I didn't shoot both of you motherfuckers. But I'm like, okay. But the crazy part is like she
Bray got the jamming flat black boastiers, huh?
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying?
All right. Closing
All I
thoughts.
said was, yo, get up out my shit. Get out my shit, man. Get out my shit.
Yeah, you
know
don't
what
want
I'm
to go to
saying?
jail. You don't want to go to jail. Yeah, go ahead. Anybody else? Closing thoughts?
No, just appreciate being on the panel and shit. That's it. Looking forward to the next one, man. I just had to jump in on this one. I got a chance.
Well, I know y'all. This is always loose talk about bullshit. People want to jump in on it, but yeah, this is Shadow World talk. So
this is where I like to reside. So yeah, thank you.
Cause my ex, man, my baby mom, she told me the same shit. She asked me, "What if you caught me fucking a dude on the bed?" I said, "Give him the keys and the bills, okay, and the kids, okay, they belong to him."
Yeah, hold on. And then on top of that, she wanna go move in with the nigga and shit. They got evicted the next 2 fucking months. I'm like, bitch. I'm like, you know, man. And I was still fucking both of her damn best friends. I'm like, man, I used to tell you about them bitches, but you used to tell me I was tripping. You like, oh no, they ain't like that. No, them bitches are like that. And I showed you.
She knew they were like that because they told her. Because she's bragging about what you're doing in the bedroom. That's like, which is what I was telling.
That shit was crazy, bro. I'm the one telling you about your whole ass friends, bro.
Don't you know hoes of a feather flock together?
Yeah, she couldn't believe it. Otherwise, she had to stop them coming around. So
BDS.
Yes, sir.
I got a question for you. Why do you think a lot of females think that grass is always greener on the other side? From your
Because it's hypergamy.
They can always think they can do better. Yeah.
Yep, hypergamy. And then they fuck themselves. They fuck themselves like a motherfucker, man.
And then the other thing is their girlfriends tell them they can do better.
Yep, that shit too. Like, I'm like, man, I used to tell her ass, I used to tell them bitches, I'm like, man, stop listening to your single ass friends. Look at they fucking relationship and see how fucked up their shit is.
That's impossible. That's why you have to know the first 5 friends, the closest 5 friends. That's who she is.
Yep.
Yeah, man, like one chick, man, I had to stop messing with her ass, man, because I'm like, she was cool. She was cool as fuck, but nigga, her fucking friends always got some fucking chaos shit going on. I'm like, why you still fucking with them bitches?
Because that's who she is. She's trying to hide it.
That's who she is. She's trying to hide it.
Yeah.
She wanted me in the chaos and shit. I'm like, man, nah, man, I'm too grown for this shit.
We learned it. Well, you know better. That's Charles.
Yes.
You got a closing thought, sir, or no?
Or
you got a stream coming up, or what?
I'll say this: as the world goes round and round, pimps up, hoes down. The only chick I ever trusted was that chick who always busted. But anyway,
yeah. Well, I'll say this, man, to Brandon as a closing, man, because I had to figure this shit out, man, a long time ago, man. Why do pimps do what they do? Okay, why do they pick the chick that they pick? Right. Once you figure that out, it's not that hard, right? Women are a business to them. They look for hoes.
They're the manager of emotions.
They're manager of Extreme emotion.
Well,
Hoes are actually hard to handle. You know
Yeah,
that.
man. If you can run game, if you can run game on a sex worker, bro, your game is there.
I'm gonna
In
say
other
this
words,
for my last quote.
go ahead.
I'm gonna say this for my last quote. Look, everybody plays the fool sometime, but how foolish are you gonna stay and be? So a lot of times people be like, "You don't trust me, do you?" No, I trust you to be used for you.
Yeah, that's real shit.
And I'm out with that one. Woo!
All right, folks. Everybody got the closing thought in?
Yeah, I'm good, player.
Yeah.
All right.
All
right,
I'm
folks.
not here to save the world. Just here to enjoy what's left of it.
All right, man. Hey, appreciate you, BGS.
You know, enjoy the ride, man, as Aaron Clary says. All right.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy the decline.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this.
All right. All right, y'all. Peace out.
All right, one.
All right.